popping in with a raid of 33. So thank you so much, Allison, for dropping in and saying hi and bringing your community with you. For those who don't know, Allison Adventures, absolutely fantastic content creator. Been playing a bunch of RimWorld and Project Zomboid and good stuff over there and all that. So definitely recommend checking out Allison Adventures. Good times over there. One of the people I've seen who's done like one of the higher kill count Project Zomboid runs and all that good stuff. So always good to have you. I do hope you had a good day playing whatever you're playing and all that. My apologies. But with all that said, welcome in, Raiders. For those who are now watching this VOD on YouTube later, the timing's going to be weird for you, and I would say I'm sorry, but that would be a lie. It's just the way it is. I primarily stream on Twitch. But yeah, so what were you playing today, and how'd it go, Allison? And we got our shout out for all, because again, follow Allison Adventures. But what we're going to be doing now is we're going to be popping into some TCG Card Shop Simulator, where we've got Cardtastrophe as our store. We just got to the point where we now have legendary card packs. You did have a good day. Hit a few goals. How are the card shops? Going good. We're just getting started. But yeah, so you got our place Cardtastrophe. And for those who haven't seen this game, TCG Card Shop Simulator, it's pretty straightforward. We are running a card shop. I thought the whole thing was it was supposed to only show duplicates now. I'll figure that out. But yeah, so you run like a hobby shop, card shop. So I've got like a bunch of individual cards we sell. We've got like, they're very clearly supposed to be like a Pokemon equivalent card game called Tetramon. We sell all that. Yeah, no, that's I know that. And we're on duplicates, but it's showing all these ones that say 1 on them, which is confusing me. I did see that there was a patch note that they changed something about that, and I'm just a little bit nervous about accidentally selling things I don't actually have duplicates of. My guess is it's telling me I've got 1 spare of those, but I'm going to want to verify that real fast. We could do that in just a moment. But yeah, so we've got all the stuff we're selling here. We order inventory, we're doing all that. We hit level 26 the other day. And we were working on expanding the store because I just unlocked the next tier up of card, which is the legendaries. And I need to get that ordered. Do you already have boxes there? Yeah, so it's just our stock person's terrible. We're gonna go hide in our cave. No storeroom? No, so the storeroom is an expansion. It's over here, I don't have it yet. But it costs like $5,000 versus expanding the store just like 1 tile at a time. Doesn't really cost that much. So let's figure this out. Okay, so we have Mammoth Tree, Gold Edition, card 184, and supposedly I have only 1 of it. Let's switch to price. Because I want to just verify if we find it here and there's actually 2. That's a gold edition. Okay, cool. So we verified. So it does, if I switch this to duplicates, all these ones that say 1 times, I can sell those. That's fine. I'm trying to collect them all. So that's just my quick verification to make sure I'm not accidentally selling stuff that I want to keep for, savings. Alright. Let's see. Higher crafted bundles selling? They're doing okay. Like the crafted bundle boxes, which are just like your spare kind of cheap cards that it's not about getting anything of value. These are all just cards worth $1 or less. So you just sell them in bulk. You don't sell them for very much though. It's a box of 100 cards. You're selling it, I think it's like $14 or something like that. So if you think about it, where these are $1 or less, you very likely would be getting a lot of money if you could somehow sell those cards, but realistically, you're not going to be selling those for much. But what we're doing at the moment is I'm mostly just keeping my inventory up, keeping our spray thing topped off so we spray all the people with their terrible BO when they come in. And just trying to keep the store running, but as soon as I can get a shelf, we're going to buy the legendary card packs and doing all that. Our stock person's absolutely awful. It's literally the worst employee in the game, but we're working on that as well. Okay, so I've got some things I need to stock up. Alright, so tabletop. We are short on the Necromancer thing. We're even shorter on the Necromancer. I need... Wait. What was that? Reviews? Oh! Okay. So we now have reviews where we're at about 4 3/4 stars. That's cool. I need this game. And the shelf is mostly stocked. No, it is not. So I'm going to also need that game. Correction, I'm going to need 2 boxes of that game. Yep, and so that'll be all our board games ordered. That's $400 gone. I need to pay my bills before I forget about that. So I now have 54 cents to my name. Love to see it. But yeah, so we are trying to get everything squared away here. But when I hit about $700 that I'm not needing to keep my inventory up, then we're going to get our next shelf to expand. And I'm hoping we'll have enough room. You like that you can customize the shop to your heart's content? Oh yeah. The one... Your card shop is single cards at the moment mostly. That's what I find interesting. You can make your card shop almost exclusively tables so that people come in and just play the card game in your shop as its primary income. You could also turn around and have your shop be primarily selling individual cards if you wanted to. You could forego all that stuff and literally just run it like a, typical retail store and just not open packets at all and just keep expanding your inventory. Just play it like Supermarket Sim, that kind of thing. You're buying these cards too fast. I can't keep them stocked. Does that set mean selling cards below $1 sounds tedious to stock? But I'm guessing it does maximize profits. Yeah, you could just be a toy store that just stocks the plushies and all that. Like, the game actually gives you some options around that. Oh, did I mess up and order too many boxes of this? I did! That's fine. It lives on the floor now. Yeah, everything else there looks fine. We're doing good and all that. I now need to look at our inventory here. So, I need more stock in our clear and our Tetramons sleeves. Did you pick up the animal stuff? You gonna empty that box? Yeah, you are. Okay, so we also need the plush to keep our stock up. We need the legendary cards. Then go down here and buy a box of these. And then I also saw that we needed a few more of these. And I apparently need more of these. And I need more of these. Alright. Because I do try and keep all my inventory stocked up as much as possible. Okay, it looks like I also need more of these. It's one of those things. You'll have like a couple of days where you can stock everything up, and then you'll turn around the next day and like your whole inventory just feels like it's depleted, and that you're waiting for that tiny little bit of money to finish restocking everything. It definitely goes back and forth. Let's see, the best card you got was 1,000. That got you started. Yeah, I have a card. I think my best card is around like 15, 1600. I want to see if we have a bad review, like what the actual bad review is for. Because we always end up having a couple of customers who are unhappy every day, but they don't give you a good way of being like, the customer is unhappy because... So you're left guessing. Sorry about that. I'm going to make a bad decision here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to ignore... Oh, these are only 300 for the wall ones. Never mind, it's not even a bad decision. I was thinking it was 700. I forgot 700's the two-sided one. Can I squeeze you in there? Yes, I can. And with that... we are now officially selling legendary card packs, which sell for more than double the price of the next farther down card. Oh, one of the things I noticed in the patch notes is that you can buy a trash can to put inside your store. All right. So the problem here is if I want to expand my inventory more, I'm really going to need to expand my actual store footprint, which just costs more money. All right, so for restocking, I'm up to 1,100 bucks. That's going to still take a while. I'm going to go ahead and do this as well, just to get those tagged as being that merchandise. Because we're just going to make a match where it starts from the basic one, it just gets more and more valuable. So our cheap ones are $3.30, then $4.10, then $5.65, and then $11.20. Cool. But they have a whole mechanic about opening your card packs and all that, which is how I get these cards. So the game really lets you lean in on the gamble. So if you've ever wanted to experience addictive behavior of getting into a collectible card game and just opening pack after pack after pack... What? Why are you here? Alright, get this out of here. Okay, I see what's happened here. You use the not quite empty box. Oh, actually, never mind, we've already got that one. Okay. Just trying to get... Oh, right, no, I was right. So if I go here and I grab that one, and I close this box up, and I grab the one box here, and I put that here, this box is now empty. And now I can put this on the shelf. It's just my stock person grabbed them in a weird order, and as a result, we're dealing with that. In the meantime, we have run ourselves low on that. The good news is those board games, while I end up having to buy them in small amounts and ship them that way a lot of times, so I'm paying a lot in shipping and handling. The really good news I run into with it is just the fact that with those games, it ends up being one of those things that they have such a high profit margin, it's not that big a deal. Okay, so you still don't have space on your shelf. I do need to add the red dice onto the order. So just increasing the amount I'm going to have to pay more and more. I am going to need to add the rare blue pack onto the order. Or purple, whatever color that is. Notice we've already got sorted. Our cashier just ditched for the day and left me to do the rest myself. That's fine. I respect the hustle. Did you ever get any kind of collectible? Yeah, no, I definitely got into a bunch of collectibles when I was younger. Like I did do some Magic the Gathering when I was younger. That one I didn't get into as far because I kept coming up with decks and I kept making rules against my decks, and finally I got tired of it. And so I ended up not playing that much after a while. Then I got into the Star Wars collectible card game. I played that entirely too much. I used to build entire decks and then, or entire collections of those, buy like the last 2-3 cards I was missing, and then sell the entire collection, like the complete collection, and sell that for a pretty penny. That was a way young me made money. Do rocks count? Yeah, no, I've collected a bunch of rocks as well. I've still got the rock collection around here. You heard about the hurricane? Once in a generation is what you read. Are you prepared? I am prepared. And where they say once in a generation, I have experienced many, 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 many once in a lifetime hurricane. To the point that phrase is meaningless. It always feels like you're not sure if they're drumming up the storm for like the news swing, or if they're like trying to downplay it as being a rarer phenomena. Like, it's really weird. Yeah, it generally holds no meaning. But yeah, no, I've been in category 4 and 5 hurricanes a number of times. Where I'm at, I'm probably looking at a low 3, a high 2 when it hits me. Like if I was over in Tampa, this is the kind of storm that you don't mess around with. If you're in the Tampa area, this is the get in your car and leave kind of storm. That once in a generation hurricane happens almost yearly. Yeah. You think they try to get people to over-prepare? To be fair, I think that's a reasonable thing to do. Because we definitely have people who, they know the hurricane's coming. It's like, no, it's not going to be a big deal. And then, like, emergency services says, well, when the storm starts, you know, you're on your own. Like, we can't get an ambulance to you. It'll just roll over. The fire trucks are not coming. The police aren't coming. You're on your own. You know, good luck. Because they can't. Like, very genuinely, you take an like the big box ambulance out into a hurricane, it's just gonna tip over on its side and help no one. All you gotta do is make more people that need help. And there's been things about, like, cars trying to go over bridges in a hurricane and just getting, you know, hucked off the side of the bridge because the air, like, the wind gets underneath the car. And so you're driving, you know, 60, 70 miles, whatever direction, miles per hour that way, and you got a wind coming back the other way, 120. The car's just not made for it. So it's one of those things, like, once you get into that mandatory evacuation area, that's where you swallow your pride. And, you know, you leave. If you can, which I understand not everyone has the ability to do so. Not everyone has that opportunity. But I'm nowhere near the coast, so the likelihood of me being in an area that's going to be that impacted is pretty low. I used to live on the East Coast, and we never got to the point of a mandatory evacuation. Granted, it was with my parents, and there's once or twice we probably should have. Luckily, things didn't turn south, but we definitely had some dodgy stuff that me nowadays would have been like, you know what I'm doing? Deuces. I'm getting my car, and I'm going north. But nah, I should be good where I'm at. Alright, we're just about to have enough for the restock. One good sale or a couple more small sales should do it. But yeah, no, I do have friends of the channel that are in the Tampa area, and that I genuinely worry about them. That's a rough place to be. Speak Car, you received your U.S. license today. Be careful on the roads. Oh no. They've let Longclaw out. What have they done? Don't they know? Okay, so we can get the best stalking person at level 30. So we'll wait for that, and then we're going to get this guy, and then we're going to fire Zach here. I'm looking at you, Zach. You're going to be fired. Your days are numbered. Because you're terrible at your job. Like, really terrible at your job. I'm sure you drive better than 9% of the people. Oh, that was, for just fun random statistics, one of my favorite was, this is an old study, it's probably been repeated since then, that it was something like, it was like 80-something% of drivers believe that they're above average, like in their driving capabilities. And it's one of those ones you're like, you know, considering only about 50% of people can be above average and have that mean anything, I'm gonna go on a limb here and say a whole lot of you are wrong. And like, if I remember correctly, it was a big study. It was something like 20,000 people or some like ridiculous number. So it wasn't they grabbed like 10 people and said, hey, are you better than average? And, you know, caught them at a racetrack or something where you might have like a very strong selection, you know, selection bias or something going on. Those studies are often really dumb. Yeah, but I mean, it does point out like things. Anytime you have a study where it's about, you know, asking a person like, are you better than average at whatever? And unless you're running into kind of, again, the selection bias kind of thing, where you're like, do you think you're better than the average gamer as you're at like this big gaming competition? It's like, oh, well, okay, you might actually genuinely have better than average gamers there. That would arguably make sense. But when you just kind of randomly grab people at like your local grocery store or something and you do that kind of a thing, it's like, well, no. One would assume that you should be probably around average representation there. What? Automod. Oh, I see why I grabbed it. I see why I grabbed it. It was, you had a typo. I understand. I thought I read it as they're doing, and I was like, Automod, why is their doing getting flagged? I get it. You missed the I. But my eyes glazed right over that, and I'm like, Automod, what is wrong with their doing? Oh, the I's missing. Yeah, never mind, that makes sense. Yeah, no, that checks out. That's probably a good thing to Automod. It was an innocent enough thing. But no, it makes sense. In chat, it said thank you for your feedback when you accepted it. I also hit accept at the same time. Yeah, I really wish with the auto mod we had better options. I wish there was like an allow once as one thing. And the allow once is like, don't change any of my algorithms, don't change anything. In this context, allow it. I want there to be like, just allow it. Like, you know, this is a silly word for you to stop. Just allow it. Or it's like, okay, I know like you can have like certain words that like there are words that can have a negative connotation depending on their use case, but you could be someone dealing with the technical specifics around it that the not offensive use case is going to be more common, that you'd be like, yes, I know it makes sense for most channels to not allow this word, but in this particular case, it makes sense to allow it. Versus the 90+ percentile use case on the rest of the platform, people use it for the offensive meaning. And then, of course, still have the one that's like, hey, don't allow this just ever. Like, no, this word, just nuke it from orbit. Because there are some words who have a singular use case, and it's bad. Then we can have, yeah, well, that's kind of the way to look at it, is there are words that they can be used in a derogatory way, but the non-derogatory way is its primary use case, which, you know, then you maybe have Automod grab it, knowing you're going to have to allow it a lot. Then you have words that can be used in a derogatory way, and the derogatory way is its primary use case. In those cases, it's like, no, I want you to grab that word, and I will then decide if it's fine. Okay. So let's grab another box of these, because I'm still trying to get the inventory caught up on our legendary cards. Because that's, we've had the discussion about, like, words and all that. And I've made the argument before that you'll have a word that was innocent enough, but it gets co-opted by whoever. And enough people start using it for the bad use case that my argument is that bad use case becomes that word's primary definition. You know, by all means, then that's something you gotta tackle. Okay. Need 700. Let's see, you got a question. So, most of the cards you can either buy in 32 or 64 packs, and to me, it looks like the 64 pack is not necessarily cheaper. Are you reading it wrong? No. So, when you look at a lot of these, like this is $61.44 versus this is $122. These are literally, yeah, you have the unit price here. It's literally the exact same price. But when you jump up to these, this 4-pack here is the equivalent of that one there. So you do save about $1.80 over that one, and then this one will be a slightly better deal. At this point, we're saving, it's going to be $1.80 per and all that. So you end up saving about $3 and some cents here. So you do save a little bit of money by buying the boxes, but buying the packs at different sizes, you don't really save money doing it. The one advantage you have of getting the boxes, or like the bigger boxes over the smaller ones, just deals with your shelving. So instead of grabbing this, having to deal with one box, and then grab the next one, have to deal with that, I'm going to go ahead and get this one out of here. It helps you think there, but as far as like actually saving money, it doesn't do you any good. I still try to hold out until I get the big box, because then I don't have to buy that. You also save money on shipping, so keep that in mind. As you get a larger amount of stuff you include in your shipping, the shipping when you put your first thing on is $5, and I think it's around the 4th item, it starts adding $1 per every item you add. So if I get 4 boxes of, like, 4 of the smaller boxes, I've added $4 worth of shipping. Or if I get 2 bigger boxes, it's only $2. And so it's probably not going to be that meaningful in the short term. But, you know, as every other day you're buying the box, that will slowly start to accumulate to a pretty significant amount of money. Okay, so we need another one of these and another one of those. And you quit for the day. Oh no, this game is excellent. super addictive, though. If you value your free time, it's not a good game. Don't play it. If you're just looking for fun, it is an excellent game and should absolutely play it. Plus, it's like 12 bucks. It is a cheap game. Uh, 22 and 90. You need to be careful about spending money right now, though USA is very expensive, y'all. Yes. You are correct. Okay. You see what he said? Long is a streamer. What is free time? Yeah. Yeah. Have you been able to get back to streaming yet? I know you're saying you hadn't been able to for a while, but you're hoping to soon. Because I know there was a delay in a lot of what you could do. Yeah, no PC last I heard. Yeah, that's what I had heard as well. Still waiting on the PC. Yeah, that's wild to me how long that's taken to arrive. I get they're shipping it literally across to the opposite side of the planet and all that. But it feels like it's been a long time. Alright, and pay our bills. I'll have to do the 450 here in a minute. It did arrive in the LA port, just hasn't, haven't heard since then. That was about 10 days ago. Gotcha. So longer than you'd expect, but not the kind of long where it's like, oh, you know, clearly it's gone forever. What? Oh, it's always putting, okay. Checking on the atomic scale. Hey man, you got to. Alright, you're already dealing with it. Okay, so when we get 450, we'll be able to go and get our last bill paid. And at that point, we will have our inventory fully stocked again. Which will be nice. Which means we will be into the situation now where I'll be ready to like start popping open some more packs. Maybe unlock the next thing. Go to them, you live on the East Coast, there's no way in heck you're traveling to the West Coast just for the PC. Are you telling me spending like, you know, 1,400 bucks to 2,000 bucks for a plane ticket over to check in LA isn't worth a computer that probably runs somewhere in the same price? As opposed to buying a new computer at that rough estimate price. Not to mention the potential for needing to stay overnight and throw in a couple hundred more bucks on there. And then the cost of food and drink and everything else involved. Okay. So I've got that box. Level 30, I can get the big box. And in the meantime, the computer passes you on a FedEx plane midair. Yup. It's of course in the window. Why it's in the window? No one really knows why they gave an actual passenger seat to your computer just so you can see it go by. But like, you know. Someone had like a cinematic sense of humor. They've watched a bit too much Friends. Oh, let's see. It was shipped overland to the east. Ah. Well, then honestly, you're probably looking at getting a delivery anytime now. Because when you get like ground delivery from the west coast to the east coast, it takes usually about 2 weeks or just a smidge under 2 weeks. It just struck me that tabletop game is Mafia, which is a werewolf game. I'm not sure if that specific one is that same thing, but we had literally discussed that the last stream. Oh, I need to buy another box of you. I ended up paying way more in shipping on the board games, which makes sense. They're big and bulky. Okay. So we've got space for one more thing on the top of that shelf, and then our shelving units are basically full up. Oh, do I need another of the basic cards? Yeah. Alright, so we can get another box of the basic cards. Do we finish paying our bills? No, now we have. Alright, so what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to throw on the top of this set an extra box of cards, because we need to open some packs. We need to gamba. You like the idea of Mafia and Werewolf, but you're a horrible liar, so you only enjoy it when you play one of the good roles? Yeah, there's ways you can play a lot of those deception games, even if you're a really, really bad liar, and still be successful. That was always like, when I rarely played Among Us, usually the way I approached it was, if I was the guilty party, like I was the imposter, I would just bombard you with too much information. At the same time, when I was innocent, I was also someone who would do a lot of collecting of information. So my behavior was pretty consistent regardless of which way I was playing, so far as the between, like, in meetings and all that. And it is amazing how much you can keep everyone off guard by just talking a lot. You can really keep people off by just giving them an overabundance of information. Alright. At the same time, when you are trying to, like, win, that overabundance of information, it's basically how useful the information you're giving is, versus just giving them a bunch of arbitrary information that really they don't need. Because you can say a lot and nothing in a whole lot of words. Get out of my way, Zach. Okay, so you're restocking the boxes. That'll be fine. I have more to put on the shelf. Man, people are really buying Mafia today. So there's that. I will need another box of these. We'll worry about that when we get low. Alright. Did you take my box of cards? Sir, do you want to be fired? Making me open and not quite finished. It's because I didn't open the box that went through that. Alright. So, I've got the thing where it opens a little bit faster. So hopefully we see some good stuff here. Hey, 184 bucks. Yeah, so each of these packs is about $12. So good news is we are getting almost all of the packs are going $60 card. That's good. So we are getting almost all these packs as being a win money-wise, which is very promising. $180. $60. The downside is I'm only selling duplicates, so a lot of those really valuable cards we're seeing, because they only have one of it, I won't be selling it. But as our collection grows, then we start seeing more of those high-value duplicates. I start getting some proper money out of it. All right. Okay. Got a $50 card. The big thing is to have some of these cards be worth more, because I keep putting these like $2 cards in the shelf because I run out of more valuable cards to sell. And so getting stuff like this, 48 bucks. Well, 47. But, so getting a bunch of these that I can at least sell for 5, 6, 7, 8 bucks will at least help a little bit there. And then when we get the occasional one that's like $1,000, you know, if I can get a duplicate of those, that's just a huge win. The game really does tempt you to be like, hey, I really want to get all these cards and collect them all, but I could sell that $1,500 card and get that thing I want in the game right now. And so it kind of pits one style of like a game addiction kind of thing against another, about wanting to progress your game forward, but also wanting to collect all the things, and making you decide which you care about more. I'm going with the collection thing because this is RNG. I can only do so much to influence this part of it, whereas the store, literally I can just run the store another day and get that money. Like even that $1,500 card, that's like an extra day or two in-game, and then, you know, that's sorted. Man, you are going through the deodorant spray a lot. Okay. Let's go duplicates. Okay. So we did have that one card with 47 was a duplicate. So that's good news. And you're stocking the purple packets. So I also need more of these. You're doing good on all that. I need another box of you, which I can just order right now. The rest of that seems to be doing fine. Oh, you're already on it. Okay, we'll wait till we have a little bit more need there. Alright. So, store need get bigger. Because I need to get a bit more room for more warehouse shelving. So that way I have more warehouse shelving to put inventory on. Because like I said, I got this one spot here that I'm not really sure what I'm going to put into. I'd like to expand into all of the different other things. All right. Exact change, love to see it. All right. while they wrap up for the day, I'm going to go ahead and top off our shelves. Purple cards. So it does look like I need a box of the purple cards. Bum. Okay, so I needed a box of the purple cards as well. So we check, we got both the rare ones, box of purple cards. And that should do. All right. So we're just making good progress little by little. We can go ahead and grab the blue box. And grab the other blue box. Okay. So that's all restocked. We can get the bats topped off. You're all good. I'll leave the dice and all that for my employee because they're hard to see the different colors a lot of times. All right. Cool. So we can pay our bills once again. Every single day, pay our bills. And then what we could do is once we for the next order we're putting in, we got only 375 here. I'm gonna go ahead and right here just add extra $300 onto that bill for another legendary box because those seem to be making me pretty good money. So I see no need to not keep buying them. Because all it takes is landing that really valuable $1,000 card that's a duplicate, and then we just get our giant spike forward in progress all in one go. Just got a Gamba. You are low on spray. Are you moving the spray right now? No. I get it, Zach. You're just afraid of deodorant. I understand. I don't like it, but I understand. All right. So you're all good. You're all good. You're all good. Those are fine. We'll go back into the manager cave where we don't actually want to be out on the floor being seen or anything like that. We just kind of peek over the top. And when someone asks the manager, we just kind of, you know, duck back here to our workbench and try to pretend not be seen. It's fine. It's only weird if you make it weird. Alright. Just keeping up with, just kind of checking a whole bunch of stuff. Alright. This is definitely not weird. Just the person just watching over the counter shelf and all that. Alright, Nightjar, you take it easy. Thank you again for tuning in. Have a good lurk and all that good stuff. The downside is I can't really see half these shelves to see the inventory starting to deplete and stuff like our cards. I kind of wish these would have a very obvious indicator when they're low. Like, I get that the thing pops off, but I kind of wish there's like a little red light or like little icon would be up here being like, hey, I'm at half capacity or something like that. You know, because you'd assume something like this, when it gets low and stuff, it'd beep or something like that. Alright, time to indulge in our habit. That's not the for ourselves to open packs. Don't you dare take this from me. This is mine. Going back to my cave. Can we crouch in this game? Because I felt like this is the moment where you crouch in the corner and be like, they're precious. They're mine. You can't see them. I can quit anytime I want, I promise. Alright. Meanwhile, the stocking person tries to take your box again. Well, they do have a thing, if you open the box and you set it down, that the stocking person is not supposed to try and pick it up. Which is what happened the last time, is I didn't open, I just put it on my table. And so it didn't take it, like, out of bounds kind of thing. Because the idea is, you open the box when you're going to start taking your card packs out, so it's just kind of a way the game to recognize to leave it alone. Alright, $50 card. Like to see it. Pretty good. And I changed the threshold of what cards are considered as valuable up to $25 from 10. Because otherwise half of these flag, and it's just like, okay, but really, at this stage of the game, a $10 card is not that exciting. Alright. One of the other things, so I'm running 3 mods on here. One which just makes the opening of the packs a little faster. One that turns on and off the lights automatically, and then one that adjusts your prices each day automatically. Because it's just annoying to go, oh, I want to make everything 10% over market, and have to just sit there and go to each individual item and adjust it. Alright, so 47 or 67 bucks, that's pretty good. It literally is just called a magnolia. It's not actually a monster, it's just someone, it's like literally just a normal flower. Like all the others are like all these weird monsters, and they're just like, that's a flower. Which apparently we're getting a lot of magnolias, because I keep seeing that art in almost every single box. But I'm suspecting that's like the common version of it that's not worth anything versus like the first edition version, which has got more value. We are getting some pretty terrible packs out of here. Because again, each pack is 12 bucks, so when you see it pop up at the end it says $5, that was not a win. Come on, give me something good. I want to see 1,000 bucks. My most valuable card right now is about 1,500 bucks. I want to beat it. I want a better one. This whole box has been straight garbage. We got like that $145 card, and half of these have been awful. It's almost like gambling isn't a reliable form of income. Almost. $6 pack that I paid 12 bucks for. Excellent. $7 pack I paid 12. Hey, 44 bucks. At least that's something. $3,882. There we go. I was sitting there, I was like, man, this whole box has been absolute garbage. And there we go. That is now my most valuable card by more than 2 times. So we got ourselves, I don't even know what you are. Where's your name? You're a nameless card. You arrived at stream at the perfect time. Water elemental that deals double damage this turn. Evolves from 3s. Yeah, so it doesn't have its name, but still. Almost $4,000 card. Neat. So now when I open my... Well, I can't open my book while holding the cards, apparently. But yeah, now when I open my book, that'll be my most valuable card. We've almost got that first page up to $1,000. Which is good. So, almost 4,000. New record on that regard. Okay. I guess it may have been the Hydrode, or whatever it is. I think this might be the last stack of packs. But there's your temptation, though. So I got that pretty early on, alright, $55. So I got that pretty early on going through these packs. If you sell one of those, then you instantly get your almost $4,000, and that's going to let you buy a whole lot of upgrades and all that. And so you're like, I can sell this card and make immediate game progression. But then the card's gone. And it's an RNG thing. So I might... Oh my god, my... apparently while I was in the back, my entire inventory of cards here has been fully depleted. Let's go ahead and take care of that. Good problems to have, I guess. Okay, and how are we doing out here? You are stocking... Okay. So it looks like we've had a good day for Necromancer. We sold out of that. We had a good day for Werewolf, or Mafia. Sold out of that. We've had a good day for... Which one is that one? That's this one. So that needs to be ordered back in stock. And that'll get our board games restocked. You are topping off... Okay, so everything that's got a gap in here is something we can go ahead and deal with as well. So I need to get you. And 2 more of the rare things. And surely, if I'm going to go ahead and order that, it is only responsible that I buy another pack of cards. That's the only reasonable thing to do here. I'm guessing they nerfed these so far as their capacity. That's what I'm guessing has occurred, because it feels like I'm topping those off way more than I was before. Where is my... There we go. I need my precious. We'll start opening those tomorrow in-game, because where I'm at right now... Like, I'm going to start opening them and the store's going to be closed for the night well before then. Alright. But see, I mean, you need the cards to stock the desk, so really, the game is forcing you into opening it. Exactly. It's not my fault. It's just how the store runs, is I have to open all the packs. Okay, so you've ditched for the day. Oh. I instantly went to go type it in like as a credit card, and that's not what's happening right now. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4. Wrap it up and get out. Okay. So just making money. Alright, once again, open up immediately. I'll try and get ahead on the restocking the shelves real fast. Because our poor stock boy... You know, he's been working here a long time, and he is just not getting better. Okay. So we've got all that set up. I'm just trying to catch this up so I can get the order in. And then once we do that, I will feel comfortable to go back into my little hidey hole and open up more card packs. Alright, so you will need another box of those. Would you... Oh, it's an empty box. I didn't realize I had actually emptied it. My bad. The game's like, you can't put an empty box in your shelf. That's madness. Madness, I say. Alright. Where is our stock person? Okay. So the point is, looking at this, we also need a box of you. We also need a box of the bats. And I need a box of the sleeves. I'm just gonna assume one of these probably needs the top off. And we have Pillix hitting their 5-stream streak. Thank you so much for catching the last 5 streams without missing a single one. That means a whole heck of a lot, so thank you so much for that. Alright, so we can purchase all those. That'll keep our stock person busy. And I can pay our bill in a moment. Check on our card spots here. And get those topped off. And money. Come on. Give me more high value cards. That's what I want. I want to see some real nice high value cards here. Because that's where the real money's at. All of this normal retail, come on, no one wants to do that. We just want to pull a winning lottery ticket. That's all we want. But I do think for second half of stream we'll probably do Satisfactory. I am enjoying this game, but I do feel like we're hitting the part of the game where the progression is starting to really properly slow down. And so I'm wondering from a viewership side of things, if like this is where we're starting to hit the speed of the game where it's not necessarily as enjoyable to watch. So I got 60 because it almost feels like we're at the point of just it's time to open packs. Because it's definitely one of the core things. The main progression of the game is much slower than like Supermarket Simulator and all that. But it makes up for like the whole collectible card game, the variance of play and all that. But from a watching standpoint, I don't know, it feels like watching someone open cards for long hours would not be the thing. But hey, I also know channels where they're like, oh man, I just feel like I'm cutting down trees, and yet the people turn out in droves to watch people just cut down trees. And so it is kind of hard to predict. That's, there's a friend of the channel who was playing a lot of the Forest, Sons of the Forest. And, you know, you think people would be interested in seeing, like, all the horror things, the cannibals, and, like, exploring the map, and learning the story, and all that kind of stuff. He's like, nope. The thing that people actually want to see, they want to see me cut down trees. And, you know, make those trees into buildings. And that's pretty much it. So it's just one of those things. I can see a certain catharsis in all that. We got ourselves $46 card. There's a good one. Most of the packs have been pretty underwhelming. But that's kind of what it is. It's like going to the slot machine. You're just going to keep losing and losing and losing, and you're just hoping you get that good pull where you know, suddenly $10,000 comes out of the machine. 92 bucks. And the reality is that doesn't happen that much. I also mentioned it the last time that I personally found for getting XP for advancing your character, it feels like the packs are kind of the most reliable way to do it. Because waiting on the transaction is just a very slow attrition kind of thing. But with the packs, every single time you open a pack, you're guaranteeing yourself at least like the teens of XP. And then if you pull like a really good pack, you can get like 100 XP all in one go. So it's almost like an incremental timer for your XP. Alright, we got a $53 card. Good to see. And as we go through those, more and more of those will end up being duplicates and not our new ones. We'll have more and more to sell. And we've got Donkey Duff on a 235 stream streak. Catch those 235 streams without missing a single one. Thank you so much, Set. Finishing up Phase 4 while watching the stream. Nice. Yeah, that was one of the things that had me like. So I'm on that edge where it's like I could literally just no life satisfactory until we finish the current run. And I'm trying to avoid doing that just because it is a thing that I can get into just one game and then just binge it for a while. And that's not a problem when the game only lasts like a week or two. But man, the channel's been very heavily satisfactory for like since 1.0 dropped. It's like, okay, maybe I need to get a little bit more going on there. Satisfactory is an amazing game, but it is the thing as a content creator about being careful about pigeonholing yourself into just one game. Alright, so we got a $40 card, and all kind of good stuff. And I end up being a bit more paranoid than most about that particular thing, because it's what happened with me with Project Zomboid. I've always been a variety streamer, but, you know, I was still playing it was like 3 days a week, Project Zomboid. 174 bucks. But I was playing like 3-4 days a week out of my 7 days I was streaming a week at the time was Project Zomboid, because that was the one that was doing numbers for me. Yeah, $40 card on the shelf. Gonna buy it immediately? No, that was a different card, but still. But with all that, even though I've always played a variety of games, it was just like the thing I got known for. And then the issue is like very few games last on Twitch long term. There are ones that do, like Call of Duty's, League of Legends, Fortnite, those kind of ones that do persist. But the vast majority of games, they ebb and flow on two extremes where $54, where you see them like start to drop off after a while. And Project Zomboid is definitely in the ebb and flow category more than like it is a persistent staple. $34. Even a game like RimWorld that's been around for a long time, like I've been seeing a lot of days that RimWorld doesn't even break like 400 or 500 viewers in the category for the whole day lately. Like its average is way down, but that makes sense. It's been a long time since our last DLC. A lot of new stuff's coming out, so there's nothing wrong with RimWorld. It's not like dead game or anything like that, but it's just, you know, newer stuff is happening elsewhere. It's drawing people's attention to those things. Oh, I see what's happened here. Hang on. Get off the shelf. Here, we'll just open it. So the problem we had here is I accidentally put the box in the wrong shelf. So I just need to get this out of here real fast so I can put those up on the shelf real quick. In hindsight, I should have right-clicked to clear the tag off of it first. so that our stocking person doesn't have the ability to restock it. Luckily, he's super slow at his job, so I have all the time in the world to fix it. Okay. Gonna quickly restock a whole bunch of this. Oh, catch a lot of it up. Yeah, so now we're selling primarily $20 and $30 cards or more. So that's good. Okay, so it looks like I need more of Mafia. I should check behind us. Yeah, we're fine. And we will need more of the sleeves. I definitely need 2 of these. And we will need to go over here and get those. They've got the really simple packs. Oop, no, I do not need the simple packs. He was carrying them. So get rid of that. Alright, is there anything else there I need to be dealing with right this second? It doesn't look like it. Let's go ahead and grab you and drop you off on here before that goes farther. Okay. Then go here, put in that order. Pay your bill. I will say it seems like I'm consistently making more money each day, which is certainly a good thing. Because it seems like now, every other day, I'm being able to do something like expand the store just a little bit more, or get a license, or whatever it is. Versus before, it did feel like I had to go 4 or 5 days before I would put together enough money to do the next and kind of thing, which it makes sense. As I'm expanding my offerings and whatnot, I'm going to get more and more and more being able to, like, the amount of money I'm making per day is going to go up. And while the cost of more shelves and all that goes up, or sorry, the cost of more floor space goes up, generally speaking, that's about the only one that seems to meaningfully go up. Alright, so with that, let's pop down here, and I feel like the store should be just a little bit bigger. Alright. So with this, I should be able to go over here and start putting my warehouse back here. And that gives me enough room for probably 1 or 2 more warehouse shelves, which in turn gives me room for 1 or 2 more, well, not 1 or 2 more goods, like up to 16 more different goods in our inventory. Which will be good. Then you also remember yesterday conversation about pre-roll ads. You noticed you didn't get any, which is expected behavior. Yeah, so something was clearly just bugging with Twitch yesterday. Because we don't run pre-rolls on the channel. We run mid-rolls to get rid of the pre-rolls. So, where yesterday some people were getting pre-rolls, I'm assuming that was something just broken on Twitch. Because, well, technically, I could go into my settings and say, hey, don't turn off the pre-rolls. That makes no sense. You just push away most of your customers. If they hear me out, instead of spending $1,000 in shelves, you can open more card packs. I have my next box of packs on my desk. I am one step ahead of you. We're doing both, because the important thing here is I need to make more money so I can buy the bigger packs. And the bigger and bigger packs. And the bigger packs. I need the good packs, man. None of these budget packs. Okay. Yeah, and this this profit over here means nothing. Like, I mean, it means stuff, but as far as your decision making, like we made 30,000 today, and we spent 18,000 or 1,800 on like our supply costs. Now the upgrade costs, it's kind of almost with your profit. You just want to take your profit and subtract your upgrade costs because this is a permanent upgrade. Like stuff like your employee and supply costs and all those are the operating costs of doing business and all that. But in these kind of games where you get like these permanent bonuses to your place, you know, spending $2,000 to make your store bigger. Once your store bigger, it's bigger forever. There's not really a whole lot to discuss there. All right, so in the meantime, we can hope for some goodies. Now I understand we're not using it, but the one mod for opening the packs faster, it does have an option to remove the limit of how many packs you can hold. Now I understand why they do that, so you can just like pick up the entire box into your hand and just be like, open these. It's fine. I'm kind of using it in this case because this gives me like a little breakup between where I do a set of packs to go and double check my shelf where the cards are being sold from to restock it, so I don't end up what happened like 2 days ago where I stepped out and they were just all gone because I just sat there and opened up an entire box without checking because I was hiding behind my shelf. All right. Cool. And the rest is all fine. But yeah, once we pay all our bills and all that, we will get our next warehouse shelf. And with our next warehouse shelf, then I can start going, it's like, okay, let's get like the fire cases and the water cases and the earth cases and all that. And that'll just be even more merchandise to sell. Now, I don't know the game logic behind it where if the characters like roll a dice about what they're going to purchase or how much they're going to spend, or like each item they pass, it rolls a dice to see if they buy or not. Like, I don't know any of the game logic there because there have been games that they like randomly choose the items they're going to buy. And so one of the tricks of the game is once you got a certain amount of inventory was to stop carrying the cheaper items so that they couldn't randomly roll the cheaper item to buy. We haven't seen most of those games in a long time. Games have generally gotten way better about making the AI not garbage. Alright, so we need to add that to the cart. First, let's pay our bills. You're putting that back. We need more of the deodorant. But yeah, so we'll get the shelf, and then I'm probably gonna go across this row here and start getting all these cases, because those I can easily just chuck right up here on the front shelves. They'd go perfect there, and it'd take up a decent amount of warehouse space, but it's just another thing to sell. Which it will be more money tied up in my inventory, but the idea is like just getting more and more products to move around. Hey, 182 bucks. I want another big card, which is what everyone wants. Everyone wants to pull the machine on the lever or the slot machine and hear the little happy noises that means money comes out. That's kind of the point. Ooh, you were a duplicate. So we now have a $208 card on our shelf. Do you know how expensive the highest card value you sold is? Sold, I think, was like 400-ish. We ended up with like, it was a card like 480 or something that we got a duplicate of. But honestly, it goes from like that $400, $500 card, and then it drops down to like 100 something. Because we got lucky with that one, I think, out of the epic packs, that we got 2 of the same decently high dollar. Yeah, getting expensive duplicates sounds rare. Yeah, that's the whole idea. They're rare cards to begin with, and then getting them twice, you know, is that much harder. But when you do, you get an easy payout. And plus, we're completing our collection. How goes the collection? It's going good. I need to actually check how many were along with this, because there is 1,300 and some change different cards in the game. I know we're at, like, last I looked, like 700-800 out of the 1,300 in there, and we don't even have some of the decks available yet. So I'll be curious to see when we get there. Yeah, but I'm sitting at 765 out of 1,320. So we're making good progress. The thing that's going to be tricky is you're going to get down to those like last 100 or so, and it'll be nothing but rares, and it's going to be really hard to get those. 37, 40 bucks, that was a good pack. But you do end up reaching a point where you stop seeing new cards in any real frequency. But at least with these valuable ones, 61, we do see a lot of cards that are worth putting on the shelf. So that's still going to help. It almost does feel like, as the game goes on, leaning more and more on just having your cards on the shelf ends up being the big thing. Because, like, that's a $60, that's a $40 card. Because they've got the valuable plushes on the shelf and all that, but they just don't sell in a frequency enough to let me kind of just do that almost exclusively. Yeah, so let's grab that real quick. Stock this up. Because that means I can go here. Get in our box of Necromancer. And we got our bills paid already for the day. So do it yourself. Let's check to see. Yeah, so they added a new trash bin that you can get. So there's the big warehouse shelf. We can also get the big auto send thing. I want to say there was one of these, it may be this one, that they made it so you only need one spray to get people to not... Sorry, one spray to go and handle that. I wonder what the difference of these are. Yeah, because it still has only 10. Alright, either way, we want the big warehouse shelf. We can grab that. And plunk that right here. And we'll open another pack. What's going to end up happening here is we're going to get a license for more sleeves, and then we'll start stocking those. And then once we get one set of sleeves stocked and all that, we're going to catch everything up. 54 bucks? About half sounds good? Yeah. But once we get that, then it'll be time to like get the next piece of merchandise. And we can do that now for 8 more items. 163 bucks, there's a winner. Yeah, so I'm starting to see, like, regularly when I go top this off, a card worth 40, 50 bucks is the first card to grab. As opposed to being like, oh yeah, $15 card, how exciting. Alright, we're running out of a lot of that stuff. We also just need our better stock person. Because, sir, you are terrible at this job. Alright. And I'll need to add deodorant onto the list. We'll just say 2 of them, actually. Okay. So, accessories. 2 of these. Oh, I already had 1 on there. So we've got the rare card box. Anything else we need to put on here? I need the rare card packs. The regular card box. What are you holding? Okay. Alright, so you don't need the regular card box. That's a false alarm. Okay. So, with that though, we can go to our accessories. Right down here, and we now carry the fire sleeves. Oh, don't do that. Get that out of here. Alright. Yeah, so before we go too far, we'll drop that down here. Grab that 1 by itself. One thing I really appreciate that this game does, that Supermarket Simulator doesn't do last I checked, is whenever you go to grab the box off the shelf, it always grabs whichever one has the lowest amount. How about the legendary multi-packs? I gotta check to see if I have a high enough level to be able to get those. Last I looked, I wasn't even close. Oh, I may have gotten too many boxes of these. But you here. And shift all these over here. So I have similar items together. Cool. And put those on the shelf. How are you getting past my things? There we go. Just bringing everything in, and then I'll worry about the next one. Yeah, so I ordered 1 box more than these. I really need of these. So right now you live on the floor. You're a floor box. Okay. Also, could at least some of you, you know, shower or something? Okay, so you've got the packs. So that means we are going to need more of these boxes. You've got the packs back there. I will need another of those boxes. That's all fine right now. So it would be nice to get these boxes. Yeah, so I can't get the big box until level 30. So I'm waiting till level 30 to get that. Because at 500 difference, I'll just get the big one. Like, I won't sit there and wait with the little ones there. Alright. Put you back in the shelf where you belong so you don't accidentally order a bunch more. Okay. Get out. Get out. Cool. And how am I doing on time? A little bit longer till Tomb gets home. Because then I'll take my little 5-minute break they take in the middle of the stream. Welcome Tomb home. Figure out dinner, that whole bit. And then we'll get on the next thing. Alright. Let's advance a day. So we did expand our merchandise quite a bit. We also had a warehouse shelf. Like, we're making really good money now. Alright, so we've got all that. Let's pop over here to this box. That's not the right box. That box. So I need to order 2 sets of these. I do wish it wasn't quite so snug back here. But also, that is kind of realistic to a lot of warehouses and how they are. A lot of warehouses you do get in there and it's just like, man, you gotta squeeze through, try and figure out what's going on and all that. Really depends on what you're storing. Okay, so with this, I need 2 boxes of those. I need a box of Mafia. So I've got that sorted. Let's check our regular cart. So I'm sitting on a rare box and an epic pack. So, rare box, epic packs. We seem to be all good on everything else there. So definitely need myself a pack of legendary cards to go in that. It's just the way it is. All right. Yeah, and I've got that overfilled, so that's the reason it keeps getting hucked on the ground. Okay, where's the legendary pack? Nope, not you. These are mine. You can't have them. All right. Cool. Just gonna tidy this up out here so at least he can handle most of the rest of it on his own. Because pretty soon we'll be able to hire the better stocking person. And then I won't have to probably babysit nearly as much. Where did... Oh, there's one last box. There we go. Okay, and I've got 2 cards left to go here. Alright. So I can get this. But yeah, so once I hit level 30, we'll be able to get like the big box of legendary cards. But in the meantime, I do like the process we've got going on here where I duck in this corner, I open a couple of packs of cards, and then after I've opened a couple packs of cards, we move on to like taking care of the next thing. One thing that is striking me is let me go ahead and snooze those ads once. That should put that to the ad break should happen about the same time that Tomb gets home. That way you know it doesn't end up being more disruptive. We got 10 minutes or so to the ad break. But we'll go ahead and get all that sorted out and that'll be good news. Alright. But yeah, there's definitely a lot of opening packs in this game. I mentioned before that I think a quality of life I'd like to see them add to this game, especially in mid to late game, is just the ability to be like, hey, can you make all the individual cards that aren't new or rare, like, really kind of kill their entire sound? Like, still have you collect them and yada yada yada, but like instead we're going it would just kind of be like, there's the whole set, go away, there's the whole set, go away. Like, I get that works against the whole dopamine hit you get for opening the pack, which arguably makes it less effective and all that. But there does come to a point of opening loot boxes and all that, where you're just, hey, 48 bucks. Let's see, you saw someone mention that this card game is supposed to be playable one day. Do you know if that's true? Yep, it's on their roadmap. They do have on their roadmap for the game to make the card game, like, actually something you can play inside this game. From my understanding, the Tetramon cards, like, the company who makes this game has made a bunch of different games, like, on mobile and yada yada, and they've used that Tetramon cards in all of them, or a bunch of them. So it is, like, a recurring thing. So we got the $54, I'm pretty sure that's a duplicate. But, so I think they have put a lot of time in how the game would actually play. Because they have rules and stats and all that on them that we don't really know what are. Now, how balanced and how good the game is certainly is a question mark. But very clearly they've at least been putting a lot of thought into it. Yeah, $54 card. Love to see that. We got a $47 card to put on the shelf. And then we're down to like the 18-20 buck. Which is still really good. Considering that's more valuable than my most valuable pack of cards you can buy. The catch is, every time I open one of these packs, I'm deleting 12 bucks. So, there's a give and a take there. Alright, $60, that is a duplicate, I know, so we can sell that. Let's see, so is there a way to get rid of the bulk singles in the game? Yes, there is. Which I'm about to do here in just a minute anyways. But I'll show you what happens when you get all your bulk cards. So if you go to this workbench and you click on it, it's got a bunch of configuration stuff you can do here where it says, hey, any cards that are below $1 that I have, like, make sure I keep one of them. You know, any rarity and all that. And you can configure all this to whatever. But you can say bundle them. And so take 100 of your cards that are worth less than $1, put them in a box. You put it on your shelf and sell for about 14 bucks. See, and the little writing in the bottom of the cards, apparently the artist who created the image, you like that they put that information right in? Oh, I didn't know that. Like, I know that's a thing that happens on actual cards. I just didn't even think about it for that. That's the things that makes me happy, is as far as I'm aware, like, no generative AI has been used in this at all. I could be wrong about that, but there's nothing that stands out to me. One of the ones that's been really disappointing is there's a game I really have liked in the past, Halls of Torment, that unfortunately, I guess, I'm not sure if it's like the console version or whatever, but apparently the way they're going through with a third party helping them out, it's getting very heavily generative AI imaging, and that makes me sad because the initial game, like, I own it and I played a ton of it, has been great, but it's sorry to see it go that way. $60 card. There's been a lot of that going around. Okay. So store still seems to not be on fire. Let's pay our bills. Pop open some more packs. Because all I need to do is just pull a $3,000 card that's a duplicate, and we'll just, you know, we'll just fund half of our projects that we want to do. Sir, Zach, could you really just not be in my way? Let's see, paying bills must be one of the worst parts of being an adult. Yes. Yes, you are correct. It is surprisingly how difficult they make it sometimes for someone who has offered you a service, and you're like, okay, I would like to pay you for the service you have offered me, and somehow they're bad at that. $314, which is amazing. Like, there are few things more important to a business than being to accept money. And just the number of things like utility companies and all that, you're like, I just want to pay my power bill. Okay, we'll go through all these hoops. We need to verify you yourself. Look, man, if someone else wants to pay my power bill, let them. Just let them. I don't need to ask questions of why they want to pay my power bill. If you want to pay my power bill, go for it. I don't need 30 steps of verification about paying my bill. And I get there's the whole thing that, like, someone could do something nefarious, like, you know, representing a different group, paying the power bill of, like, some politician, and then pointing and being like, oh, look, this politician has this group following them. They're getting money on the down low. And I understand there's room for harm there, but as an individual consumer, it's like, come on, man. Like, if someone wants to pay my bill, like, I don't need to go through 30 steps of verification to verify I am who I say I am to pay the bill. Like, if I want to change addresses or something like that, sure, by all means. But that technology exists. We all have the technology on, like, social media where you go to post something, there's no verification, and you go, but I want to change my email that this goes through, and they go, okay, well, you need to go, like, to the email and get the thing and click the link and yada yada yada. You know, get your extra code because you're doing something that is a more significant change. Alright. So you need a yellow box. Okay. Board game menu. Alright, so for the board games, I need one of you. Correct. No, actually, because we just stocked with the first one. I need one of you. I keep going to that one. It is weird that the tabletop is in its own section. I get the reason they did that is so you have multiple inventories to juggle in regards to shipping and all that, which adds a layer. But at the same time, I can't tell you how often I just automatically go to the wrong place. Like every other... Get out of my way, Zach. Every other time I go to mess with it, I immediately pull up the wrong store because everything else goes through the other store. Okay, so with this, I'm going to need 2 packs of you. I'm going to need a box of you. Just one? Yeah, box of you. What do you have in your hands right now? Okay, so you're doing the legendary. I'm going to need a box of you. Everything else is looking fine. Nope. What dice is that? Is that the white dice? Okay, so I also need a box of the white dice. Okay. And we are almost at the point I could license my next thing. And so I'll need to grab one of these boxes and put it on my desk for inspection. I'm not just opening, I'm inspecting these cards. Gotta make sure there's no tampering going on here. Gotta make sure we're getting the authentic product. I'm just gonna have to, you know, check all of them individually. Oh, no, don't do that. Let me crouch. Please. Alright. Wouldn't want to be pushing counterfeit Tetramon cards. That's just right out. Okay, but what is going to happen here, chat? In just a moment, the ad break's going to begin. My wife should be home. Like, if she's not, she should be home very soon. So I'm going to quickly run downstairs, welcome her home, you know, figure out my dinner and all that. So I'll be back in about 5 minutes. This is my one big break for the stream. I also need to get myself a drink. I ran out of drink a little while ago, but it was just not a good time to go grab it. So I'm going to do all that stuff. So it's a good time to grab yourself a drink, stretch your legs and all that. And I'll be back in just a couple minutes. And thank you again for tuning in. That's Windows shall forever give me nightmares. That is the, like, I've been to the prison before a number of times. Not at six, like, this is my first time here at 16 times pop. I don't even think I've been here at insane pop. But all right, we clear? Clear? Let's give that window a good look. Right. Wait, I can hit them through that? Wait, is that actually a thing? That better not be a thing. I'm just hitting the window, right? Yeah, I'm hitting the window, not them. I was about to say, like, what the hell? If I could just stab them through the window and they would just keep lining up, I'm like, that'd be the cheesiest cheese. This is a dangerous game, Rual. Yes. The good news is those windows are durable as hell. Like, I don't think the zombies are capable of destroying those windows. Need to sit for a moment and rest. Drop the backpack, do some exercises. I was saying is going to get curious late game is when I get to the point that our passive maxed out. There's going to be a lot of times where it's like, well, what do I do now? Like, we can't keep fighting. It's too late, too dark to do that safely. I guess we just stand by our tent and fast forward. Alright, so enable auto repair. That's helpful. I was pretty sure I didn't have a person who could do that anymore because we took some bad deaths earlier. I'm going to cut that line. But then the idea is if this ever gets contaminated again, I can just reconnect that line to get water through. Or whatever. I mean, I've already built it. It's fine. It can just sit there. If I need to get rivet later, I get rivet later. You go ahead and pull that down, and we'll just cut across here. Same deal. If at first you don't learn your lesson, honk the horn more. Like the new novelty, and people have such ridiculous numbers. There's a lot of people who are... One moment, please. My mic just detached itself from my desk, so give me a second. Metal pipe is actually a pretty crap weapon. No. I missed. It counts. It counts. Yeah. Your child will be 100% safe in that treehouse. I wish it kept the treehouse up there. And we could build a bridge that stands. But it takes an engineer to build a bridge that barely stands. Alright. I have a potato harvest all...
Left again? Keep going. Keep going into the garage.
It moving. Oh, you are too
find
late.
Some Tupperware or hide behind the truck.
Oh, you're
Either
safe.
one.
It's not hunting anymore.
Oh,
Okay.
oh, Pank got away by like
We're by
nothing.
ourselves.
But I want to eat the pizza. Okay. I need to not be holding the button. If I do that. But yeah, so it is. Why did I go to the moon? I don't understand. Why? I think I found a bug in the physics engine. What do you think, chat? I'm not sure what I hit, but I didn't just slam into the roof and get stuck here. Like we kind of glided up here. I have to find out. And in a game where a single hit can be the end of it, 95% is still not good enough. Someone clipped that. I'm pretty sure we just pushed him and it counted as a spear stab. We had a marble meteorite just strike a duck and kill it. Okay. I get it. I get it, Cassandra. You didn't like that duck in particular. That duck in particular was a duck you decided did not deserve to live anymore. This duck, Duckling 11, Cassandra, not a fan. Just really didn't like the way the beak looked. There's something about it just really irked her. I'm about to go... Oh, everything has stopped moving. What have we done? It's going to be an emerald eruption. Look at them continuing to expand frame by frame. They're continuing to launch into space. Oh god, what is this? Why? I have a frame. I have individual frame. Look at the height those things got. Just let it settle down. Okay. Surprisingly, didn't instantly go slideshow again. Like I'm someone who'd actually talk through all that kind of stuff. Because I was gonna put up a review that said, well, great, the bot's busted. Get out of my way, man. That tells us about your personality, a random psychology test would say. Do corpses go away after a while? Yes, 9 days. All these bodies you see here, I have killed in the last 9 in-game days. All the bodies from before that are long gone. Okay, and I see that Sidekick is broken, as it do. No, it's a problem with Sidekick that when it hits a clip that has been more recently made, it just breaks. And it's been a problem for a while, and I need to figure out what I'm doing with it. I keep hoping they will just fix the issue on their end. I won't have to make changes. But the reality is, it's been more than a reasonable amount of time now. It's been since they did the rework on the clips section, which that's been what, month and a half now, 2 months maybe. Like, it's a cool program and it's been working for a long time, but it's a problem. Because now it's like every other break, it ends up breaking during it. And sometimes it breaks just around the time I get back, and then sometimes it's like, literally I watch to make sure the first clip works, and then I step away, and then it breaks the next clip. Alright. Okay. And we got a couple more cards to replace. Okay, so I've got all that sorted out. I'll just need to pay my bills, and it'll be good. There's another $27 card. I have, like, not debated, I should do it. I've been meaning to take the time to sit down and grab a bunch of clips and, like, make a best of reel or that kind of thing. I do like the random ones, though, just because with the random clips, it does a couple of things. One, it forces me to actually go in and clear out my clips from time to time, which is a good thing for me to do, because sometimes you have people who clip stuff out of context well after the thing while you've, like, on your day off, so you don't notice it. And it's just, like, it's kind of a clip of nothing. And Twitch does use those clips for stuff like the featured clips and all those kind of things to, like, build them up, and you feature them manually. But it's good to get all that. Hey, $145 card. So it does kind of put a pressure on me to go back and do a cleanup on the clips. Because that used to be a thing I had to worry about all the time. And we got a $47 card. Nice. Because, for those who don't know, hey, 286, and I think that's not a duplicate? Or sorry, I think that is a duplicate in a 40? No, it wasn't a dupe. It was not a dupe. But, it used to be that when you would hit the clip button, so like if you're just trying to watch the last 30 seconds, that just hitting that clip button, even if you exited out, it would still save a clip. And so I'd have to clean it up after the fact. I believe that has changed. I know they said it was going to change. And what would happen now is you just had to actually hit save. I do know since they've reworked the clip thing, the number of clips people are making has really fallen off. Just because the new UI does have a lot of benefits to it, but it also takes a little bit more effort to actually do. Pay all our bills. Oh, you need 2 boxes. But it is one of those things that just, even if it does result in a massive reduction in the total number of clips I'm getting, not getting all of those just garbage clips at the end that are just, you know, someone missed something I said and wanted me to repeat it, and there's no instant replay, so it push clip, and, you know, they get what they said, and then it would make a clip anyways. Just getting rid of that behavior is worth it. Because, like, 100%, I think there needs to be an auto-replay functionality on the platform. Where you just hit a button, and it'll let you go back a minute. But, at the same time, the fact that it was making a clip when people did that. That's the whole thing. Like, I'm even okay with requiring people to title their clips. Now, granted, I think that should be optional for channel to channel. But even then, I would rather people have to title it. Because sometimes there's clips you get where you're just like, I don't understand why this was clipped. Like, is there some reason this was clipped that I'm just missing? Alright, so we need one of the Mafia. We need one of that style. And I need 2 of these. We need the black dice. We already got those queued up. I haven't even finished emptying out the box I'm working on. Yeah, and we're getting really close to being able to get our next piece of merchandise in here. Alright. Look, man, I need you to pick up the pace so I can sit in the back and open my cards. There's the things I want to be doing here and the things I have to do here. These are not the same things. There you go. All right. And we get our bats on here. It's not what's supposed to happen. Boo. That's fine, we can work around this. Where the other... There we go. I didn't realize he was standing out there with the extra box. I am curious, they have one of your options when you have them stock, is they say, hey, do you want me to stock the empty shelves too? Which is curious, meaning they would just grab a product and just shove it on any shelf they could find available. Which, okay. I feel like you'd end up with your store having 90% of the same product floating around. Alright. Okay, we got one last fire to put out over here. Oh, that's not the right one. Okay, now I can go here, and I need to go accessories in this pack. Cool. So, with that, the thing for the next merchandise will be there. And I've learned my lesson last time. Did we order 3 packs the last time? Just 2 this time. And we've got new merchandise for the shelf. Alright. So he should be able to handle this from here. So I can go back into my cave and process some packs of cards. Check to make sure they're all authentic. No forgeries. No bootleg Tetramon cards. Or Tetramon cards. $1,100. Love to see it. I mean, honestly, genuinely, with how much money we're making these days, I could probably go with those inventory expansions. I could probably, in the course of one day, get 1 or like 2, maybe even 3 items on the shelf. So we got a $311 card. Love to see it. Hey, Jaywalker, how's it going? We got a $44 card. Which is a duplicate, which means we get to sell that one. Here, go ahead and grab that $40 card right now. Get that up for sale. I look forward to getting the big boxes of those. They tend to be nicer. Alright, I'm pretty sure that $47 card, that is a duplicate as well, so we can sell that. And we got a $47 card there. That one is unfortunately new. I mean, I say unfortunately, but I do want to complete the collection, so kind of here and there. We got $53 card. It is a duplicate, so we can sell that. So we're finally getting to that point where anytime we're getting those valuable cards, we're getting a good number of them that are actually duplicates. So we get to sell them for the cash. We need to start getting like the real good ones as duplicates, the $500, $600, $700, $800 ones. You know, and then ideally, eventually moving on to getting the $1,000-something cards. And anyways, we're also fast approaching level 30, which we got a lot of stuff going on there. You just got back from a Nightmare Doctor's appointment. They just moved, and they were running late. Oh, yeah. Like, when I had my dentist move, and they like the staff there did a really good job of handling it, but it was definitely one of those things that like their whole process and procedure was just all out of whack. So like they were doing the best they could, but you know, clearly half the place wasn't even finished being built and yada yada. I definitely remember that was a rough time going to the dentist. Like the AC wasn't working quite right and everything. That's no fun. But yeah, they were also way behind when that happened. Which, I guess I get. Like, what do you think about it? Like, even moving house, it takes so long to get, like, everything back together. Let alone a bunch of, you know, expensive equipment and where you have your, like, your different processes and everything everyone's dealing with. I can certainly see where that gets completely thrown awry. It is good when we get those higher value cards because it makes it a lot easier to pay for this. 240? Are you a duplicate? Ah, no, it's not. I want those big spends. I want big monies. 172. And it is a duplicate, so we get to sell a $172 card. Okay. So you don't mind waiting, but it is crowded and you don't like crowds. Oh yeah, no, I get that. Absolutely. Hey, N7 Kiro, how's it going? Got a $58 card. Yeah, no, I'm not especially at the doctor's office crowds. Because, like, it's one thing when you're stuck at a crowd and it's not, like, it's just not what you want to do, it's stressful, whatever. But then you're in a doctor's office where people are hacking and coughing and sneezing because people are genuinely sick. That's why they're at the doctor's office. And you're just going, yep, all those germs, right on me. Thanks. I mean, you're doing the right thing as you've gone to the doctor when you're sick, but also, you know, I'd rather not be the subject of those. That's weird. Maybe I got like a hair on the sensor. Mouse is freaking out there for a minute. Okay, so let's check our inventory. Let's see. I heard you wished for a crouch mod earlier. Decided to check if there was one. Oh yeah, no, I wasn't looking to like actually get a mod for it. But yeah, no, it's definitely like, please let me crouch. Yeah, no, it makes sense that there'd be a mod for that. Because especially when you get in those like little tight areas where there's just not much room to work, you're like, I just want to look down at this lower shelf. It'll be easier for me to target it. I'm having every once in a while, there's got to be like a hair in the sensor on my mouse or whatever. Then I'll go to move my mouse, it'll kind of do like this when I'm trying to move it straight up. But some's making the sensor angry. It's like a little eyelash or something. Did I tell you? Yeah, no, I appreciate it. Because I'm sure if I was like, man, it'd be nice if they had this, probably means I'm not the only one out there who has it's like the same thing where you people, you know, like, wait, I didn't mean to say you people. When people are like, hey, you know, I have a question. Hey, sorry for the stupid question. Like when you're playing a game and it's like their first time seeing it, they'll be like, hey, I have a stupid question. Hey, sorry for asking these questions. Like, no. If you're asking it, someone else is thinking it. So yeah, no, it's good. But yeah, no, it's good to have the information. I tend to mod very lightly in my games, but it is almost always quality of life UI stuff. Like where some games just like to hide information, it's just like, yeah, but you know, is the hiding of that information meaningful to the game, or is it just being obtuse? And then quality of life stuff, like the auto price set. Like, I like the idea about needing to adjust your prices in the game, and I think that's a good idea and concept for the game to have. I think what they need to do is, instead of having it buried way in here, that the prices change, I would rather they do something like Supermarket Simulator, where you start your day and it'll be like, these 3 items have gone, you know, like, have had a price adjustment. This one's down, those 2 are up, or like whatever the difference is. And so you just need to deal with those 2 or 3 items. Because no one's going in here and be like, all right, well, that one went up, that one went up. Okay, hang on. All right, here's the one. All right, where is it at? Okay, where's the one that changed? Come on, we can find it. Okay, none here. Let's go to our all section. Where's the one? Hi.
Jack, you have cookies coming, but I had to.
Understandable. I appreciate it. But yeah, so you're going through here just trying to figure out which one's the price adjusted for. We're still looking. And doing this every single day when the day starts, or every couple of days when the day starts. And you get the idea. It's useless. Like, I didn't see any that even changed there. So literally I looked at that for no reason. But The alternative is what most people do is you go market price plus 10%, maybe round, and you just move on the whole list. But yeah, so I do feel like the mechanic is not a bad mechanic to have the prices change and make it worth you adjusting your prices. I think that mechanic makes a lot of sense, especially considering the subject matter of the game. But I think they need to make it far more accessible to getting there. Dang, man, how much business am I doing that even my boy Clark here, who rings up like a fiend, is not able to keep up. Like, I understand Zach not keeping up, because Zach's terrible. But Clark is literally best in class.
Little Clark.
Clark is like the person. I mean, everyone knows a Clark to him.
Yeah, Clark Griswold.
Right there.
That's Clark.
Yep.
Is he a Clark?
Yep.
Clark?
Well, it's Clark Cash. But yeah, everyone knows a Clark. Everyone has seen that exact specific person somewhere in their life. They may have had a different name at the time, but everyone has seen that, you know, person who dresses in that exact outfit. And everything. Does the game give you better restockers? Yeah, so if we were to go to recruiting, I can technically, I'm like in one level, I can hire this person. So we're right now, our stalker is considered a normal speed. I'd be able to jump up to a very fast restocker. And then we have, you know, 3 people who are kind of able to do a bit of everything. And are good, like they're good at everything, maybe not amazing at anything. But yeah, so the one I have right now is literally the worst one. It's the first employee you get. But paying to get the better stalker now, I'll just wait till we get there. Let's see, do you have a self-checkout or something? You watched someone else play it. It seemed like they kept getting stuck at the register. Yeah, no, I've got an employee. So the employee is physically working the register. You start having to run the register yourself at the beginning, but then you get staff to do it for you. I guess we just hit some kind of threshold where we're just doing ridiculous business, because I'm noticing the shelves were not able to keep them stocked up. That was not the right box. That is going to be something deeply upsetting. Stop picking up that one. I'm not sure how to deal with this. Hey, I need someone to buy this item right now. I need someone to buy that right now. I may have misstocked a shelf. And I don't think I can fix it without getting another box. Wait, will this let me fix it? Yeah. There we go. I wasn't sure if you could, you know, interchange boxes. Alright, how are we doing with these? You're so terrible, Zach. Zach is literally the worst. Alright. Okay, there's the board games ordered. We already paid our bills for the day. For a regular inventory, I will need deodorant. What are you working on right now? Nothing. I will need the blue and the red dice. Those are all fine. I will need a box. Yeah, I'll need a box of the legendary cards. I will need boxes of the rare cards. Those are all fine. Those are all fine. I definitely need a box of the legendary cards for proper inspection, of course. Okay. And I'm going to need to beat Zach out there. Because Zach has this weird thing where there'll be all the things I need Zach to do, but when I buy a box of cards for myself, Zach is always the first one to it. There it is. You're mine. Zach beeline straight forward. It's like, no, it's mine. My boss will never know joy. Okay. Yeah, those are fine. Yeah, it wouldn't be so bad. It's mostly the fact that with both the register and the shelving, they do a single, when I say an item, I mean like literally one package of cards at a time, one coin at a time. And so you need them to move really fast in those individual but whatever. I probably already had it in the cart. It's fine. We go through enough deodorant. Zach walks really slow as well, which is the reason I'm trying to run over here and grab these and get them into the warehouse so that he mostly doesn't have to walk very far. Oh, nope, put that back. I want these. 92 bucks. Because I'll get some of these ones back at the shelf. And then honestly, we're ready to get the next set of cases to continue to expand our merchandise. And in not too long, we'll probably go and expand our plush shelf. Because I have in the middle area where I've got all my plushies and all that, I've got a whole bunch of extra shelves there. We've got 30 bucks. So that's just more merchandise I can put up there. And the plushies are actually pretty good because they sell for a lot of money. Oh yeah, $92 card going on the shelf. Like that bat plushie is like 70 bucks. So like each unit I make a profit of something like 30 some odd dollars. But I got this whole set of shelves fully available. And you are out of stock for the moment. Let's grab you. Guess I didn't actually hit the buttons well. Alright, so yeah, so we're probably good for the next set of, oh man, you're already out of the sleeves? Zach, man, pick up the pace. Alright, so let's look here. We have accessories. I need to get a thing of the green sleeves. We have unlocked those. So let's get the water sleeves. I'm gonna go ahead and just toss another box of legendary cards in here for good measure. And get our new item stocked on our shelves. Are you able to level up employees? No. There's no like training or overtime they get better. It is one of the things that you start off with an employee, you keep them for a while, and then if you want to get a higher performance out of them, you just need a better employee. Your employees are incapable of growth. So I'm gonna go ahead and put that on my shelf as well. That's for me. We're having to put up with Zach's nonsense. Like in real life? Nah, I mean, in real life, just about anyone can be trained into anything. Now, granted, some people will need more training than others, and some people pick up stuff faster than others. That kind of thing. But I'm definitely of the mindset that literally anyone with enough time and effort, you know, no, barring, like, hard limitations that a person's facing can do just about any job. Like, not that anyone can be like an Olympic athlete in something, but being able to do something for a job and like be at a level that is, you know, reasonable, you know, versus being able to like do it at all, like, you know, at the maximum tier. Very different scenarios. 31 bucks. Okay. Like, I'm not someone who believes you need to have a predisposition to being good at something to make it worth pursuing. Because honestly, most people you find that do seem to have a predisposition in something, it's they had something that got them used to it that may not be quite the same thing, but have shared skill sets that you just don't think about. Like, there's a lot of people like, oh, this person is so talented in art later in life, like, you just were born with this gift or whatever. Like, well, no, they spent a lot of time drawing with crayons as a little kid. That, you know, gave them that early prep to get there. But, you know, another person could follow in and just, as long as they take, you know, the time, the effort, the practice, you know, deliberate practice and all that, with time you can get there. Because it'd be a truly sad thing if literally people couldn't, you know, overcome that kind of stuff. Rolled an 83 and wins the world's most boring adventure award, complete with a trophy made of fish heads. Excellent. Enoch did a wonderful job getting that roll thing set up. I very much have enjoyed that. There's so many good silly things in there. Oh. Staff went home for the day. Scooch. I mean, you can accept that. Most of the time, you're the real-life NPC shopkeeper. I very much... That is a subgenre that's shown up over the years that I have enjoyed, is like the fantasy RPG world character. Just like, instead of being the hero who goes dungeon delving and all that, that you're just the shopkeeper. So you're the one stocking up the potions and selling those. I've genuinely enjoyed that style game a lot. There's definitely some that are better and worse than others in there, but that's kind of true of every category. Alright, so we've got the epic card packs. Yeah, so we've got that. I need the rare ones. Okay, are we actually shorting that, or did you drop the... Okay, so you dropped the box because your shift ended. Because, like, I didn't think I was low on those. I think we're good on that regard, so let's pay all our bills. Get our order in. Get our card for our cards reshelved after the morning rush. The idea that people are waking up in the morning to do this is just silly. There's no way people are waking up. Could be worse, you could be reincarnated as a vending machine. Yeah. But no, I like that a lot more games were exploring, you know, like stuff you wouldn't normally think about. Like we've got all the tavern keeping style games where you run a medieval tavern and dealing with all that. You know, with like the Stardew Valley-esque games, we're no longer getting just you're a farmer. We're getting a whole range of stuff out there, like, you know, some you're a farmer, some you're like running a retail place. There's a lot that, you know, you run an alchemist situation. We've got the ones where you're like, you're the supplier for the vendors, or for the adventures. Some of them are also funny because you're like, you hire the adventurer and you go in the dungeon with the adventure, but you're not the one actually doing the fighting. You're kind of running the support role. So it's like having a dedicated you're the healer kind of game, which is fun because there's just not many opportunities for that style of a game. Moonlighter's a great game. Yeah, I played some Moonlighter. It didn't do well in the channel, but it was definitely a good game. $44. But that's just kind of one of those things that, like, I messed with it way after it had been, like, out and around for a long time that, you know, it wasn't a fresh game at that point, which makes it much harder to stream. We got $41. It's kind of like when you play Planet Coaster, that they have, like, the hype on your attractions, where it starts out as, like, it's new, the hype is at its, like, absolute max. And it's like slowly dies off, and then it gets to the point where it's not, like, it's just kind of seen as stale. And like that's kind of like the worst for the hype. But then eventually it comes back around as a classic if it's good enough. Very much a lot of content creation almost feels like it follows that same pattern. So it's like, there's definitely this point where a game's not new, but it's not been around long enough to, like, be a classic or whatever you want to go with your verbiage. So we're getting pretty close to having that level 30 where we can get our better stock person. 30 is going to be tricky because there's a lot of things I want. I want the better stock person. I want the big boxes of the legendary cards. Okay, so we've got a $163 card. It's unfortunately new, so that's just not going to go on our shelves because it's going to stay in our collection. I'm just waiting for the $3,000 card to show up again, because that would be amazing. $45. And that is a duplicate. Yeah, it definitely feels like as they've gotten the better and better packs, they become more and more worth opening. Like, the basic packs, you get some good ones here and there, but like most of them just end up going those $14 throwaway boxes. Let's see, Rual, what's a verb? Because you think verbs are stinky? What? Did you not go through basic English? I know English is your first language. Let's see, what would be a game you wish you could go back to and give another chance? Do you mean on stream, or do you mean like to play the first time, or whatever like that? Because, I mean, I can always go back to play a game on stream again. It's just, you know, the reality is some games don't stream as well as others, regardless of how good the game is in itself. Like, not all games are good for streaming. And then there's games for, like, playing for me, which I understand a lot of people will give the advice, like, well, play what you want, and they mean well, but very genuinely, if you're doing this for a living, that's terrible advice. It's well-meaning. The way I prefer to phrase it is play something you'll enjoy, but it still has to make sense. And you can have one-offs where you play games that, like, really maybe aren't great games for streaming or whatever. But, generally speaking, it's just kind of one of those things. Alright, so we got... Just not all games are particularly suited for streaming for whatever. It's one of the reasons I always try to differentiate when I say a game is not good for stream, that is not the same as saying it's a bad game. Because there's actually some games that, outside of the streaming use case, are not good, but with chat interaction and all that can be a lot of fun. And then there's games that, like, the game is amazing, but just the pacing is, like, really bad for stream. That's just, there's not much for your audience to kind of really enjoy and engage in. So even though the game is objectively a good game, it's just really not well suited for stream. On stream, you give it another chance? So that's the thing. If to me I think a game's worth giving another chance, I'll just give it another chance. Like, just because a game didn't perform once doesn't mean I will never try it again. Like, it can just be an off day. So, kind of the catch with that is, I don't have a good answer, because every single game that I felt was worth giving another chance, I have. I shouldn't say it that way. Generally speaking, if I really want to try streaming in our game again, I just will. Alright. Because it's one thing where, like, you know, there's always the joke about, like, hey, what's a game that you really love that you wish you could kind of just delete from your brain and then play it again for the first time? Because it's one of those things, whether it's like the story, that once you know the story, there's no knowing the story, or like there was the big upset reveal in the game that once you know it, there's that whole thing. Or even like Project Zomboid, where it's nothing about the story, but once you get to know the mechanics well enough, it really kind of makes you realize how much of the game doesn't really matter, and you can't go back to the point where, like, just the basic game itself was terrifying. They're just like, oh man, I'm gonna die any moment. You'd love to replay Mass Effect Trilogy without knowing any of it? That's a good choice. That's a good one. Like, for me, the ones that stand out, stuff like Castlevania Symphony of the Night from way back. That is one of those games that really you play it, and then once you know, like, the big thing that happens partway through, there's no going back to when you didn't know that. Man, you are expensive. 2,500? I think that's the next thing we get, but still. Like, the first time you played Doki Doki Literature Club, that's one that'd be fun to go back and delete that from your brain and do again. Hey, 2442 is nice. Undertale was a big one. I wish, like, the KOTOR, the Star Wars games there, I wish I could go back and delete those from my brain and do them all over again. Project Zomboid would be on that list, because it is one of those things that once you... Red Dead Redemption 2, that would be a solid choice. Like, that's one I've wanted to replay, and I debated trying to do it on stream. The only reason why that one's tricky on stream is, with it trying to be authentic, they do use a lot of slurs in the game. They do literally have the KKK in there. Granted, you kill them, but it does open a whole lot of baskets, and sometimes you got plenty of warning ahead of time when it pops in. Other times, not so much. And it does have a couple instances where it uses the N-word and a whole bunch of stuff. It's just like, it's just one of those ones, like, for me playing for myself, no problem with anything. Me streaming that, it's like, that's difficult. So you don't know why you couldn't get into Red Dead Redemption 2. You loved Red Dead Redemption, but 2, you had a hard time to get into yourself. I don't know. Let's see, BioShock with Golf Club and Andrew Ryan twist again. Yeah, no, BioShock, the ending was pretty solid. The Witcher 2, I will be real. I played the first Witcher, and it was a perfectly fine game. I never got into The Witcher nearly on the level that a lot of people did. Because to me it was, the gameplay was rock, paper, scissors in your combat stance, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that mechanic. But, like, you know, the story was fine, like, the gameplay was fine, like, none of it was bad or anything. It just was one of those things that, like, I never really got, like, it wasn't one of those ones that, like, really grabbed me. Like, the original Fable and Fable 2 grabbed me pretty good. Fable 3 was a big snoozer for me. Tomb liked it, but that was the one where you could just sit there and be like, hold magic spell, let go of magic spell, I win. Hold magic spell, let go of magic spell, I win. that it was just really hard to get in. Said, loved KOTOR and Mass Effect. You'd probably vote for Final Fantasy VII over again. Yeah, Final Fantasy VII was good. $52 card. $37 card. I mean, Final Fantasy VI was also one. Like, granted, you know, that's going back to the JRPG days of, like, the pixel graphics and all that. My god, that game was long. But, like, it was a good game. And that's Final Fantasy 3/6, depending on where you're looking at regionally. But that was one of those games that's like Castlevania Symphony of the Night. You're like, all right, we're wrapping up the game. That's been a decent length game we've been playing. I'm not unhappy. And you're like, son, sit down. You're at the halfway point. Like, you're not anywhere near done. This whole thing that you feel like is the whole game playing through, that's the halfway point. Chrono Trigger. There's another one. Chrono Trigger. EVO, what is it? The Search for Eden. That's another one that I would definitely go back. That's an old one. That's SNES. $45. You almost never hear about EVO Search for Eden go like as a big thing. You'd love to go back in time and do the Half-Life series again. Half-Life is another one that, like, in their time I enjoyed them. But they're not the ones that, like, really held me on that one. Honestly, of the old first-person shooters, like, I played them all and I enjoyed them all. Like, I did Quake, Quake 2, Half-Life, Unreal. Like, Unreal Tournament, I mean, all that. And I had a lot of fun with them. But none of those old ones are ones that, you know, I played and it's like, oh my god, I've had such an amazing experience. It's like, yeah, it was fun. Like the old Secret of Mana, there's one. The original Harvest Moon. Like the 2D Harvest Moon to be one to consider. There was, and I always forget the name of it, is something like Deep Blue or something like that. But it was a game that you and another person are like on a ship and it crashes. And so you end up marooned on this, you know, deserted island. And so it's got kind of this two different things you're dealing with where you've got the other person there with you who one of the first things you do is you accidentally step on her glasses. And so she can't see anything really. So you end up having to explore the island looking for things and figuring them out. And then she helps out as well by like crafting stuff and all that. But it was kind of a cool game in the way that it wasn't like a hardcore survival game or anything like that. But there was a lot of exploration. This is going back to, again, like kind of Stardew Valley play where you like walk around town and all that. There's just not a town. You're just walking around the island. And I remember really enjoying the vibe of that game. And I can never remember the name of it because I don't even think I finished that one. Because I think that was back in the days of Blockbuster. We rented it. And then it just didn't happen again. The whole thing with having a bunch of brothers and all that and trying to fight for time to play stuff. Something a bit more modern, you'd love to play Brutal Legend for the first time again? You enjoy early Jack Black some mellow music? Gotcha. I mean, for that matter, Stardew Valley. Stardew Valley and Terraria. Those are two games I'd love to play again for the first time. And I like to think it's like, those are very recent games, and then you stop and look, no, both those games are like 10 years old. They're still being updated, but both those games released when XNA Game Studio was still a thing. And that hasn't been a thing for almost 10 years. Time is painful. Let's see. Speaking of Stardew, I haven't heard anything about Haunted Chocolatier in forever. Yeah, no. The only thing I had heard is Concerned Ape last said that basically with all the work that went into Stardew Valley, that it did pull efforts away from Chocolatier for a little bit. They didn't say like the release date has been pushed back or anything like that, but that's kind of the led to believe is, you know, putting as much effort as they did into the last big Stardew Valley update that they had did come at some cost. Which, no one's surprised to hear that. It was a huge update. Alright, meanwhile, those are mostly fine on the shelf there. Let's see, you had a game for the original Xbox called Two Worlds. You actually did try to go back and play, but it's not compatible with your new Xbox. That's a bummer. That was a game I remember loving really big for the N64 was Perfect Dark. And I remember trying to go back and play Perfect Dark. Other thing. Lost in Blue is the name of the game, I think. I think you're right. That sounds correct. $335, and I think... Oh, no, it's not a dupe. Yeah, no, Lost in Blue. Well, no, the one I'm thinking wasn't for the DS. Got a newbie question? By all means. $58? Yeah, because it had to... Maybe there was like a version for it before the DS or something. Because I definitely played it well before the DS was the thing. Because I didn't own a DS. Which would make it awfully hard for me to play the game if I didn't own the system it was on. Plus, I feel like the DS is kind of after the Blockbuster era. Is there a set range for each rarity if you're trying to collect one of everything for the achievement? Yeah, so when you're looking at these packs, like the basic packs have one type of card. Like, think of this as like, if you're talking the Pokemon equivalent, this would be like your base non-evolved version. This is your first evolution version. This is your second evolution version. You get the idea. So there are different creatures available in the different packs. So it's not strictly rarity. But then you get to the packs and you'll have the rarity of the things in those packs. Now, how you determine what's in what without just knowing, I'm not really that sure. Okay, so you're dealing with the orange packs right now. I need more of the purple boxes. Those are probably just still sitting out here because I didn't bring them in. Oh, here. All right. But yeah, so far as like what the strategy is for getting all of the cards when you're trying to like wrap them up, that I don't know. I'm not that far along to be at that stage yet, because I figure that's those things I'm just not even gonna worry about until I've got my store basically handled. Oh, I see. Well, it's fine. And everything looks like it's stocked up except for the white dice. Go ahead and get those on the list here. Bills are paid already. So it's time for next merchandise. So 482. We got our next plushie, and we're gonna put it on the shelf. And honestly, I'm gonna put that down here. We'll put those last two plushies down there, because that keeps them at least relatively in the area we've got the other ones. All right. Okay. Yeah, you're saving one of everything to get the achievement, and your most expensive card, because you saw grading cards on roadmap. I know it's slowing you down, but long term you want to see the increase in value of it. Do you sell figurines as well? Yep, this whole shelf is figurines. Alright, so I need more of the bats. Then go here and say a box of bats. And we've got new merchandise. Those angry piggos. Alright. The more evolved version of the piggo is worth less than the less evolved version. That sounds entirely like a normal thing that happens in these things, where everyone wants like the cute basic version, and then they sell like the evolved version. Like, no one wants to see that. That one's not adorable. Why would I want? Oh, you mean like small figurines? I haven't seen them yet as an option. I believe I did see them as something in the menus of stuff I could get, but I think they're later game stuff. Who bought all of the bats? I literally just restocked it, and they're literally all gone. Like, who's the person who rolled up and is like, I'm gonna take 5 bats now? That, their favorite Tetramon. Let's see, does the value of individual cards change? Yes. I have a mod that's changing it, because otherwise what you do is you'd go back in here and go market price plus 10, done, that kind of thing. But as you can imagine, doing that for every single item regularly becomes incredibly monotonous. So I do have a mod that is doing that for me. The only mods I'm running is that one that turns on the lights automatically periodically. Like it turns them on, I think it's at 4. And then I have one that makes the package, like the packs open just a little bit faster. Alright, so we've got the little pig figurine things. I need the bats. Yeah, so we go down here. I thought there was. I thought I saw a thing somewhere where they had like the little posed figurines, but that's okay. So you're doing your thing. That's fine. We've already paid our bills, which I probably checked that like 6 times a day. We've got that. We definitely need another legendary pack of cards. Let's get 2 just for good measure. Is there anything else we're low on that I need to restock right now? You stocking those right now? No, you're not. So I need one of these. I've already got those on the list. Are you gonna run out, or are those... no, you're probably okay. And all that's fine. Yeah, star plushies? Yes. All the star plushies. And they're one of the lower expensive plushies. Like, the bat down there is like $70. The star plushie is only like 21 bucks. It's literally the least expensive of my plushies. I find the idea of a $70 plushie deeply upsetting. That's some highway robbery right there. Okay, did you actually deplete that box? No, you didn't. Okay. Alright, there we go. Got ourselves another decent sale. Where is my big box of cards? This is mine. You can't have it. All right. And I think from here we're saving up money. And the reason we're saving up money is I'm getting pretty close to leveling up to level 30. And when that happens, I can hire a better stock person, and I can fire Zach. At which point we'll laugh maniacally and thank everything that Zach is no longer here. Because my goodness, the dude's slow. All right, so we got $49. And I want to see with the very last stocking person, the very fast stocking person, how fast is very fast. Because my hope is it'll literally be, I just order stuff and I'll find him standing outside half the day because he's already finished his work. That would be ideal. All right. Because also with them like stocking out faster, it should make my warehouse stuff easier as well. I still haven't decided when we unlock the other side of the store. Do I want to make it just a game room? Do I want to, you know, do I want to go and make that the warehouse? 42 bucks. Like put all like the warehouse stuff over there and have like that be all the storage and we have like a really nice area here. Or just have like a dedicated game room where we just have like rows and rows and rows of tables for people to play at. I haven't decided what we're doing with it yet. All right. But that's at $5,000. And the interesting thing is we're actually pretty close to being able to do that. And it may not be that bad of a call, because we are up to the point where expanding my store cost me like 1,200 bucks for like one unit. And so the place is, I think, 4 or 5 units deep. 43 bucks. So if we go and we determine it by that, if we're talking, you know, 1,200 bucks per square, and we have to buy 5 squares to do a row, that ends up being about 5,000 bucks. And then the assumption is I get all that, and actually that's 2 squares wide. So yeah, so I think the next time I go to expand the store, I just buy that area, and at a minimum in the short term, I could either move the gaming stuff over there and or the warehouse stuff. I do hate when you just chuck stuff on the floor at the end of the day. It does fill me with a slowly simmering rage. I see you like the little pig plushie. I'm only judging you a little. Alright, well you want the evolved version of it. The less cute version of it. Alright. Exact change, love to see it. Alright. I kind of wish I could go back to days when I'd go to the local card shop. Maybe it's just me, I don't remember people buying individual cards that often. Like, I remember them buying a bunch of stuff that included an individual card. And it makes sense that people buy the individual cards. But I don't recall actually seeing people often going in there and just buying just the one card. Be like, no, that's the one I need. Like, it makes total sense that that would be a thing that happened. Just going into the old mental vault there. That's not what I wanted. You go over here. You think the only individual card you ever bought at the shop was the Pot of Greed? Yeah, and like clearly it would be a thing that happens. So you'd be trying to finish your, because like I would go in and try and finish collections, but even then it didn't feel like I actually went to the store just to acquire the one card. Like, it's just not a thing I recall doing. Like I remember buying the individual cards. It's just I always had other things I was there for in addition to it. Because like for one is you usually couldn't count on that specific card being there. You gonna be putting 2 on the shelf or just 1? Just 1. Alright, so let's get the board game. Pay our bills. Those are all doing fine for right now. Got help out because poor Zach here can't do their job. So we'll need to go in here. All right. Yeah, because I need to keep saving up my money from here, because honestly, by the time today's out, we could potentially hit level 30, and that's when I get to hire, I believe his name was like Angus or something like that. All right, so $164 card, and it's a duplicate. So there's a $164 card I'm gonna be putting on my shelf. So the funny thing is, selling that card is the equivalent to selling 10 packs of these cards, which is why some of those cards are such a nice win. And then we still get to make money off the cheap cards too from the little $14 sets. That's honestly, with how many of these we've opened, I probably have a ton of those sets we can put together. Actually got something new, that's been a while. Because we have been opening these packs very aggressively. Alright, then I'll go and restock our cards in the middle here. It does make me wonder, alright, 35 bucks. It does make me wonder the long term as you expand your store. Well, there is a huge variety of merchandise. 57, that's good to see. You'd probably end up wanting to have like 2, 3, 4 spots to each item just to give me more volume. Because right now I've got all like little plastic sleeves in the baskets up front, but those do seem to run out a decent amount. There we go. 163, a couple $50 cards. Oh, we got some winners here. Okay. Yeah, so I'll probably have another in-game day realistically before I'll be able to get Angus, just because of money, if nothing else. Unless we get some pretty high dollar sales. Or I just randomly pull a $3,000 card right now. Do it. Right here. You. Right now. No. We already did that once today on the stream. We pulled our $3,000 card. It's fair that we wouldn't get that lucky twice in a row. That's also another thing that I don't understand. Alright, 52 bucks. Like, by all means, you spend a lot of money in your hobbies. I've definitely spent plenty of money on computers, so this is like not me judging people. But I have difficulty with the idea of like going into a card shop and being like, I'm gonna spend $2,000 to buy that card, sir. 43 bucks. It's just, as much as I've enjoyed card games and all that, I just, my brain can't make that card worth that much money. Versus like, you know, my stuff, like my counters, like with computers I've certainly spent that kind of money, but I'm much easier to justify with myself. But that's, again, my own preferences establishing that. That's not, like, a computer in a lot of ways is a tool as well, but there's certainly plenty of stuff that people buy that are far more costly for, you know, less or whatever you want. Yeah, well, it's just fine. It's just the invisible box. Like, don't get me wrong, I've bought Star Wars merchandise that was not reasonably priced. Like, not to the thousands of dollars area, but definitely the area that give a lot of people pause and be like, nah, maybe don't spend that much money on that. It's like, come on, man. Where's your sense of fun? Okay, so we have an epic. We've got the epic box. And I'm pretty sure you walked away with that. Yeah, so we don't need a second one. Those are all fine. We need more deodorant. We can go here. And we needed both those first ones. Okay. Almost up to 800 cards in the collection. We're getting there. Let's see, what use there for these cards? Do they increase in value over time? You mean in real life or use them in tournaments? So, like, when it comes to the thing, like, I mean, one, you have the collector side of it, that for some people, it's just, it has sentimental value, it has some meaning, it has whatever. And so you collect it for the sake of, you want to own something that has some significance to you. So that's one part. Yeah, the other part that there is a lot of items that people will buy them when they're available, wait till they're not available because they increase in value and you can resell them and potentially make good money doing that. The issue with that is you don't know what is and isn't going to become popular later and what is and isn't going to gain in value later. And so there's a lot of people who do end up hoarding stuff they believe will be of significant value in like the collectible area. And then it just, that thing never does become valuable and it's just junk piling up in their place. It's a big thing that a lot of hoarders, that's literally what they're hoarding, is stuff that they bought that they believe at some point will hold value. But, it would be like getting the plastic Pizza Hut cup for Rocketeer. It's one of those things that there's people's like, no, one day this is gonna be worth thousands. And you're like, nah, man, they made thousands and thousands and thousands, like hundreds of thousands of these things. And hear me out, I enjoyed the Rocketeer, but like, that is not one of those giant blockbuster movies that people are gonna go out of their way to get the Pizza Hut cup of it. You're dealing with a product that just does not have a market. But you'll have people who they will hold on to it because they're like, no, someday it'll be worth something. And sometimes they're right. And sometimes they make those good calls. It's not particularly often though. A lot of the stuff people grab never do get to be worth very much. But yeah. And then there's also like the card game and all that. So it's easier to explain that with like the Warhammer 40k thing, that there is the tabletop game and you get the miniatures. And you're required to play in like tournaments to have the correct miniature for the correct unit. You can't just be like, well, this unit's this. Like, no. You've got to have like the matching model and all that. Okay, so I also need to buy Star and the Ghosty Dude. And so there is a thing that a lot of the more competitive units, interestingly enough, are more expensive for some reason. Which thing? Can you add additional counters and registers? Yes, for 1,500 I can get a second register. I'm choosing to just not deal with that and just make that Clark's problem. What we're doing right now is I'm trying to save up money a little bit, so that what I can do is when we hit level 30, I can fire my really terrible person at stocking shelves and replace them with someone who is not terrible. That's Clark's issue? Yeah, exactly. I paid Clark to handle all my register stuff. That's his job. We're a company of 3. Someone is it's one of those things that there's going to be some people who have one responsibility that they're just expected to take care of. And right now, Clark here is good at the register. And Zach here is on thin ice, soon to be fired. Soon to be gone. Yep. Oh. You're taking the box of legendary cards that I was intending to open up for money. It's fine. I'll take this one instead. Alright. Feels like you rarely have queues long enough to warrant a second counter. Yeah, no, it gets backed up sometimes, but the problem is I would need a second counter. And honestly, realistically, the time I'm spending running around putting the cards back on the shelf and all that, I would probably want to hire a second person to work that second counter, and then needing space for it and yada yada. There'd be like 4 or 5 steps in the process I would need to do just to kind of take advantage of it. And for like those occasional spikes of customers, it wouldn't be worth it. All right, 38 bucks. Especially since this game doesn't do the thing that a lot of games do, and like what happens in real life is once you wait long enough in line, you might just go, you know, screw this, I'm out, and you lose the sale. 45 bucks. This game, they will literally wait forever. They'll just be upset about it. And I mean, I'm gonna be real, I don't care. Let them be upsetty spaghetti. I don't care. Oh. Ooh, 4,312 bucks. Heck yeah. It's a shame it's not a duplicate, but that means I've got one. If I get a second one, that means I end up getting a huge payout from now on. That is now my officially most valuable card. Before that, it was like 3,800, and then before that, it was like 1,500. 40 bucks. Don't worry, customers. I'll get with you in a minute. I'm just busy indulging in my habit. You'd understand, because it's the same habit you all have. Yeah, my guy here knows. You know what I'm talking about. You know the habit. I see you bought that one legendary pack. Definitely feels like the exact kind of thing people do, too. Where they know they can't really afford to buy, like, just the legendary packs. So they buy, like, a bunch of the basic ones. They'll be like, no, but I'm gonna get the one. You gotta pay to play. Like, you gotta gamble once in a while. All right. So we are level 30. So when we get 2,500 bucks, at that point, we can hire our new stocking person. And then we fire Zach. And we never talk to Zach again. And we also ban Zach from our store because he's just bad at his job. And we want to take out, you know, 2 months of our characters working in the store with such an awful, awful stock person. And just, you know, be like, no, I'd never want to see you again. New employee hype. Yep, we're almost there. I'm gonna even delay paying my bills for just a hot minute. Just to get across that finish line real quick. Today's your last day, Zach. How does that feel, buddy? How does that feel? You've been working here for about 2 months now, and you still suck at your job. And you haven't shown a single inch of getting better at it. How's it feel? It'd be one thing if you were like really good at your job and you didn't seem to show improvement. You know, I get it. You're already really capable. But like when you're like bottom rung and you just stay well locked in on bottom rung. No departure party? Oh, absolutely not. There's no departure party at all. We are just gonna walk up to Zach and be like, leave. Come on. Just one good transaction is all it takes. A $7 transaction is not a good transaction. Quit wasting my cashier's time with your $7 transaction. So there's a party, but he's not invited. Yeah, no, it's Zach's retirement party. Zach is not invited as he doesn't work here anymore. It's from like Office Space. What is it? The one employee was it like they're celebrating their like 10th or 20th year at the company as the company's actively working on basically laying him off. So they're having a celebration. They keep passing the cake out to everybody else, but he's like the first in line. Like, no, you gotta pass it down so everyone gets their piece. You know, so at the end he doesn't get any cake. It's that. Recruit. Welcome. No, it's 3,000. Hold, please. Gotta go a little longer. I need $3,000, not 2,500. Oh my god, Zach, please. You've been standing there for like half an hour, topping those off one at a time. Air pressure low? Yep. We just restocked the one. Yeah. There we go. Okay. I also, you have all these people who show up that clearly got off work. They're in like their suits and like not their suit and tie, but they're in their like button-up shirts and tie kind of thing. I will admit, the entire time I went to these types of stores, I never saw that. Okay, welcome, Angus. Hey, Zach, buddy, get the hell out of my store. Right, you. Yeah, we're just gonna pretend that's fine. He definitely didn't just walk through a wall. Like, you don't know the enemy you've made this day. He just cursed the store next door. Where are you? Are you Angus? Because I'm assuming Angus will stop moving, we'll have an exclamation mark and be like, what do you want from me? Don't stand inside there. There we go. I would like you to restock the shelves. No, do not stock shelves with no label. So he's still going to walk slow, but my assumption is when he gets to the shelf, instead of being like, 1 package, 2 packages, just be like, I just want to see, I want to see the shelf stocking action. Come on, buddy. Where did he go? There you are. Wait, did you like sneak past me and already? You are a wizard, sir. I blinked and he was just gone. Okay, let's see you get this done, man. You got 5 packs to put on there. How fast do you do this? I mean, that's pretty fast. I guess I don't know what I was expecting, but that's Respectable. Alright. Yeah, one last flex before leaving. It was the first time that that Zach has ever flexed in his life, though. Alright. So now those shelves should actually get restocked in some type of meaningful capacity. So that's good news. Because seriously. Have you messed with the events yet? Yeah, I found the events to be mostly underwhelming. It seems like what you do with the events, perchance, is that you could have the whole thing where you start opening a bunch of packs later and getting really high value cards, and then instead of selling them right away, hold on to a bunch of fire, or a bunch of water, or a bunch of whatever packs, and then when you get well, not packs, but individual cards are rare, and then when you get like a nice collection of them, doing the event to boost their price up, and then sell them at the premium. But you get the idea of like changing the cards you're putting on the floor based on what event you're running. Okay. Let's take a look at our warehouse, because one downside of this is it means because things are actually going to get stocked in a timely manner, I'm going to start observing low stocks and stuff faster. Because they won't just sit on the shelf forever waiting for their turn to be put back out. We can go ahead and grab you. Alright, we got 2 packages of the loose cards? Alright, well let's plan on finally switching from the loose cards that are the smaller boxes to the bigger ones. Because that's something I've wanted to do for a while. Let's get those switched over so I'm only getting the big boxes. I probably shouldn't have done that. I just realized I want to be saving up for this box. So we're going to, instead of what I was saying we were just going to do, we're going to save up for the big box. Because then we can get the big box of legendaries, and that'll be another thing we can sell. And I expect that to be one of those things that we don't sell a lot of, but when we do, it's just a sudden influx of like $400 or $500. Which would be really nice. Alright. Poor Angus is having to play catch up from where Zach was just letting the shelves go. Okay, so we'll need one of those and one of these. Did I put that on the shelf? Oh no, they're just invisible. Love it when that happens. I would be like, did I put those on the shelf and they bought it as I put it there? Alright, we need the blue dice. Has anyone noticed Rual and has his employees working 13-hour shifts with no breaks? I have been advised by my lawyer to deny that that has been observed. My lawyer has recommended to not acknowledge any mention of breaks. Okay. No breaks and everyone's inhaling a lot of fumes from the perfume machines. Hey man, if people didn't show up stinking, we wouldn't have to blast them with stuff. If anything, I'm the victim here. Because I'm having to pay to help them with basic hygiene. And you know what the local card shop does not want to
bring attention to the lack of breaking. There is no workers' rights violations here.
Exactly. All right. So we need at least one box of that. And one box of each of those. Cool. You just sold a $6,000 card. But did you have a duplicate of it? You didn't sell your only copy, right? Right? You wouldn't do that, right? Oh, good. As long as you have a spare. Because you need to complete that collection. Alright. Yeah, $15,000 card somewhere? Nice. Do we already get the other... Yeah, so we got the clear sleeves. We need to get these sleeves as well. And our stocking person is... Okay, it's the board game. It's like, oh no. Don't tell me that's still out there. I do love the employees just being like, nope, closing time, walks out of the store immediately. Customers just waiting in line and be like, nope, boss says no overtime. Employee has that right. I mean, they do. Like, very genuinely, if you're not getting paid, you don't stay. It's not the employee to be the one to be like, hey, let me go above and beyond for you, boss. It's like, nah, man. Boss gots to pay. Alright. So, before we get into the next day, what I'm going to quickly do here is we're getting pretty close to the time, so we're going to go ahead and do poll. Come on. What are we doing now? Because we're about halfway through the stream, give or take. Satisfactory, TCG, card, shop, sim. So we're going to do a quick poll. Basically to decide what we're doing for the rest of the stream. If we're going to continue playing this, or if we're going to go ahead and switch over to Satisfactory. Where Satisfactory, we are pretty far into phase 4. I just need to get the turbo motor set up and the last little bit set up there to start working on the last little bit there. Or to continue in TCG, which is where we're going to keep running our shop and all that. So if you do not see the poll, don't forget to refresh your browser. That's just a thing that happens. But the reason I'm doing it now is if I do play for like a whole nother day, it will take us to the halfway point. So I'm going to give that like a quick motor run. You hate that sound? Oh, you mean like the money counting up sound or the cash register sound? Which regardless, there's a good chance we'll keep ending up playing both these games on the channel, at least until Satisfactory. When we finish this second playthrough that we've done since 1.0, there's a good chance we'll put that aside for a little while. We do have coming up in the next couple of days, Planet Crafter, the count-up sound. Yeah, I find a lot of games that have the count-up sound can be a little not fun on the ears. Here's the things. I did so that was Satisfactory was the one that where you can go and you can drill and say, I would like to make this individual sound quieter. I do like that more games are doing that kind of stuff, because sound balance is a really hard thing to do in general. Because sometimes even if you're going by raw decibels of these two sounds, are they balanced? There's sounds that can feel louder, even if technically they aren't. Let's see, now Supermarket Sim, you like it better? Okay. But yeah, so it is one of those things. It is nice to be able to, like, or even just, I don't like that sound. Like, there's sounds that, like, make, like, a gross squish, and there's some people like, this one sound I cannot stand. And being able to take that sound and be like, nope. Because Project Zomboid used to have that without mods. And for me, for streaming, I always went into it, take, like, the sirens and those, and I would turn them way down. So it's like, I think of the sirens, the house alarm, there's, like, 2 or 3 other sounds, I'd turn them way down. Like, you could still hear them fine. Because by default, they're really loud. And then on top of that, there was a big problem for the longest time that in Project Zomboid, if you ran the sirens in-game, you'd get your stuff flagged as if you had played a copywritten thing, because the police sirens and all that were just, you know, too similar or whatever. Which, of course, I see people have tied up, which usually means someone's going to try and snipe it at the very end to get what they want. They're just hovering over that button. They're going to wait till, like, the last however long they think they get away with and have it actually register. And like, someone else will be also sitting there just trying to tie it. We'll see what ends up happening. It is a meme where people will deliberately try to tie things, which I'm not accusing this one of being it. It is one of my big asks I've had for Twitch for a while, is I want them to go and give us more functionality under this poll section. And the reason I want that is I want a couple of options. I want one where you can multi-select. So I can present you with 5 different options, and you can choose 3 of them. I want another one where I can hide the results until it's done, so that people can't deliberately tie it because they have no idea what's happening with it until it's done. Isn't there a law to prevent the copyright of emergency vehicle sirens? Yes, but it's one of those things that a lot of those things misflag as being copywritten by the entity that is responsible for preventing that. Like, preventing it from being individual copyright. So it's not that they're, like, going after people. It's supposed to be that you reserve a lot of those, like, authentic siren noises, like the actual ones used, that there are limitations on how you're supposed to use those in, like, movies and television and games and all that. Because the idea is you want it when you hear an actual siren, you know it's an actual, like, legitimate thing, versus, like, if you're hearing it on television and all that other stuff, and an actual siren's coming by, you know, sitting outside in front of your house, you're not just mistaking it for your television show or whatever. Alright, so we got a tiny little lead on TCG Card Shop Simulator. We're down to the last 20-30 seconds. So, if you want to see something other than this, you're going to have to get that vote in here in the last couple seconds. And honestly, by this point, by the time you hear it being broadcast, it's probably too late, so we'll see what ends up happening. Because it's 5-6, Satisfactory with 5, TCG with 6. And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And TCG wins it. Alright, so we just keep going. Fair enough. I figured I'd put it out there. But that does mean we'll be probably doing this for the rest of the stream. But yeah, no, there's laws that prevent the copywriting of certain things for, like, emergency services and all that kind of stuff. We had all of that. So let's pay our bills. Ow. Oh, I missed paying I missed paying the bills one day. And as a result, that's why I have so much money here. So it should have actually been like $625. Because I don't think you're that expensive. Yeah, you're $400 a day. Well, actually, no, between the two of them? Yeah, no, that makes sense. Because $800 a day. And then we had, well, no, also, we also still had Zach the other day. So I gotta get all my bills paid. And then we can worry about the next thing. But that's the reasons why when you watch a lot of shows, they'll have police sirens, but they'll be a little bit different than the actual law enforcement uses. So it won't be exactly the same thing, but they'll be very similar. enough that, like, unless you compare them next to each other, you'll be like, oh yeah, that's what that is. Now can you eat Zach? Zach no longer exists. There's no object permanence here. So the moment Zach walked out of line of sight, Zach stopped ceasing. Like, Zach just doesn't exist in our universe anymore. There is no Zach, and there never was one. Okay. So I've got all that paid. I got a whole bunch of stuff to order still. Alright. Do we already have a legendary box? No, how are we doing in those? Gonna need 2 of those. It's gonna be one of those times where we end up running really low on cash because the inventory is going real fast, but not thing. Zach is Schrodinger's cat, but the one that died. Exactly. We opened the box and it didn't make it. All right. Yeah, he's getting these shelves restocked real fast. It is creating the thing of I'm watching my warehouse rapidly deplete. Which again, means we're moving the merchandise, which is good. But also, my warehouse is very quickly becoming very depleted. Okay, so we've got more of these. Alright. Because I'd like to open more packs for more high-value cards, but right now, my stock is getting absolutely demolished, which is a good thing to have to a certain degree. When you have a store and you look at your shelves and they're getting near barren because of sales, that is suffering to your own success. We are successfully selling enough stuff that I'm running out of good inventory to sell, and I just need a moment to get the stock caught back up. At which point, then I'll be able to go on the next thing. And that actually has a full set on there, but it's bugged out where they're not loading the textures. That happens once in a while. Now, I was really hoping to get the legendary boxes right away, but we're looking at a pretty big purchase day here. Like, I'm avoiding adding more onto that inventory list for the moment. I basically just want to get the order we've already got ready in, and then we'll check to see where our shelf space is at after that. Cool. That said, my staffing costs went up a lot. We were having to pay $200 a day previously for those two. With our new staff, we're paying $800 a day. So it's $800 a day that is just straight out the window in salaries, which is fine. That's like the cost of doing business. Alright. And our board game supplies getting knocked down. I do think short term, we're going to expand in this space, and short term, that's going to be a warehouse. It does mean our guy here is going to have to go farther to restock, which is going to make him less efficient. But it'll make it a lot easier for me to deal with my shelving in this area. The speed at which that man works compared to Zach is just night and day difference. Alright, so there's the order. Okay, we've got the water packs. Alright. The legendary. Cool. And what we'll do is, since today we're doing this the whole day, tomorrow we'll do satisfactory. We'll make that a priority. Yeah, you're still being glitchy. There we go. Alright. I also gotta check. I did request a key for the Planet Crafter DLC. I haven't heard anything back yet, but it's not unusual, unfortunately, to not hear anything back until like the day the game drops. And I've mentioned before, if it does end up being a thing where they don't give me a key, I'll just buy it. We put enough hours in there, and I enjoyed the game enough that it's like whatever. Okay. Where did the box you were doing stuff with go? Okay, so got... On our next list of here, we got the purple loose cards. Are you gonna empty your box? Sir, are you teleporting boxes through things? Because, I mean, I'm here for it because it's more efficient. Also, kind of nightmare fuel. So I've got the purple cards. The rest of that all seems fine. I will want to grab a box of the red cards. And then we're also going to need to go on the board game stock. It looks like I need 2 of those. I need the Necromancer one. I need Mafia. Got all those. Are these looking good in the shelves here? Yeah, you're all topped off here. We can go ahead and order our board games. All right. I could also certainly see people streamlining down a lot what they sell just to not need to deal with ordering or maintenance or anything like that here, hardly at all, and instead just like open packs in the back. Yeah, we're almost at 800, and you've got that topped off. And I'm deliberately not restocking these because I want to get them in the bigger boxes and not deal with this anymore. Alright, so we'll go ahead and get those. These are mine. Okay. Alright, so we need to get the purple box. And we're waiting on those to get topped off. And they'll get the big boxes for that. Okay. And we finally get to open cards again. It's been a while. $32 card. $54 card. That one's a new one. We might also start bumping the price that flags as high value or whatever. A whole 5 minutes. A whole 5 minutes of opening cards, or since we last opened cards? I'm missing what the 5 minutes is in reference for. Yeah, I might tweak the settings of the thing that opens these cards faster and see what we can do to adjust them. Like, I think we moved the threshold up from the $25 up to the $50 since you last opened. Look, man, it's been forever. I am pulling my inner cat discussing about the last time you fed it. So even though it is actively licking the food off of its lips in the moment you are having the conversation, also you've never fed it ever, and it is starving, and you should be ashamed. So says it the cat. $44. $40. Cat is actively being fed and actively starving simultaneously. It's been a lifetime since I last opened the cards, in my opinion. Exactly. It has literally been lifetimes. I have shown incredible restraint. That I have been left unable to open cards in so long that it is just a sign of how persistent I am and how patient I am. See, and we're rewarded with a $266 card and a $57 card. Oh, store's closed and everyone's waiting by the register. That is unfortunate for them. It'd be a real shame if the owner of the store was busy in the back just, you know, opening packs of cards instead of running the register when the employees left. Real shame that would be. Alright, fine, get out of my store. You might be buying something of value. Not really. Yeah, all fairly, relatively... I mean, that was $48. I guess that's not that low a price. Don't you even think about it. Don't you even think about it, about starting a game after I've closed. No, don't do that. Give me that. All right. So those seem to be doing relatively okay. Right. Pay our bills. Ow, you hurt so much now. It's almost like losing $800 every single day to staffing costs hurts. I mean, honestly, if you're running a shop this size, $800 a day staffing costs is not nothing. 35 bucks. Like, it was one thing at the beginning when we were paying like $50 a day, like, okay, you know, this person's making about minimum wage. That's fine. Like, you can support that for a while. If only there were cheaper employees who cost only $58 a day. There are, but no one wants those employees because they're terrible. It's almost like you get what you paid for. Well, in market saying, what is a good market value? I have no idea. Off the top of my head, I don't have any idea. But But right as the ad break hit, we pulled ourselves a good card at 3,033 and 75 cents. So that is absolutely fantastic. Awkward timing with the ad break because I wasn't expecting that to be a thing right now, but you know, it is what it is. Like, a lot of games when there's any moment can be the difference, make or break, I'm usually really good about being like, oh hey, let's just, you know, pause for the ad break. Like when I play Project Zomboid, we're literally at any moment you can make that mistake that ends a run. I tend to be pretty good about trying to stop for the ad break kind of thing. Unless I'm doing something that, like, the risk is minimal. I wasn't expecting to pull a $3,000 card right there. It was always in the realm of possibilities. But that said, at least it's not my most valuable card. But yeah, no, it's just the whole thing is they have cheaper employees. They're just terrible. But that goes into the whole you get what you paid for. You know, if you pay your employees almost nothing, you should expect almost nothing. In this case, my employees are amazing. And they sure know how to charge me that much. Doing a quick top off. Because while he's really good at his job and all that, way better than the last guy, it still is a lot of store to keep stocked by yourself. And like, all of these are mostly staying stocked. I'll end up showing the card that we pulled while we were in the ad break once it's done. Because I wouldn't want people to miss out that happened. Alright. But yeah, when you think about when you pull those like $3,000 or $4,000 cards, that means I could buy like 8 or 9 of those boxes and that one card breaks even. Yeah, so for those who got caught in the ad break, I do apologize. If we look at the price here, we did pull ourselves, it's not my most valuable card, but this one right here, the 3,033 buck card, we did actually pull that out right as it went into the ad break. So I do apologize for that managing to sneak past. That was the only card worth mention. But we're doing pretty good. Like right now we're looking at our portfolio here. And I've almost got a full page of cards worth over $1,000. That we are making real good progress there. We'll get there yet. Alright. But Angus is doing a pretty good job of keeping everything stocked. It does make you wonder if it is worth having the other employees. So you have like the really good one that's going really fast. And then even having Zach being mostly terrible, $50, mostly terrible, just having that extra person working on it might be good. The only downside with that is that means you can have 2 people carrying around boxes at the same time. And it's really easy to accidentally buy more of stuff than I have shelf space for, which is fine. They just drop the box on the floor and over time it sorts itself out. $50 card on the floor. Yeah, so the next $3,000 we have, 35 bucks. The next $3,000 we have, that's gonna go towards getting the boxes of the legendary cards, which will be nice because those will be another set of income. And then the 5,000 after that, we're going to expand into the space next door. And then we'll probably move our warehouse stuff in there. Because then I'll just make organizing my store better. We might add some more game tables and other stuff. We'll figure that part out. Alright, so you need that. sold a decent number of cards. Okay, and how are we doing on our shelving? Alright, can I get you here? Last two I'm just gonna open. Because that'll let me move to the bigger boxes of these that you've been waiting on. I also want to unlock the last big box, which I'll probably do before the legendary box, because at that point I'll have the large size of every box, and I won't have to deal with this nonsense. Okay, so, things I need. We are moving to this box now, so that's 2 of those. And just checking, I do have the epic box, which is down there. We've got our loose cards. I need a basic box. We're looking good there. We got good stuff there. That's all sorted. I need the red dice. And we need more deodorant. And then we got some board games we're gonna need to restock as well. Alright, so let's get the first order in. Which, of course, absolutely mandatory is I need a pack of legendary cards. Then I get our second order in. So we need both of those. And I needed Mafia. We already paid our bills. Alright, so we're all caught up with all that stuff for today. Did you grab my cards? Sir. Lucky I like you, Angus. Because you grabbed my cards. Okay. Like Zach all over again. Could grab anything, but always gotta go for the cards that were meant for being opened. First thing to go on the shelf every time. Oh yeah, I was gonna adjust the price it pauses at. I wonder if we can do that while it's doing that. That's just a new card. Yeah, so we can change that. I'm gonna change it to $100. Is there anything else you want to do? Speed multiplier. Let's make it 5. Pickup speed multiplier. I don't know what that means. Let's make that 2. And I'm not gonna adjust any of the other things like side and all that. Okay, but like I said, that's the opening the packs mod. Ah, that's what happens. So when it comes to okay. Well, that's gonna be a bit chaos. Alright. Ghost card is stored in a different album. You can sort the menu by select Ghost to see it. What? Ghost. Oh, I did get a ghost card. Why didn't you flag? Hold, please. 100 high value threshold. That should have flagged. We'll make that 50. Because that should flag as a high value card and all that. I have no idea what you're talking about, Strider. So I can't answer that. It might have just bugged out because I did that while it was actively opening the packs. So yeah, so we had gotten a ghost card of value. Let's make sure we didn't get like another card of value there as well. So note to self, don't change that while we're in the middle of it. Okay, so you are all the same exact ones. Okay, so at least it doesn't look like we missed anything else of like extremely high value. But we did get our very first ghost card. I'm surprised there wasn't like some special fanfare or whatever. All right. Yes, all the junk cards go by really fast now. I feel like that's too fast. It's not... Alright, so we got $1,160. Let's tweak that down a little bit. Let's make that 3.5. Good enough for me. Okay, you're still full up, you're still full up. There's a box sitting outside. I just trust Angus will take care of that. You basically locked on a space pirate-owned mining ship, and your warship, let's say, put it to bed by force. Oh, I mean, well, that's just... You're playing a video game, man. I can only assume space engineers by context. But yeah, no, I mean, it's literally in the game, it's resources that are flying past you. It's space engineers. There's no other people in the game. You're bullying machines. It's fine. I can certainly see playing on your own time with this, going, how many can I hold in a stack? Yeah, we can hold the entire box in one hand. And then just blasting through the 64 at maximum speed where it just goes frunk, and then you get your like 5 good cards out of it. Alright. So yeah, so we got a $1,100 card here, so that's pretty good. That was the last set. Okay, we got one person who actually does want to check out. Okay, 15, 55. You get a chance to fight back? Yeah, it's a video game, that's fine, that's called, you know, depending on how you go with it, alpha striking, death starring it, whatever you want to say. Again, video game, it's fine. That's like saying, it's like, I was playing a first-person shooter and I shot someone and they didn't realize I was there. Am I a bad person? It's like, no, it's literally the way the game works. Kind of the point. So it goes, oh yeah, you've got your speed to the max with that mod. And about 1,024 max hand, which never fully filled until just now. And all I can say, you're gonna be here a while. Oh yeah, nuts whole thing. Like, you could definitely do all sorts of wild stuff, I'm assuming. Alright, so we're almost done with these. And perfect. And so let's get our license for those. That way I no longer have to buy them in the small amounts. Okay. So let's pay our bills. And then we can go here. And I understand I have need for a box of legendary cards. Why am I having sudden difficulty? There we go. Okay, and are we good on board games, by the way? Yeah, we're fine. Okay, where's my cards before he grabs them? Mine. Can't have them. They're mine. Even at the fastest speed, it's taking a while? Oh, yeah. I mean, you're talking about opening, like, 1,000 something. I wonder... Honestly, I don't see a reason not to let you grab all, like, I mean, obviously for, like, the comical, you're holding, like, 80 card packs in your hand. But like from a game balance standpoint, it doesn't really do anything one way or the other. Which weirdly enough, where I normally like getting the big boxes and doing those for when it opens, say we have like the little satisfying slide open, you grab your 8 packs and then you open and they slide the next one open. But if you were to set that to grab the whole stack, let's see what that looks like. I probably won't keep that on. But let's just say, don't worry about it. So what is this like? Alright. I might regret this. For the record, I can interrupt it if I don't want to keep going. Just casually open the entire box in one go. That is a big yeah. 210 bucks? But like when you think about like the packs, like getting 8 packs is only like that big, like that thick. It's really not much. But getting like 100 packs, you'd be only around maybe this thick. It's really not that much. Oh, did you know that you can store the bulk 100 packs on the workbench? Yes. I don't know what the limit is. I've been keeping myself to about 5 of them on there. I'm guessing it'll be 6 just from how long it is, unless it lets you go to the other side, at which point then it'd probably be 12. But I'm gonna guess it's 6. But so far, I haven't had a need to really keep more than like 5 on there, because what's the worst that's gonna happen is you have a little number under there saying you have 54 of a card. We are getting hot garbage out of this. We got one okay card. I mean, to be fair, we're getting a lot of cards that are worth 30 bucks and all that. But because we have the threshold set to 50, it's not flagging on them. I have a feeling if we turn the speed up to absolute full speed, we'd be like, brap, bloom, brap, bloom. Hey, that was a new card. Not worth a lot, but it was new. Been a while since we've seen one of those. That says something about the new cards when you get to the point where you're opening an entire box and you get like a singular new card. Is it, you like to take your bulk packs and store them in large boxes and stuff them on the warehouse shelves? Oh, yeah. I had people mention that earlier. They like doing that because, your warehouse employees will restock them when you do it that way. The catch is the employee will then throw away the box. You have to go out of your way to make sure you save the boxes. You know, it'd be a neat feature to put into one of these games is to have like the little plastic carry crate for when you're taking stuff out of the warehouse. And use that instead. So you could like buy 2 or 3 of those carry crates. And if you had them, they'd go into the warehouse, put the thing in the crate, and then take it out there. So it'd have like a little bit higher capacity than the box. And then for like random stuff, they could put it there. That'd be an interesting way of working around that. I think it'd be too much implementation effort to be worth it. Yeah, so that was like 50-something packs we all just opened back to back to back. We didn't get much amazing there. We did get a decent number of $30 cards and all that. So, I mean, as far as money goes, that was well worth it. But we didn't get anything, like, super exciting in that one. Yeah, a lot of $10, $15 cards as well. Alright, so let's take a quick look at our inventory. It looks like I need these sleeves. And the fire sleeves, was it? Yeah, the fire sleeves. Those are fine. Are you grabbing the orange? I love that there's like a leashing distance or whatever of the shelf. So just where you look away and suddenly you just see this box whip through like 2 or 3 shelves and go there. It's like, yep. That's just Angus is just chucking the box onto the shelf from afar, and he's just that good. That's the reason we're paying him $400 a day. He just slings those boxes right onto the shelf perfectly every time. Okay, it's definitely not enough to justify an order quite yet. These are all doing perfectly fine. I do need another box of Mafia. Alright. And how much was the big box here? 3,500. That's right. The big box there is 3,500. So we're gonna wait on the order till we have a little bit more to put in there. But that's alright. If they throw away the box, just get a new one next time you buy cards to open it. I mean, that's honestly fair. I already know we have spaces for our bulk cards. Let's go ahead and see what the actual limit on here is. Because we're taking all of our cheap cards that we won't be able to sell individually worth anything. We're just boxing them all up to sell them in bulk. At some point, it's going to tell me no. Alright, so there's 6. I can't test it. I don't have enough. Because that's kind of the thing, is I never really run into a chance where I just have enough bulk that I can't just move it over. Okay. Cool. Yes, we still don't have enough to justify an order. Now we got black dice that I'm out of. All the plushies we're stocked up on. Purple box. We already have that in the list. Nope. We can get a purple box down here. Now we got the epic card, or the legendary cards. We get 2 of those. There we go. Now we're starting to get enough that feels reasonable to put in that order. Because before it's like ordering like 4 or 5 things, it's like, man, I'm gonna be paying so much shipping and I ain't getting that much. There we go. This is my box. You can't have it. It goes over here on my shelf. You put all the rest away. Now, very clearly, the salary costs have bitten into my profit quite a bit. But that was like when we were playing Business Heroes yesterday, Business Hero Street Grub, and we did our second playthrough. And just because I'd already kind of gotten to know, like, okay, here's kind of the preference of these customers and yada yada yada. Like, one of the very first days, I just set it up to like the price range that the customers would accept with the ingredients they wanted and all that. And it was one of those things that I could really, really quickly just absolutely abuse it. Why not? Because I'm gonna have nothing but restocking that shelf to my right. That's the only thing left for me to do in this in-game day. So let's just open a box. What is this hand size? It's ridiculous. Yeah, no, we've been tinkering with the mod that lets you open your packs far. Like, I turned it way up faster to open them, but I actually found like as fast as I made it was a little less satisfying because it just be like nothing. And so it's like almost like frenetic. Whereas I feel like this is a reasonable pace. Like, people do move cards this fast. Now you're not gonna go through and be like good, bad, good, bad like that, like that speed. But yeah, very genuinely, like, when it comes to playing cards, like, yeah, I'm gonna put down 8 cards, tut, 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 tut. But, like, when it goes really fast, it was kind of a thing. Hey, 1 new card so far. So in this whole box, we got 1 new card. Just the 1. So we'll see when we get through the whole box how many new cards we actually got of the entire box. And in just a moment, we'll hit level 31. I need a big spend card so we can get our next upgrade happening. I could certainly see where when you get to like the mid to late game in this, where you could genuinely get to the point in your store where you just duck into the back corner and you just open packs all day. All right, so we got 1 card. So we got 1 card that's high value and 1 card that is that's good. So we got 152. So 1 new card, 1 high value card, 2 high value cards, which is also new. So that's 2 and 2. Just a lot of packs going. And for the record, we're saying high value. We are getting a bunch of cards worth 10, 20 bucks. But as far as like really like standouts, like, oh, that's a nice card. Like, not getting that many. But like all these ones are like when you go to the slot machine, you pull and it says, okay, well you put in $4 and you got 8 back. You're like, cool, I'm not unhappy with that. Versus like pulling again, you know, like 777s or like 3 bar or something like that, where you're like, oh hey, that's actually really nice. I mean, 777s would be like, heck yeah, you know, go celebrate, you just made bank. Hey, I see you over there, customer. Don't worry, I'm opening an entire box of cards. It's fine. You'll wait. You'll wait, it's fine. Nothing to worry about here. We should be about done with this. And 134. So that's another high value. So we got 3 high value, 2 new cards. We should be about exhausted by now. There we go. Alright, so in the entire thing, the entire box, I got 2 new cards, and I got 3 cards that were like $100 plus or whatever. What? What? Why do you need 2 copies of the same tabletop game? That's fine, whatever. Alright. And we do have $2,400 in the bank. There's at $3,500 that we get the next thing. Alright. So we got some actually nice cards to put on our floor real fast. So we got 2 cards around $140 that are up on the thing. We sell them at a little bit of a premium, so we'll actually sell them probably like 150 bucks or whatever. And all the other ones are mostly 20s and 30s. Because you only need 3 cards to complete the Tetramon collection. Really? I figured that was going to be one of those like really, really, really long game kind of stuff to accomplish. Like that just wasn't an easy thing to make happen. Alright, so pay our bills first. At the moment, we have nothing in the stock there. So you have 3 there and 2 there. So we can get our board games first, because those end up being cheaper. So there's the first set of board games. And it looks like I need 1 of you and 1 of you. And the shelf looks fine there. That should be our board game purchases. Let's see, it normally would, but you used a mod to make the drop chances for each card type more reasonable. Ah, I understand. That's fine. That's as long as like... You know, I assumed like the super duper rare cards could be like 1 in, you know, a million cards or whatever they are. So when you're like, oh yeah, I got almost all of them, I was like, wait, really? It's not my fault you came in here stinking up the place. Alright. So we've got the orange packs. Okay, some of the cards have a 0.1 draw chance. That would honestly be pretty easy. Like, 1 in 1,000? Considering the speed of which we pull these cards out? Honestly wouldn't be that bad. Now, the 1 in, like, the 1 in a million or the 1 in 500,000 is like, alright, hang on a second, let's talk. Okay, so you've got that. Was there anything else we needed for our stock here? Okay, so you're... Alright. So it looks like we need the blue packs. The purple boxes. Looks like we're all out of the star plushies. Not out of them. That I need to restock the star plushies. Oh, hey. Looks like I need another box of you. The rest looks fine there. Alright, and it looks like I need to get more of these sleeves. And then while we wait, it definitely looks like I am short on the red packages. Just really need more of those red packages. The rest of the store is looking like it's doing relatively okay. Yeah, the rest of the store is looking like it's doing fine. So definitely need to go and get that order in. Okay. Let's go grab those red packages before our staff member can grab them. Those are mine. You can't have them. And stop anytime I want, and you will not stop me, sir. You don't know that the max number is 100 or 1,000 or whatnot? Yeah, no, I have no idea. So let's hope for some goodies. And meanwhile, real quick, chat, while that rolls by, I'm gonna grab myself a new drink because I just finished what I have. But thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back here in just a minute. And you can watch cards flip by, and if something really valuable comes by, it'll stop on it. The chair's really good at pulling these cards. Hey, $278. I just had to sit down. That's all I had to do. The moment I sat down, $278. Chair, you need to step up your card game, friend. You're good at opening them, but you're not good at getting good pulls. I have no context to how far along we are. Oh, never mind. I can see exactly where we are. If you look way down in the bottom corner there, it's weirdly cut off the side. Way down in the bottom corner of there, it's weirdly like partly cut off the screen, but it says held packs 35. I'm assuming the reason it's doing that is they probably position it so it says held pack with like the number there. So it's like left of where they've got it set. And as such, because we allowed it to get to double digits, it didn't know what to do and shoved it off the side of the screen. So far, we're over halfway through the box and I've gotten one valuable card. And apparently opening an entire box in one sitting does take a pretty good chunk of the in-game day. It is rolling over to 3 p.m. in the in-game day. One new one too? Excellent. Yeah, so clearly we're winding down what we can find in this outside the extremely rare ones. But yeah, so we're like looking at the time here and everything. I'm probably gonna have it like 3:30 in-game that we actually finish these packs. No, probably longer than that, like closer to 4 p.m. in-game. Which the idea is, that means my character's been sitting in the back of the store for like 8-hour shift of just opening packs of cards. Which would be interesting to see if you pull anything good, but honestly sounds like a miserable thing to do for work. Yep. We, not a whole lot of amazing stuff happening here. Hey, $62 card. We got 2 quote-unquote valuable cards. On the other hand, that $277 card is a duplicate, so I get to sell it for 320 bucks. That's basically the price of that box right there, not counting any of the extras we got out of it. All right, how's the warehouse looking now that I've been, you know, busy in the back? Don't worry, I'm working hard, staff. You don't understand. As a manager, really, I basically keep this operation running. Somewhat ironically, in this case, your character would basically be the one keeping things running. I am literally buying all of the stock, and I do stock the shelves and everything in this particular case. Versus with actual managers, you've got really good managers, and you've got really bad managers. And there's a whole lot of them. And it's pretty easy to not be able to tell who is going to make a good or bad manager from the onset. How am I doing as far as completing the collection? So we're at 811. I'm suspecting we're not going to see a lot of movement there until I unlock the next set. No, let's get this box out of here. We unlock the next set, that'll be a whole thing. Alright, so get those board games ordered. Literally the moment I ordered the board games, another one got sold and ran out. It's fine. I accept the board games sell for like almost twice as much as you pay for them. But because of the weird size and volume stuff going on, their shipping is atrocious. But even still, if you spend $40 and you're going to get like $80 and you spend $5 in shipping the one backs. Let's see, are there other workbenches later on? Maybe allow you to bundle higher value cards? I don't believe so. It's also not really a thing that I'm aware of you running into in real life in card shops. Like you get the cheap boxes. That is a genuine thing. But like I've never that I can think of seen like, hey, here's the $5, you know, here's your cards in here are like $5 box or whatever. Because you'd probably just sell the cards then. I'll never I'll never quite get that stocked up there. Like, how fast you drop right back down to the $10 price range is staggering. We're getting really close. Alright, so we got another thing to order there. So I need accessories, the green sleeves. And you're putting up the orange sleeves? You just feel like you probably have hundreds of cards between $1 and $5 that will never really get stocked to the card table for sale. Probably not. Not unless I stop buying and opening packs. But you're not wrong about that. Like, we can actually check amount. Yeah, no, I do have some like $2 and $3 cards. I got over 50 of them. I was gonna say, you know what I can kind of see doing? Having like your card room in the back over there, and just like have the entire room nothing but card things, and just duplicate everything, just slap them down. So you're selling all these like $2 cards and all that, and just like the whole dedicated room of all of that junk. Okay, are we out of spray? We are. Get that all sorted. Alright. Might be worth putting down another table? Maybe. Right now I'm trying to save up for the legendary box, which is 3,500. That's what we're saving up for the moment. Because then we can put the big boxes up here, just like we got the boxes for those. And that'll be like more merchandise to deal with. Okay, so we've also got the purple loose packs. That's good news. And our cashier left for the day. They've got a huge line. Change 575. That was, I gave you like, all right, you can keep your 50 cents. I forgot in this game we have coins that are worth. I forgot in this game that we have coins that are worth 50 cents is like a normal thing you have in the register, and I just went for it. So I basically gave him 50 cents more than I was supposed to. That's fine. It's whatever. We're doing big dollar stuff nowadays. I got all excited, like, yes, sir, and then saw most of the stuff he had there was not super high value stuff, but that's okay. It's still good money. Get out of my store. All right, we are right there on the fence of being able to get the next license, which is then we're going to get our big packs. And then it's a matter of where we take our merchandise next. Okay, so we're going to start by paying all our bills. Goodbye, $1,000. You take care of all here. Start helping get stuff going. Get you. You're already working on those cards. I'll go grab this. Okay. Cool, he finally bought like all the invisible boxes off the shelf for me. Alright. So that's basically restocked there. We're looking pretty good on all that. I don't think we got anything new to deal with. Which one did you grab? That? Oh, was that just the loose cards? Yeah, you're not gonna empty that box, I don't think. Yeah, no, you're not gonna empty that. Okay. Then go here, drop you off. Okay. So we can probably go ahead and put in our next order. Which I understand. Apparently we're low on the legendary cards. So we'll go ahead and order that. We were definitely low on the legendary cards. Don't worry about it. Okay. So we can drop all these off. So everything else is being sorted out, and we're looking pretty good and all that. So let's go ahead and check out our legendary cards real fast. See if we can't get any winners. And then with that, hopefully, like, we should be able to get by the end of this in-game day, whether I pull anything good or not, out of here. I should be able to then get the legendary boxes. Which those should go a long way so far as getting us even more merchandise to sell. And I think our next purchase after the legendary boxes will be the 5,000 to open into the next space over. And for the short term, I'll probably make the next space over a warehouse. Long term, I could see making it like the play area or whatever. But with that, we can start going in here and just adding way more shelves and way more merchandise and just buying more and more licenses. Because they actually do have a lot more of the plushies we can license already. It's mostly I just need more money. The issue I'm running into, alright, $62. The issue I'm running into with the money is because I'm holding on to my high value cards versus selling them. Like right now, I want to say our collection we have is worth like $40,000 or some nonsense. How many packs are you able to hold in your hand? We turned on the fast load mod, just said go to the max where it says I'm allowed to hold 1,024. But I did just grab the entire box of 64 in one go. So we got a $291 card, which is a duplicate, so we're gonna sell that and get a nice chunk of change. That'll be the tricky thing later, is identifying which cards packs I need to be opening when we are trying to get everything. I do wonder, like, I don't even know what the achievements are in this game. Hey, 153. It is new. What are the achievements? Collected 1,500 cards, collected 2,500 cards, manually checked out 1,000 customers, 5,000 customers played in the shop, obtain a full art foil ghost card, opened 10,000 card packs, made $10,000 profit in one day, made $30,000 profit in one day, sold a $5,000 card, sold a $10,000 card, unlocked 10 shop expansions, 20 shop expansions, reached level 50, reached level 100, and there's a bunch of unlocking licenses and all that. All right, $50. Yeah, so it seems like there will be a point where it's just like, no, really, you gotta pull that, like, super amazing card and sell it. Considering we haven't seen a $10,000 card at all yet, you know, it might be a hot minute before that happens. And when this next ad break happens, what I'm probably gonna do is I'm gonna go out of my way to eat my food here, so I'll mute the mic and make that happen. It can be one of those things that honestly, I could see saving a box of legendary cards to pop while I'm on my break, so instead of putting up like the ad and everything, while I quickly eat my food, just literally let it just churn through the cards. Alright, so we got 54. Yeah, so it seems like, and a 324, it was the same. Oh no, the other one was the, yeah. Never mind. So I was going to say, it seems like we're getting anywhere from like 2 to about 4 valuable cards as like $100 plus per entire box. Which honestly means we're making pretty decent money on that whole prospect. Why is it still out the street? Sir? Oh, I know why. The answer is because it done goofed. I thought... Yeah, that's a my bad. I see. Here, we can fix this. Basically what happened was they halfway emptied 2 boxes. And so as such, we got them like split up there. There's look like 10k cards are in the Ghost collection. You have several of them. Yeah, no, that's kind of what I figured is there's... Oh yeah, look at that. Look at all those cards. Those are gonna be great for selling. Boom, 372. Boom, 330. 70. 60. 50. Basically 50 again. 40. 35. Got some winners there. I also just realized I can actually unlock the thing right now as soon as I finish restocking my shelf. And that's before we sold like another $1,000 worth of cards. Okay, so with that, we will just go to booster packs, and we can now get the legendary ones. I'm gonna need 4 of those, which is gonna be terrifying. I also need to get that board game. So I'll order the board game right now. Okay, we're still good in that. I need a box of the bats. I need a box of the orange ones. I actually legitimately do need some of those. Do you have one there? No, seriously, we just plowed through like 3 of those today. Someone heard I pulled a good card and was like, buy them all. This is the place where you get the good cards. I wonder if that is a mechanic in the game, because there's all the displays, and I haven't... Like, it's been a head scratcher. I'm like, but why would I use the displays? That would be an interesting thing, that if you put on display... You fear the power of NPCs who show up when they purchase the $2,000 cards. Yeah, no, I mentioned that earlier, like, the idea of walking in your local card shop and be like, here, let me just run this $3,000 on my card real fast to buy this card. You kind of almost want your bank to intervene and be like, hey, I'm going to tell you no, because it's for your own good. So we're looking at almost $3,000 worth of order. Got the clear sleeves. Are you doing that now? Yes, you are. They got the fire sleeves. Okay. So I'll need to add those onto the list. Okay. All right. And I need... Oh no, we have more deodorant there. How are you doing? Okay, so we need 2 more out of these. Cool. So my really big $300-400 card there is just waiting its turn. Meanwhile, we'll go ahead and make some bundles. And get all that sorted out and all that good stuff. Because I do want to see what the limit is here. Okay. Alright, or not. I think that's the limit, is the 6 there. That's my guess. Okay, we're already back down to $10 cards. It's fine. Okay. Man, I just did the fire sleeves. All right. And they apparently bought the basic boxes. So I'll need to add another one of those to the order. That's gonna be kind of the big thing, is we're gonna get all of these popping at the same time. You're gonna have some work to do there, Angus. You're gonna be like, everything's chill, and then suddenly more. I need more tables as well. But that's something we could probably accommodate. Once we open that space over, I move the warehouse stuff over there, and I could easily fit like 4 or 5 more tables at that point. Alright, so you're getting out of here. Clark ditched the moment the shift was over, which fair enough. Alright. I need you spending way more than this. Alright. Get out. Okay. Seems like you're selling more stuff. Oh yeah, no, we definitely are. Like that was where I was making the comment that we are definitely making way more money now. Like, it's not just me pulling the packs or anything like that. Just in general, as I've been adding more and more merchandise, we are gradually getting more and more this happening. Do you already have a box of loose packs? Yes. I'm gonna wait to pay our bills real quick until we have that last little bit over here. Gonna try and snooze the ad 1 round. There we go. We'll snooze the ad 1 round because that should give me enough time to get the order in, so I can line up a pack for. Like I said, what'll do is this ad break while I eat some food real fast. Is I'll just have the character like blasting through some legendary packs. Yeah, it's good that we delayed it, because otherwise the ads would have started right then and still wouldn't have it yet. We're close though. We need a couple $100 more bucks. But our supply of almost everything is getting low. So far as our warehouse goes, it's getting picked pretty clean. No one's grabbing my $330 card. No, we're almost ready to actually put in the order. Yeah, it's 2,987 bucks. Honestly, that stack that guy's got there, we're probably good, because those deodorants are something like 15, 20 bucks each or something like that. How much? I can like look behind us. 12 bucks. Almost 13. That did it. And ordered. So let me go ahead and drop one there and one there. And set the spot on the shelf. There, that way he can figure it out. And there's my cards. And so I'll go until right around the, right when the ad break goes to start, and then we're gonna start popping open all those boxes. Or all those cards. That way we have something fun and entertaining to see of pulling what's hopefully gonna be some decent value cards while the ad break is happening. Okay. And meanwhile, I'm just trying to rush all this into the building while we wait. And then now what we're working on is going to be getting that extra room so that we're expanding to that second part of the building. It'll take a little bit of work to get there. Because how much are you a box? $101 per box. That is not shabby. That means each one of these is just a hair shy of $1,000 for it. And how much am I paying? How much am I paying for these? Yeah, so I'm spending $300 for the box. And they sell for a bit over $800. Like with all this stuff inside. So that's literally, we're making more than double our money on it. Okay, so I need you and you. Where are you on the floor? What's going on? Oh, did I accidentally just get an extra one of these? That's fine. I'm going to continue opening the loose packets, since I can stack them up real high. Whereas I used to like doing the boxes because they had that like, satisfying little shimmy thing versus I have to hold right-click to get the whole stack in there. Alright, so we do appear to be fully restocked. Yeah, we're fully restocked. And those are both fine. Alright. So with that said, the ad will be getting here in just a moment. So I've got the entire box in her hand. So imagine if you wanted to get the whole 1024, the way you would accomplish that is you would get like 4 or 5 of those boxes, lay them all down next to each other, and then just pull them all into your inventory one after the other. You could probably also use the shelves there if you wanted as well, like do like a whole bunch of shelves and just go across and clean them out. But with that all said, I'm going to go ahead and get this start pulling. And in the meantime, I'm going to eat a little bit of my food during the ad break, and I will be right back. But thank you again for tuning in. All right, there's ones that's pretty good. 327. So we got two $50 cards and a $327 card. So keep that going, but that's actually a winner. All right. Sorry about that. Yeah, so the whole box, we had 3 valuable cards. We had that one there. Then we got the 2 for $50, which one was new, which is why it's not there. So we got all that going on. But just trying to make a little bit of dinner happen real quick while we were on the quick ad break. I think the next time we get the pack, whether it's an ad break or not, I'll finish that off because that's mostly done. But I figured just sitting here awkwardly standing at, watching people move around. Don't rush to finish it? Yeah, no, I'm good. It's almost like people don't want to drop like $100 a box of cards. Alright, so all these are all looking well stocked. We have the tabletop. I need a box of you. And that's the only one for the tabletop. And then meanwhile for this, we have that figurine. I need a box of. We got the other pig figurine we need a box of. We have the red dice. We have the blue dice. Make sure we actually do have both the dice need to be gone. Okay. We've got the plastic sleeves. Okay. It was the second box to be like, okay, don't actually not be out of it. Okay. And as before, I'm definitely gonna get a box of those. Did you repair bills for the day? No, we are gonna do that now.
Hello there.
Hey, Bentley, how's it going? All right. So this is for me. This is mine. I get to keep it. Okay. I'm doing pretty good. Just kind of waiting for the hurricane to start showing up tomorrow and all that stuff. I mean, I guess technically it's the day after, but for me, the awake time, it'll be like tomorrow. Oh, I was gonna check. So we got the camera set up for when that happens. I'm assuming we won't be able to see anything. Yeah, not really. So the downside is it's got a pretty bad glare, which still surprises me because there's no light over there. But that's okay. So we just have like a little storm camera for when things pick up. I'm not sure you'll be able to see anything on it when it happens, but I figured people would be curious about it, and we'll see what does happen with it. 75.3. Thank you. Which I can't really get a better view of it. Like I see, like you can see like the mesh they put on all the screens here to keep mosquitoes out if you open your window. I mean, keep bugs out. That just happens to include mosquitoes. But, you know, obviously I'm not tearing that out. Selling every card? No, we're selling only the duplicates. Which, we're hitting a point now that we're making pretty solid money. They did change the UI with the last update so that the duplicates will only show the duplicate things. Yeah, that weirdness. Alright, so you didn't drop the box there. So go here. Figurine, get those. Go away, go away. Alright. Yeah, because they had some minor quality of life improvements with their last big update, which was I think last night. Are you? Oh no, you do have a couple items there. I was like, are you just an empty box? I was really confused for a moment. People just really don't want to buy the green one. That's why it shows different? Yeah, so they changed it so when you're looking at the duplicate stuff, it is listing just the duplicates. So where that says 1, it's actually 2 that you have. It's just you have 1 duplicate. I do find that much better because there was confusion where you're like, it would still list, you know, something you had to, or sorry, it's list stuff that you had only 1 left of if you already grabbed from it. Yeah, you don't like green? Yeah, no, it's just the green coverings just don't sell. Pay our bills. I should have, before I moved that over there. Should have waited just to see. No, it lets you go 7 deep. Alright. I want one, can I put you on here now? Yes. So I can actually go a whole extra stack. I wonder how high it lets you stack those. But that does mean we can get at least 14 on here. Which is way more than I actually figured it'd let you. Okay. Yeah, so I need to open more packs so we're starting to get into the sub $10 price range. Okay, you're all fine. And we had what we were gonna order? So it's just the bat plush that we don't have. Oh, no, we don't actually need the bat plush. He was actively stocking it when I checked. I try to watch out for it, but it's very easy to miss. Alright. So we did take the fast open mod, and we did adjust it to let me grab an entire box. I was gonna turn it back, but this works great for when I go to quickly like grab a bite to eat or need to do an ad break or whatever. So I'm gonna finish my dinner here real fast, but we'll open the packs in the meantime, so we got something going on. But the thing we're saving up for right now is $5,000 to open the lot next door to us, because then I'm gonna move my warehouse stuff over there for right now. That probably won't be what it is long term, but short term that'll work. So I'm gonna do this, and I'll be back in just a minute. Alright, so food's done. So we got a $60 card, a $50-something card, and then we had a $166 card, and now we're up to about a $200 card. So we've gotten some pretty good mileage out of this one. The $200 card being like the first, like the biggest standout so far. Versus like the 50, 60, those are kind of like, oh yeah, that's nice. That's a little bump in money. $145 card, love to see it. So yeah, so we've made out pretty well in this box, considering it's a $300 box. And just those three main cards would have, like the three high value cards there would have taken care of it. And then the 50, 60 is just extra money. Plus all the random little $10 and $20 cards that we're not even stopping for. Okay, we've got 18 more packs to go. Which honestly may put us into level 32. Alright, Strider. You sleep well, man. Thank you for hanging out. Now, one of the things that is curious is down here was... We are falling behind again at table. Because he said the mayor of Tampa did an interview with CNN. Here's a golden quote. The mayor of Tampa, Jane Castor. I can say this without any dramatization whatsoever. If you choose to stay in one of those evacuation areas, you're going to die. I mean, like, there's a certain level, like, it's not that you're going to die kind of thing, but it's definitely, if you are in an evacuation zone with a Category 5 hurricane bearing down with you, you are on your own. The fire department's not showing up, the police department's not showing up, the ambulance isn't showing up. And we got through 302. So it's kind of one of those things that if you are in a mandatory evacuation zone and you choose to stay, you are playing a real high risk game that you really shouldn't be playing. There is a reason for evacuation, really doesn't matter. Yeah, and so for the record, we have what's called so it's mandatory evacuation is like the severe one. That's the like this place is going to be actively really dangerous, like there's no reason to stay here. And I forget what there's one term that's like a lighter one. That's not, it's, you know, where they're kind of suggesting evacuation. And that's the lighter term. And that's one of those ones where it's like there's a lot more nuance to it, because they also usually offer you less resources to get out. Whereas when it's mandatory evacuation, they'll be like, do you need to get on a bus? Do you need whatever? We will have ways of getting you out of there. Like, they may not be convenient, you might be very limited on what you can bring with you, and yada yada. But, like, those are the ones where they shut down all the highways going into the city, and all the highways going out are running when a mandatory evacuation happens. And nowadays, Florida is actually pretty good about that setup, that we have an entire system where they can actually change the highway patterns so that all of the highways that were, like, you'd have your north-south highway, and suddenly all your highways become north highways. Just the signage flips over. So I've done a lot with that kind of thing. But yeah, when you get to the point of mandatory evacuation, that is a don't, like, this isn't a suggestion. And I do think it's good that they don't sugarcoat and be like, oh, don't worry. It's like, no, like, this is a natural disaster. This is the kind of thing that deletes a city off the map. Don't mess with Mother Nature. Mother Nature plays for keeps, and Mother Nature is good at winning. And like, people don't really understand the magnitude of what these things are. Now granted, people also, so it's a juggle. Like, to be fair, it's a juggle. On one hand, they need to be taken seriously when you're in the areas that are going to be heavily impacted and yada yada. On the other hand, there's also, once you're outside of the immediate danger, it's not like a tropical storm or a hurricane that's Cat 1 is going to be a mass loss of life type event. But once you start getting up to those 3s, 4s, and 5s, that's a different animal. Like, that's comparing a stiff breeze to, you know, what it is. And for the record, if people are like, why are you talking about this? I literally worked with disaster preparedness in the past, specifically with hurricanes in mind and all that. I have worked with cities in activation for emergency situations like what's happening or what's going to be happening over in Tampa. In my case, as the other coast. I don't do that anymore. But yeah, it's something when you have to have discussion about continuance of government as a concern in an area. Okay, so I do need another box of that. Yeah, so we already got the card sleeves there. And we need the rare. Yep. Yeah, no, the one who really kind of did it the biggest the first time was, I think it was Jacksonville a year or two ago, which is North Florida. That they had one that was going to make landfall as a Category 5. I think I can't remember if it was a Category 5 or 4. And it was the mayor up there going, don't bother calling the hospital. They're not coming. Like, if you stay, it's like, don't bother calling the hospital. They won't be showing up. Like, they're evacuating as well. If you stay, you're on your own. I think it was Jacksonville. I'm probably misattributing that. All right. We've got that all stocked up, and we're good. Yeah, no, it's a difficult one. And I have personally been in the eye of 4 hurricanes now, of which I think 3 were major, so it's Category 3 or higher. It is a weird experience. Because in the eye, everything's calm, nothing's happening, and you look out in the distance and watch trees going sideways. And it's just weird. Alright, just trying to bring this on. I'm glad you're still working, which is unusual. I would have expected you to just drop your stuff and go. Is Mother Nature reminding us it's scary and can do what it wants? Yes. You feel pretty powerful until Mother Nature drops the hammer. And then you don't feel so powerful anymore. I'll open that in my own time. You're kind of lucky where you live. You don't get hurricanes, floods, forest fires, cyclones. Yeah, no, every place has their thing. Like, literally every place has a pro and a con to it. Now, there's certainly some places that the con isn't something that's going to bother you, or the pro isn't something you care about. So there are definitely places that are more catered to you individually than others. But, literally everywhere in existence has something. Now, some places that's natural disasters, some place that's economics. Like, there's always a pro and a con. Some places, it's you just can't get good Mexican food that far north. You know, and that's absolutely a deal breaker. Like, it for those who don't experience authentic Mexican food, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. May you never understand that which you are missing out on. Because seriously. Yeah, you have that Mexican food problem? Yeah. I made the discussion. So 2 years ago, me and Toom went to, well, actually, depending on how you want to compare it, a bit over a year ago, yeah, that'd be right. A bit over a year ago that Toom and I had the privilege of being able to travel to New Zealand. There's a conference there that I wanted to attend, and then on top of that, so it's kind of like a little bit of mix of business and leisure and whatnot. But we got to go down there, and like all of the stuff, like the pho and everything there was top notch. Like they had a lot, like basically every Asian culture was represented there. Any type of food you could think of was available. And it wasn't until we were right about to leave that we saw our first Mexican food place in New Zealand, and this would be Auckland. And I'm like, you know what? I want to know what New Zealand's take on Mexican food is. I was honestly left pretty upset when every item, literally every item on the menu, came with mayonnaise on it. So you could get a taco that came with mayonnaise on it. And you could get enchiladas. Actually, I don't think they had enchiladas. I think they had a burrito that had mayonnaise on it. And like, don't get me wrong, it's a quick service style place, which means you don't, like, you're not sitting down ordering and they bring it to you. You go up to the counter, you order it, you take it back to your seat. So like, just a hair above fast food. And it was just kind of one of those things that you're like, I don't know what you think Mexican food is. I don't think there is such thing as Mexican food that comes with mayonnaise normally. Like maybe if you're pushing into the area of like Tex-Mex, but that isn't authentic. That can be good in its own right, but it's just a different animal. Are you doing the stars? Yes, you are. Did I actually order that board game? I did, but I think they already sold it. Okay, fair enough. You had some great Canadian Mexican food? Yeah, no, it's not to say that you couldn't have good food, but usually once you start getting over there, not Canada specifically, once you start getting far out, you are getting something very different. I've told many times the story of having a coworker when I was visiting Salt Lake City, Utah, and they're like, "Oh man, I'm gonna take you to the best Mexican food place in town. You're gonna love it. It's just like being there." And I'm like, "All right, you're speaking a good game. I love Mexican food. Let's do this." And it was some of the blandest food I've ever had. Like, I genuinely thought for a moment, I was like, "Is this guy pulling my leg? Is that like the joke? Is this food is so incredibly bland?" Nope. He thought it was serious. It was authentic then? No, that's not the case. I've been to Mexico multiple times. Mexican food is anything but bland. I mean, don't get me wrong, you can get like I forget what it's called. It's their equivalent of beef jerky. It's like dried it's like dried like meat, but it's just salted. It's like the only thing on it is salt, but it's just like dried beef but salt. And that's still delicious. But even then I wouldn't call that bland. Like genuinely that place, it was like, you've learned what pepper is and you used it sparingly. But yeah, no, authentic Mexican food has got some seasoning. They don't go like hard on cumin and everything like Tex-Mex does. That I would agree to, but I wouldn't call authentic Mexican food bland at all. Because he worked at a group of restaurants, and one of the restaurants was Mexican with a Mexican head chef. Amazing food. Oh yeah. The difficulty with a lot of things of getting good food of that type outside of a certain range is just their ability to get the ingredients. Like, you can get a hold of them, but shipping them in becomes extremely cost prohibitive. Head chef being the operative word. Exactly. Versus just a line cook where you don't get any authority about what's cooked there. Okay, so we already did the $3,500 for getting the case. And our next thing that we were trying to do is open up this space to declutter ourselves. Because I can sit here right now and get more of the plushies, which will be the next thing we probably do, is just expanding there. But the way I'm looking is if I can get these shelves over there, then I can move those back to the wall. I can open up more playing spaces, like probably 3 or 4 more, without really doing that. That also gives me a lot more room that I can add another one of the card shelves here, and I can add a bunch more display shelves and all that. Yeah, no, I think with the comment about, well, it was bland, I think you're confusing Mexican food for British food in being bland. I'm teasing. But also kind of not. It's somewhere on the fence there. Because, for the record, I do like a lot of British food in regards to stuff like the bangers and mash and all that kind of good stuff. Which I'm sure is very stereotypical. But, the sheer amount of things that get boiled. You think people that say authentic would be referring to poor food? No. Let's see, in Toronto you have markets where you can get all of the peppers and ingredients. So you're kind of spoiled. Gotcha. So you're in like we have places like that here in the US as well. Like if you go into the general Orlando area, you can find just about any type of food you're looking for. You know, some are a little harder to come by. But just about anything, because you just have such a diverse population there, and it's got a major airport that they ship through. And that's actually one of the things that I have mentioned, one where you can't get good Mexican food in Salt Lake City. One thing you can get that's very counterintuitive, considering it's in the middle of a desert in a mountain range, is you can get really good sushi there, which is fascinating considering there's no bodies of water there worth mentioning. But it's because it is one of the main hubs that seafood comes into the country from, that they drop off in Salt Lake City Airport, and then they ship it on to like the various other nodes. So you weirdly get, other than going to like where you get, you know, like other than like going to like where you're getting the salmon pulled out of the river immediately, or at the farm, it ends up going through there, so it's about as fresh as you can get it without pulling up yourself. Sushi sounds so gross. So I like sashimi. I've not been able to get into sushi. I've tried it. It is the one food I have tried more times than anything else because I like everything that goes into sushi, but I just don't like sushi. Which is where I mentioned sashimi, because sashimi is raw fish as well, but it's like a raw fish fillet, you know, usually with some type of seasoning or whatever going on with it, or they'll have it prepped with oil or whatever, vinegar. They'll have something going on usually. It won't be... Like, it's not like they just literally put, like, a raw fillet on there and they don't do anything to it. They usually dress it up in some way. Let's see, so you live in Oklahoma, and everything people call authentic here is cheap, bland food. So... there are so many Mexican food restaurants that are very, very good. Okay. I don't know what to tell you. Like, don't get me wrong, you see street-style food way more often. But, I mean, that's no different than American foods. You also see the street-style food way more often. It's just every time people say authentic, it is bland. I feel like you're just dealing with a local thing. Because, like, the way you've described it runs entirely counter to the experiences I've had myself traveling with a bunch of places. But that happens. Like, there are places where you will have a word or a phrase that means something totally different elsewhere, but in that location means that thing. Go to India and get authentic, and your face will melt off with spices. Yeah, I had someone I worked with a long time ago, this really sweet Vietnamese lady, and she would make these wasabi pea things, and they were delicious. But oh my god, your sinuses, your face, and everything were on fire at all times. It's one of those things you could eat and snack and just eat way more than you reasonably should, but that heat would just keep building. Yeah, that's what you're saying, is for some odd reason when someone says authentic Mexican food here, it's bland, you have no idea why. Yeah, I'm guessing they're used to the localized version of Mexican food. Because you do, like, that almost goes in line exactly with what I was saying with the Mexican food in Salt Lake City, where the person was like, this is authentic, this is whatever. And it was incredibly bland. Like, their salsa was more tomato than literally anything else happening in it. And you're just like, what is this? Is this like some, like, chunk of tomato salad kind of thing that you may have found a pepper in once in a while? They're allowed to use more than one ingredient in here. Alright. So let's go ahead and lot B, and boom! We now have a second room. Use main entrance. Cool. So that's interesting as a thing you can do, that you can have, like, the main entrance over there. Like, you can have them so they are or are not allowed to go through the front door of the building. Would you stop? If you're gonna snap, snap correctly. But yeah, nuts, you'll have people here who swear they're getting, like, authentic Mexican food, and it'll be Tex-Mex. Which, here's a hint. If you're getting yellow cheese, it's not authentic. It doesn't mean it's bad. Tex-Mex is delicious. Tex-Mex is one of my favorite things. But it's also not authentic Mexican food. It's Americanized Mexican food. Alright, so we now have way more space in here than we did before. Yeah, none of that. Salsa's almost always on point. Man, we had a place who opened up while I had an office in downtown Orlando. We had a Mexican place who opened up down there. That like the food itself was good, but then they managed to just like really fail at salsa. Like all of their salsa was just, again, it was like mostly tomato. Really just didn't have anything going for it, but it was like their in-house fresh salsa and all that. And it was just one of those things like, man, how do you mess up salsa? I don't understand. Like that's one of those things you can absolutely just pull up a recipe and just follow the recipe. It's not like you have to be really careful about your cooking and everything. You just cut up a bunch of veggies. Maybe you have to get like some of the juices out of there if it's a little bit too much juices. And otherwise, you toss it in like a bowl or whatever, give it a good stir around and all that so everything gets mixed together, and you're good. Okay, did I actually pay our bills yesterday? Yeah, we did. Probably followed a recipe. Not a good one. I mean, that's fair. But like I said, the thing that surprised me was the rest of their food was good. It was just that one thing they were particularly bad at for whatever reason. All right, let's rearrange these a little. So my cards are over here. So that's my card stand. We've got our board games there. Yeah, that'll be fine for right now. The plushes are kind of in the same area. We've got all of our sleeves over here, and we can just add another shelf in here. And then maybe we shift some of the plushes and all that over there. Because then I still have room for 2 more board games, which I think are literally all the board games in the game right now. All right. So, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to pay off our bills. And once we get our bills paid off, for the first move, I'll add another game table, because there's just room. We can just add another game table. Tomato, onion, jalapeno, garlic, lime, salt. There you go. Yeah, it's as long as you got the ratios at least, like, and that's one of the other reasons why I'm surprised you can get it wrong. Like, you got to get the ratios horrendously off before it starts being really rough. It is pretty sparing. There's a lot of recipes that you can kind of just eyeball, and salsa is one of those ones you can just definitely kind of take a look at and go, nah, close enough. And it'll probably be good. I've made my own salsa many times. I used to have a giant, like, it wasn't giant habaneros as in the plant was called giant habaneros. It was giant habaneros in the sense it was a plant of habaneros that happened to be giant. Like that thing was like 3.5, 4 foot tall, like 3.5, 4 foot wide, which is way bigger than they normally get. They usually around like 2 and some change is about as big as a habanero plant gets. But that thing was just this giant bush that would put out several hundred habanero a harvest. I didn't even know what to do with half of them. I love habanero and all that. But there is no human being's digestive tracts that can handle that volume of habanero in a year. Not and still be functional on the other side. So I'm noticing something. They empty from this side. That isn't what I was expecting. So I'm gonna have to watch a little bit more carefully, or you know what? I'm not gonna watch more carefully. We're moving it to this wall. Because I'm not gonna have to walk around that shelf every single time just to see if something's low. Okay. So, blue cards. Well, what do I already have in here? Basic and rare card packs. That's good. So that's basic and rare. All the rest is fine there. Did we already order that board game? We got the board game restocked. Are just selling those that fast? No. Okay, we're good. We need more of deodorant. We need more of the white dice. This is gonna throw me off because a lot of these are reversed from what they were because of how I moved around. That's fine. We need the bats. And I need the water sleeves. All right. You know what's happening with these? This is what's happening with these. Sounds like your basil plant? Yeah, no, you take proper caro plants. They can get well outside their normal size. Alright. But that is the fun one when you grow certain things. Like, there's certain plants that, like, even if you have, like, a ridiculously high production rate, you individually won't be like, oh man, it's just too much. Like, if you grow something like beefsteak tomato and you have, like, a beefsteak tomato plant, okay, you're gonna get yourself maybe, like, a dozen or so tomatoes if that's been a particularly, productive plant. You can go through a dozen tomatoes in a relatively short time. Pineapple. You get one pineapple a year per plant. That's it. You're not going to overwhelm yourself with pineapple off one plant. It's just not possible. But then you get stuff like mint and peppers and those kind of things. And a lot of those plants, you really don't need a lot of those ingredients. And the plant grows pretty big. Or if you want an extreme example, grapefruit. Grapefruit trees grow to be, I think it was like 35, 40 feet tall and about the same wide. They get to be really big trees. And they can have like one tree that's producing well can literally produce a metric ton of grapefruit in the course of a single year. I don't care how much you love grapefruit. I'm willing to bet if you tried to eat all that grapefruit yourself, your blood chemistry would be different. You're just not doing it. Alright, so do we have the Nocti? We have the Nocti. Hey, Sui! Thank you so much for the raid! I do hope you had yourself a good stream and all that. Now we're here to collect Tetramons. We crafted cozy planets. I'm missing something going on there. But I do hope you had yourself a good stream and all that. This looks a lot like Supermarket Sim. Yes, it's like someone said Supermarket Sim, but what if it had addictive game mechanics? But yeah, so definitely check out Sui, another fantastic content creator. Someone who should definitely check out. I saw you were doing a co-stream there. Like, I was lurking a little bit before my stream. It was one of those things that was like, I was gonna go live in 30 or so minutes, so didn't want to do that. Oh, played a little bit of Planet Crafter? Gotcha. Getting yourself warmed up for the DLC. That's supposed to be dropping here, which I haven't heard back yet. It is one of those games I will buy if I don't get the key. Yes, definitely check out Sui. You requested? Well, hopefully one of us gets it. But yeah, now I haven't heard back yet so far as like even getting my own key. But if I don't, that's fine. I'll buy it. That's those ones that a lot of people watch, you know, enjoyed watching on the channel. That I as a player was very much like, hey, I know we planned our things this week. Those aren't happening. Because I'm absorbed. But yeah, no, for those who haven't checked out that, the new Humble Planet DLC will release in October 9th. Yeah, so literally the day after tomorrow, which is perfect because that is the exact moment I will be actively sitting inside of a hurricane. Yay. I'm excited. For the record, I'm far inland, so I'm not like right on the coast where like genuinely I'm scared for people in Tampa. But I'm pretty far inland. I am over prepared. I literally have a younger brother who works in emergency services management, so he's not the one who is the firefighters who go out to the scene. He is the one who works with other people to figure out where the firefighters need to go, if that makes sense. So like when you have like those giant multiple state fires, they're the ones that like get together and go, okay, well, we need to put people over there and over there. Okay, this place we're not going to be able to help them out, so let's instead divert these people over here. Like, you know, he's helping with all that stuff. Now, he doesn't do like, he's not the head of it or anything. FEMA's more responding after the fact. So like, FEMA's more cleanup. Like you've had a humanitarian disaster, and they're going, how do we get food there? How do we get water there? How do we, like, where do we go to get, like, medical help and all that kind of stuff? Sometimes they'll do stuff like, all right, we can help with sandbags to help prevent this from escalating. This is more like you've got local, state, and federal government going, okay, who are we evacuating where and how? Okay, the fire departments, like, we got this thing. Well, we have all these people aren't needed, like, we've got over here these people in the East Coast that they're not currently doing stuff. Can we get a bunch of those firefighters over here in the center of the country to like deal with this massive fire? Hey, can we, you know, bring in more doctors on contract from over here to help, you know, help support the spike in medical needs from all the air inhalation from the smoke and all that. So it's more those logistics. So organizations that would have some working together, but deal with very different steps in the process. And so for his part, he deals with like a lot of the utility concerns. Like, for example, when you have an active fire going on, you want the power turned off in the area because electricity is really good at making fire. And if people are going by dumping buckets of water from this, like helicopters of water down from the sky, you probably don't want them just making brand new fires because the electrical grid is popping off. That's the whole thing. So there's a chance you could have met a streamer, you know, that also lives down that way. Oh, where I'm at in the Floridas, the Central Floridas, I have met a number of streamers locally who I will not mention their names just in case they're trying to not be as open about, like, I still, you notice I keep saying Central Florida and inland and not really giving specifics about, like, I'm in this city, that kind of thing, because don't dox yourself. I've lost track. I'm just gonna hit the order button and just pretend it's all fine. But yeah, no, I've met a number of content creators locally. There's only 4 packs. Can I get these on the shelf? No. The answer was no. Streamer name Jojo HMD? No, that's not. That's not what I know, unfortunately. But yeah, no, I know a number down here. Like, I will say I have met Street in person more than once. Both at, like, I met Street at both, like, at TwitchCon and as well as I've met him here, but I won't say where exactly any of that was, but I have met him in Central Florida. There are others that, like I said, and the only reason I'm cool with mentioning that one is I know he's been open about that, like where he's at in that regard, versus the other ones I'm not saying because I don't know more specific how open or whatever they've been, because you want to respect people trying to protect their privacy. I bought too much deodorant. And problem solved. But yeah, so as far as the comparison with Supermarket Simulator, yes, it does have a lot of overlap. There is, I'm not sure if it's an asset pack people are buying, but the reason you're seeing so many of these games is I believe there is an asset pack that people could just buy, and it basically gives them the absolute basics for this style of game that they could start from a baseline and then just go from there. And so for a lot of them, you know, one second, I'm gonna try and snooze that ad since we just had a raid. But you know, with that baseline, it does mean you get a lot of games that share the mechanics because they take that basic asset pack and they just shove it in there. And then you have games that do more to differentiate themselves and some that don't do as much. Alright, so it looks like we are good for closing. What is laying on the floor over here? Oh, you probably just wrapped up for the day. No, you didn't. I bought too many. Excellent. Alright, so we'll end the day. But yeah, so the big things that differentiates this game from Supermarket Simulator for the We'll just pretend that was nothing. For the comparison, so like you have the idea of you can have tournaments and all that where people are playing the game that can affect your prices and all that, and then they pay you an hourly rate to use those tables. You also can pull valuable cards and sell them. You can collect go through your collection. So if I go to my most valuable cards, for example, you know, I've got this card worth 4,400. I think, yeah, we're up to the point that my entire left page here is over $1,000 each. And so you have all these cards you collect. And so that definitely, for completionist collecting kind of people, oh boy, that'll get you in some trouble. Now, because I actually bought a box too many of these, which I am running 3 mods. I am running 1 mod so I don't have to go through and reprice everything every single day. Because it does do the thing where it goes up and down, but unlike Supermarket where it's like these are the 3 items that changed, you gotta kind of sift and look through them, so in practice you just reprice everything. So I did get a mod that I just said, hey, make it 10% over market, that's what I want you to price it at. And that's the reason I'm not having to manually set all these prices and adjust them. And the reason I brought that up is my second mod makes it so when you open the packets, it goes a little bit faster. Like, it's perfectly fine, the normal speed, but when you start getting to late game where you might open an entire box of packets in one sitting, making it faster is nice. And then the last mod, it turns on the lights at 4 p.m. But the way you get packs is you grab a pack, you pop it open. I didn't mean for that to close that fast. But basically what'll happen is it'll go through your cards that you got out there. And if you get a new card, it'll normally stop and be like, oh, you got a new card. And then if you get a valuable card, it'll also stop on that. But I've got it set to go really fast. And normally you can only carry 8 packs at a time. But as I mentioned, that faster opening pack. Is it okay to leave the box outside? In the game, yes. But yeah, so you open these, and you'll notice it counts up at the bottom. Here, let me turn off the auto advance thing. Yeah, so we can open it up, and it would go through the deck, and it goes, okay, you got $7.35 worth of cards in here, and if there's something new, it'd put like a little star on it, says that's new, and if there's something particularly valuable, it'd mark it as well. Now, because I did just grab like 50 packs, we're not going to go through and investigate all those. So we're just going to let it churn through those packs real fast, because we're pretty far in at this point. Like, we've expanded our store a lot. I've got like the different tiers of cards. But you also, when you look at the packs, you've got like your basic pack, which has only like the really simple cards, and you can get high value cards from it, but generally they're like lower tier cards, and then you've got like the rare and the epic and the legendary and all that. And the packs get progressively more and more expensive, but you have a much higher chance of getting good cards. But like, one of these packs cost me about $3. And so you'll notice at the bottom a lot, hey, new card. We haven't seen that in a while. But, so these cost about $3. Okay, so there's a high value card. So you'll notice this is $105.19, which is the reason it paused and it stopped advancing, is that's the way I've got it set up. But, so going with that, so these packs of cards cost about $3. Now, the catch is anything I get that's like worth less than $1, I'm probably never going to sell, and honestly probably do that. But the goal would be I want to always pull more than, pull more than like what I can sell the pack for, because otherwise I'm wasting money. Now, in this particular case, I opened up a pack here, and it's 100, or I got this card, it's 105. So that's a lot of packs, that's the equivalent of sale. So we go up from there, we have the rare cards. And the rare cards, which this is a rare pack, those are about $4 a pack. Then we have the epic, I believe, is like $6 a pack. And then I've got the legendary, which is like $12 a pack. But you can make pretty solid money. But yeah, so a lot of these ones are coming back, because this is the one that's about 4 a pack. So the one I got $4.60, I probably lost money on. The one $2.27, I lost money on. $9, probably made money. That's $27, made money, because it's showing up on the bottom. Normally it goes slower, but we've made the animation faster. But I did open a whole bunch at once. Normally you grab like a box and you open up 8 packs, and then a box and 8 packs. But we are getting farther along, so I just sped it up. I generally don't tend to mod very heavily. For everyone popping in, because I forgot to even bring it up. So I am Rual, Storge, do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed. That said, that record has been beaten. But all things said, I am a variety streamer. I do play a wide range of games. So I play a lot of indie titles, I play a lot of simulation games, I play the occasional game with like strategy mechanics, tycoon city builders, the occasional survival game. I play a wide range of games. Like, really a dispersed range of games. That does mean it's kind of hard to describe my own channel. Just because it's more what genres don't I play than do I play. Which usually the answer is I don't really play a whole lot of competitive multiplayer games. I don't play a lot of first-person shooters. I do play a lot of games that are first-person games, but not proper shooters on the channel. On my own time, I play an even more wide range of games, but you get it. You start building up an audience around something, and you got to kind of cater to an audience. All right, so we did that, and the reason I did that was I had this shelf full, and I didn't want to deal with it. All right, what box are you carrying before we start ordering stuff? You are carrying the purple loose ones? Yeah, okay. So we've got a box of purple loose cards already. So I need one more box of the purple loose cards, so I can get those. I need to order that board game. We have the blue loose cards. Well, blue loose packs. We have our plushies. We have both the star and the bat. And I need all but the water sleeves. So boom, and boom, and boom, and boom. Let's check. Gotta pay my bills. Alright. And we'll go ahead and order... Well, actually... Yes. How empty is that box you're holding? Oh, no, it's not empty. Am I actually low on legendary cards? Oh, darn. I mean, I only have room on my shelf for one more. I definitely should order 2. Okay, so as soon as we get some sales done that we can bump that up, we'll get all that ordered. Which, for the record, that's because that's where I'm getting my cards for sales. I'm opening up the legendary boxes now. And then selling those. Because getting cards worth several $100 and selling those is some fast money, if you get lucky enough to draw them. Whereas selling cards for like $2 each is real. Like, it gives you good XP so far as leveling up your shop, but as far as money goes, it is a lot of effort for not a whole lot out of it. Oh, and other things that this game has is, because you are dealing with the collectible card shop kind of thing, you do have people coming in reeking of body odor. So you do have to spray them with deodorant, because otherwise they upset the other customers because they smell horrible. So it is a thing that you actually put, like, it's like, you know, deodorant slash perfume slash cologne, some smelling thing, at the door, so that people who smell bad who come by, they get a spritz. Isn't there something higher than legendary you could buy? Yeah, no, if we go look at the store, so I'm at this row, which is legendary, and then we have the decks, which this isn't really higher or lower than these. It's just this is fire, this is earth, this is water, this is wind. But then we got the Destiny collection, which is even higher, and then we've got rare. Then we've got like the rare Destiny, the epic Destiny, the legendary Destiny, and then we have the Destiny Fire, Earth, and Water. So there's a whole other collection. I think you sell out of the 100-card bundle in the shelves. I did. That'd make you sick? Yeah, it's one of those things that I joked about the other day, where I was like, on one hand, part of you wishes you could do that kind of thing. Be like, yo, you smell rank. Just gonna blast you here with some deodorant. At the same time, when we consider people's like allergies and all that kind of stuff, don't do that. But there's definitely a balance to be had between, hey, you know, like, do what you gotta do to take care of yourselves. Hygiene is a feature. Alright. But also, don't randomly blast people with deodorant. Okay, so this is the me box. This is not the stock. That's gonna be the me box. We get to go through that box ourselves. Oh man, silly string. That takes you back. And I hadn't had anyone mention silly string in age. Yeah, so this person here, nasty BO, walks in, immediately blasts them. I do also like the fact that like as they get sprayed with like the deodorant walking and all that, they kind of like bat away at it like, "Aw, come on." As well as anyone around him who gets like caught in the friendly fire of the spray. The phone's always on low battery, like 50%. Yeah, I've noticed. Oh man, not again. If the stocking person has a box in their hand when I'm checking my inventory, it's really easy for me to miss that I actually don't need yet another box. And I could put it on the shelves, but then it'll mark that spot as for that item. It's the same thing I wish in Supermarket Simulator, that you could like flag a shelf and be like, this is this shelf here. Like, this is the catch-all shelf. Like, just, I don't actually need you to keep it topped off or anything. This is just where I want you to put stuff when you don't have stuff. Set away. Any new nest eggs? No major cards yet. Was here just after you deleted Zach from existence. Actually. You're gonna sleep once you pull cards? Yeah, so what's gonna happen is we got just about a minute left in this in-game day. And then the next in-game day, I'm gonna go ahead and rip through that box. Because we only got, it's like 20 seconds or so left for this day. Because I don't want to start ripping the cards open and just sit here for like 10 minutes with the store not running. Not 10 minutes, it's not that long. And 4, 3, 2, 1. Day's done. Get the hell out of my store, get the hell out of my store, get the hell out of my store. Hey. Get the hell out of my store, get the hell out of my store. Get out of my store. Okay, they're all leaving. I was just making sure no one was buying anything and on their way to the register. Okay. So, what happens first is we're just going to pop this sign over here. Take... this and put it back in the shelf real fast. They're not going to buy right now. I'm going to quickly mark the inventory. So I got red dice we're going to need more of. That appears to be it. Okay. So it looks like everything's found. We're good there. And so we're going to go ahead and grab all this. And let's see what goodies we get out of our legendary one. So most of these packs are going to see about $20, $30 out of every single pack, just about, with the rare bad miss like that $13 one. But we have the chance of pulling some really, really good stuff. So far, the most valuable card I pulled out, I think it was like 3,800 bucks. We pulled out of one of these. Which I am trying to collect all the cards, so we have not sold that card. But yeah, no, I feel like this fixes a lot of problems that Supermarket Simulator has. Because the big issue you have with Supermarket Simulator is while the early to mid game can be a lot of fun, we very quickly get to the point in Supermarket Sim where it's Warehouse Simulator, where all you do is you order stuff and you sit in the warehouse. And while this still has those systems in there, there's that many other things going on. All right, so $61. That's not bad. This has enough other systems going on that if you didn't want to deal with the inventory side nearly as much, I could have less shop floor and just have like more game tables for people to play on. I could lean more into I sell the valuable cards and just keep pulling cards. I could lean more into just running it like Supermarket Sim. It's pretty neat the way you can kind of choose the way you want to go, and all of them can work. Like they don't say, hey man, you can only have 5 tables. You gotta level up or whatever. They don't have that. They do have level caps for like to get the next merchandise or whatever. Or to make your store bigger, there's you have to hit levels. But as far as like actually engaging, once you unlock something, you can just build as much as you want. Alright. So, not doing so great on these. We're about halfway through and we've only gotten one particularly valuable card, and it was only a $50. There's 189, so that's good. And that one I'm pretty sure is a duplicate, so I can sell that. Do you have the opening pack scripted? No, I am using a mod that lets us open packs faster. It doesn't change like the odds or anything else like that. It's just oh yeah, no, the game does have an auto feature where it can have it where it can stop on new cards, stop on valuable cards, which is $10 by default. And that's already built into the game. But I do have a mod that lets it open a little bit faster, and it does let me change that rare value. It's also what's let me grab, you know, more than 8 packs, because normally 8 packs is the limit. We weren't doing the more than 8 packs until during stream. I was like, yeah, here, we'll just do it as a gag for like 1 box. I'm like, actually, for me just slamming through a whole box, this is pretty nice. I understand why this mod exists. But yeah, so we've opened a lot of these packs, so you'll notice we're not seeing very many new cards anymore. I am at the point I could start going after the next tier card. What I am disappointed in is we aren't finding hardly any good cards for sale-wise. We got that $100 something card and that $50 card. This has been a pretty bad pack, or a pretty bad box. Come on, 3,000. 145, that's at least okay. Yeah, so we got 3 valuable cards. So all in all, not a great pack. That said, this will be a lot better than what I was selling, because we were down to like $4 and $5 cards. So getting a bunch of 10, 20, 30 buck cards to sell is still a major improvement. Basically dedicating my floor space to something a bit more valuable. Alright. Yeah, that's right, I accidentally ordered too many of the stars. And now this box is empty, so I can go in the trash. And we pay our bills. Okay, so you just dropped that off. Okay, so it looks like you need... We've already got you here. And I need the blue boxes. And I need this board game. And the board games and my cards are 2 different stores. So if you ever see me like pop over, I'll almost always just buy the board game immediately. Just, it's not a big deal. Okay, that should fully restock our stuff here. And I'm not going to be able to fit another table in there. Alright, so I think the next investments we're going to do is I will try to get the license for more plushes. Because I got this whole shelf here, is almost none of it's being used, just that one spot. So I can get about 3 more plushes on there. Okay, so I also need 2 more boxes of those, and then that's all good. These are all good. We're doing good on our old card stocks. And then I'm overstocked in the star plushes because I'm bad at noticing when my people have stuff. Alright, we are getting pretty close to the point that I need another shelf here soon. So for that... Oh yeah, no, I could put the next plush down there. After that, I'll probably want to expand to the right. When do I get my next sleeve set to sell? Oh, I can get those as soon as I have 800. We'll go for the next sleeve set as well, because that'll give us all 4 of the different sleeve sets. And then apparently we've got, like, playmats and collector books and deck boxes and all sorts of stuff. So that'll get that. Let's see, how do you get mods to this game? Nexus. There's a website called Nexus. I don't tend to use... That's not what I wanted to do. One moment. There we go. Oh, were you carrying the box again on me? No, we're fine. I don't tend to like to use stuff like Nexus very often. I don't tend to mod my games very much at all. Normally. Like, it's fine. But, Nexus is a less... Not user-friendly. It's more complicated than just going to Steam and being like, get the mod. But that's usually the way things have to work if it is not a game that has its own built-in mods or uses the, Steam Workshop. Okay, so for this, we will need to go to accessories, wind. I've already added them to cart, so those are only 88 bucks. But we don't want to buy just that, because just buying that by itself will be whole things. You're dealing with the legendary packs. Okay. And keep restocking these. So part of the issue is that I put down another one of these, which I will. But if I put down another display to sell cards, that's that many more cards I'm going to have to be managing myself. We also have over here the bundles here. These are bulk boxes. So this is basically all those $1 and $2 cards. Sorry, all these like less than $1 cards that you're just never going to sell individually. They're just junk cards. You just box them all up, and then you sell them in bulk for like 14 bucks a pop. Okay. Anything else we're low on? Nope. Just checking the label on the box he's grabbing. Yeah, literally he's doing... Well, that's... So it's weird that he's prioritizing those, because these boxes up here, they're actually pretty diminished. Where that was not really there. But, hey. AI will work in mysterious ways. I'm gonna grab one myself. Because then it'll let me put something else in the order so it doesn't feel as bad to buy something and pay for the shipping. All right, so we can go here, grab the box, and order. So with that, we got our brand new card sleeves. Gonna put those down here. That's new merchandise we have in the store. And that can go here. And that is yet another thing we're selling. Cool. All right. So let's check what we're going to be doing next. So we go for the figurine. For $2,500, we can get the license for that. You don't have to set the price of new items. Yeah, so the 3 mods I'm currently running is I have one that just turns on the lights at 4 p.m. so I don't have to deal with the light switch myself. The other one automatically sets the prices because it is a mechanic in the game that the prices change day to day, and I think that's an excellent mechanic. But unlike games like Supermarket Simulator, where the day starts as like, here's the 3 items that changed, this one went up, this one went up, that one went down, that kind of thing. Instead, this one you have to go in here to this monstrosity of a screen and go, these 3 went up, those 3 went down, those 2 went up, or down, those 2 went up. Like, you get that. There's just too much movement happening in a time to keep up with there that it's just not worth it. So instead, you'd go over here and say, okay, market plus 10, round, done, that kind of thing. I find that very tedious when you consider that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30 items I would have to do every single day. And even worse if you start including the individual cards. So I was just like, you know what? We're just going to set to the auto thing because that's not fun. And like, don't get me wrong, I wouldn't do the individual cards. I'm way too lazy for that. So just setting it to auto price. What I think the balanced choice would be, like, this thing here, this screen here, as much as it's very clear they put time and effort into this, hit the big old delete key. What I think it should be is a certain number of items have their price change each day. Like, again, 2, 3, a very manageable number. And so, like, okay, the basic ones went down, and then these ones went up. Fair enough. Easy enough to remember. That means I go here, adjust, and we're done for the day. But you're not going to go through this and read this every single day. That's just not something you're going to do. Hey, Jewel, how's it going? But yeah, so there's that. Because once you have that much of a barrier, it's easier to just go through and say, hey, market price plus 10, done. At which point, if that is the way you want to do it, that's fine. Give me an option on my phone to bulk change price. To be like, hey, I want to make my entire store this price different. Just, you get the idea. Streamline it. You know, you two could have been playing a game right... No, get the hell out. I was like, you two could be playing a game right now if you had just gone and decided to play against each other versus awkwardly waiting for someone other than that specific other individual. But also, we're closed. Get the hell out of my store. The door slams hard at 9 p.m. If your butt's on the wrong side of it, you're trespassing. Also, come again. Okay. Pay your bills. Do a quick peek at our inventory. You have like 3 bats missing. Let's just take care of that real quick. Alright. Sir? Alright. I keep hitting the buttons too fast. Alright, so let's get back here. He's restocking some cards. So with that, I know I can go here and say figurine, the bat, yep. All the sleeves are good. Deodorant's good. Yeah, you're probably... Okay, so you must have just thrown that box out, so we are safe to get another rare box. I also wish, instead of just your phone and like dealing with this, I would like it to be a purchasable upgrade in these kind of games. To have it give you like your existing stock kind of thing. Like make it a register upgrade. That you upgrade your register from this thing to like an actual proper point of sale system with inventory. So that way you don't have to like go back and be like, okay, well, how many boxes do I have? Like that kind of thing. And just be able to go, it's like, cool, let's go through here. Like that's, I know I keep comparing, just because of the quality of life, that we were playing Business Heroes Street Grub the other day. I liked that there was a way you could go through the thing and unlock it where it says, hey, here's the amount I want. At the end of each day, do a reorder to re-up that. Now, granted, that part of it, you're going to be running like 10 or 12 different locations of business over time and yada, yada, yada. That they didn't do that. It would be aggravating to play versus this, you're just dealing with one. But I do believe it makes sense to mid to late game as your inventory starts getting bigger and bigger, that usually these types of games give you options to streamline stuff. And so I do feel that whether it would actually maintain the exact amount or you could do like a purchase order, that's another one I always joked about as an idea, where you could say, hey, every single day I want you to buy me one of these boxes of cards. And then, you know, that way you might slowly fall behind and go, okay, I slowly fell behind. I need to buy one extra box now to, you know, bring myself back up. Or I might get slowly ahead and go, oh, I've got one too many boxes, skip an order. But at least something that I don't have to sit here and every single day re-enter the same orders again and again. I think the game's really excellent, but it is early access, to be clear. I do think that is something that the game would be benefited by, is the ability to streamline. That to me was always the biggest problem with Supermarket Simulator, is with your orders and that there was never any way to streamline it in any meaningful capacity. So as you got later and later and later in the game, it just became more and more tedious. Okay, so we need an epic box. Let's actually double check to make sure I don't already have an epic box in my cart. I do. He's carrying the blue cards, so that's probably fine. We've already got the Noctil... No, yeah, I got the Nocti plushie. Alright, let's go ahead and do that order. This one for the shelf. This one for me. Gotta restock the deodorant. Alright, I want to see a big... I want to see a big pull in this one. 35 is not a big pull. We've had some pretty lackluster pulls here. I wanna go back to earlier today when we pulled up that card that was worth like 33, 34, whatever $100. I wanna go back to those times. Those were good times. 66, I mean, I'm not unhappy with that, but not really what I'm looking for. Oh, big numbers. Minimum triple digits. Quadruple digits preferred, quintuple digits would be wonderful. Alright. Because I want to say it was $2,500 for the next piece of merchandise I want to put on my shelf. So I'd definitely like to get that to happen. So rather than gradually doing good business, I'd like to just go ahead and skip all that part and just pull one really solid card and just make a bunch of money all in one go. So far, it's not looking promising. We're about a third of the way through now. It's not looking good. we are pulling a whole lot of bumpkins. That said, it only takes one pack to get down to that last pack. You just happen to pull that one big win. But this should also help you realize how risky it is to try and buy packs of cards with the intent of actually making real money on selling the cards. Considering we're buying like $300 worth of cards, and most of these we are not getting our money back. Now in real life, the odds are way worse than what we're seeing here. In real life, some of those rare cards, you could literally pull hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of packs and never see. Versus the video game, you know, they've made it fun. They've made it reasonable. Plus, in real life, you're not putting a $2 card in a stand there and selling it. So, when you're looking at these cards you're pulling, and you go in there, you really kind of only care about like the one or two really good rares you might get, and then on the rare occasion you can get yourself like a really useful uncommon card that might have some monetary value because of how good it is in the game. Alright, so we got a $58 card. So that means I got 2 cards that were worth more than 50 bucks out of literally all of these packs we've opened. But like, half the cards we put in display in the shop that sell would never sell in real life. It'd just sit in your display and waste space. It'd be only like the particularly valuable or particularly useful, or cards that people have like a particular like attraction to or whatever, which in its own creates its own value. Magic the Gathering Black Lotus. Yup, $62 card, so we got 3 cards worth 50, 60 bucks. Yeah, so realistically in all these cards we found in here, those $50, $60 cards, those would probably be sellable in a real store. There'd be probably some of those $20 cards would also likely be very sellable in a store. But once you start dropping down to that $10 price range and that kind of bit, your ability to sell those are going to drop off pretty hard. It's not that you couldn't sell them, but you got limited shelf space. And just because I get that $50 card, and you know, yeah, you're going to try and sell it at a premium and yada yada yada, it could sit on your shelf in real life for 5, 6, 7, 8 months before you get that right customer who comes by and is ready to just plunk down $60 on a card. It's part of what makes running these kinds of stores in real life so very hard versus, you know, video game, you plunk $100 card in the shelf and someone immediately buys it. What do you got in your hands right now? Purple. Okay, no, don't put that back. So we need another copy of you. Stop doing that. I keep hitting the wrong buttons. So I need the purple cards, because he just finished stocking those and I got an empty spot. What do you have? Are you dropping off deodorant right now? What do you got, my friend? Sleeves. Okay, so we need more deodorant. And everything else should be stocked up. So definitely means what we're doing right now is buying our pack of cards. Yeah, you really wish reselling things in real life is just as good in the game? Yeah, it's just really not. Like when I was in like high school and all that, and like very beginning of college, I used to actually put together like the collectible card game where I would end up getting a bunch of packs to get most of a collection together. And then, you know, you'd be missing some of the more rare cards. And so you'd plunk down like 50, 60 bucks or whatever to, you know, buy the Darth Vader card or you're missing or whatever to make a complete set. Now, to keep in mind, a complete set in those terms was to have one of every card, not necessarily having, like, the foil version or the what version or the that version or whatever. And I could usually turn around and sell those for a couple $1,000. But, you know, I'd be in it 1,000-something bucks as well. But even then, being able to do that, it was one of those things. I would put together a whole collection and, you know, bring it by the card shop and everything, and let them know it's like, hey, I got this. And then usually you would go through selling it through them kind of thing, and they would take their cut of like 10% or whatever. But even then, it would take forever to sell it. I did that like 2 or 3 times, and it's a whole thing. Like even having like the full collection, all the cards are in good shape, and that's something that's very desirable for the people who want to collect. That's a big thing, because you get that, and then you start worrying about trying to get a hold of the foil things, knowing you really can't get them all. But it was still like, it was a desirable thing, but it's just so hard to make those connections, because someone has to be willing to drop like $2,000 or whatever for the whole thing. I only did that once or twice because of how much money would be tied up in there, and as a broke college student, that was a hard thing to do, even if I could make a pretty good chunk of change out of it. Alright, so $168, that's a good one. I basically couldn't do that once I started having more than just a cell phone bill and my own food to buy. The moment I moved out on my own, which was not long after high school, that came to an end. I couldn't have that much money tied up that long. $68. Not amazing, not terrible. $175. So at least this box has been way better than the other one. We've got two fairly high value cards. We got another one there. So technically we're still one okay value card short of the other one. And there it is. So like we're now about even. But I still got 30 packs to go. So we're about halfway through the box, but roughly the same amount that we got out of the last box. So it gives me a lot more opportunity to maybe get something else good here to like put it over the top. But this is also those things that also separates us from Supermarket Simulator. Supermarket Simulator at this point, I'd be standing around that maybe I kick my cashier off and I just do my cashiering myself because I can, or maybe I take over for the warehouse person. Otherwise, I stand in the corner and watch the day go by. Those are all options. This thing would be like, but no, I'm gonna collect this. And this is still early access. One of the things they are talking about adding for a feature is that you can actually play the card game. Because it's very clear they put a lot of thought and time in the game. That doesn't tell us if it's any balanced or any good. But like, there's very clearly they put a lot of effort into thinking through mechanics, and more than likely they have very heavily borrowed from existing card games. Considering this is some sort of Yu-Gi-Oh, Digimon, Pokemon mashup kind of thing. 144 cards, so we got three decently valued cards, so we're a little bit ahead. Not many packs left, but that means just those 3 cards alone more than paid for that entire box. So that's good news. Yep, so that card on the shelf for $201, 77 bucks, 66 bucks, 54, 52, 52. And it hit exactly 9, and my cashier immediately noped the heck out and said, this is a you problem. I'm paid here to be from 9 to 5, or well, it's like 8 to 9. We'll just pretend that's a reasonable amount of time. I'm paid to be here certain hours. A second longer is not happening. Which we've all agreed, fair. Alright. So we made a profit, and then I've got a bunch of money tied up in cards on my shelf. I do see that as we start being more aggressive on opening those card packs, those 100 card bundles are starting to pile up. Okay, so I still don't know what the max number of these 100 card bulk boxes we can put on our desk are. Can I put a third row? Yes, you can. All right, so you can put a lot of those on there. I was originally guessing we'd only be able to put 6 of these on here, but we're up to 15 now. 3 rows max. Gotcha. I was gonna say they're gotta stop soon. All right, so you're doing your thing. That's all fine. So you're probably working on the dice? No, you're probably doing those red cards. Yeah, so the dice we are actually low on. So that's the black dice. And go here to accessories, black dice, add to the cart, pay our bills. Alright, so hopefully with this in-game day, I should be able to potentially get the next merchandise on the line. And then we'll celebrate that by buying a box of cards. Alright, so it looks like I need a box of these, which is pricey. That's 300 bucks. We don't sell many of the most rare boxes. People seem to not want to spend that kind of money very often. Okay, so it looks like we also have that figurine I need to get more of. Yes, we've got that figurine, the dice over there, and that box there. Get 19 purple cards there. Do we have more than that missing off the shelf? No. We have like 6 missing off the shelf. Alright. Yeah, we still got that $200 card there. Hey man, you want the 200? No, you missed it. It's right there. You gotta settle for the $4. Didn't even buy the $3 thing, man. Yeah, go for that. Go for that. No, you missed the $200 one, lady. Just settling for a cheap old $15 card. Come on. Look, I know you got that scholarship. It's an investment. It couldn't possibly go wrong. It'll at least double in value. That's why I'm trying to sell it to you now very aggressively versus just waiting on it. I just want to make sure you get to benefit from it as well. Definitely no ulterior motives. Oh wait, are you okay? For a moment, I was like, wait a second, did we already sell out of all of those? Because I should be seeing a bunch of money showing up in my account if that was the case. That's how selling expensive things works. You have to rebuy it, and it's expensive, and you go, ow, and then you get, actually sell it, and you go, oh, that's a lot of money. I really like that. All right, one more star, and we'll be good there. Oh, I guess we... Yeah, no, we already have that one on the order. I was gonna wait, but starting to get too much that we're getting not quite in inventory. Mine. You can't have my precious. Alright, so we can go ahead and pop a bunch of these while we wait for money to roll in. As we're just plunking down a bunch of cash to open this up to maybe make a bunch of cash. That's kind of how I justify it, is those two display counters in the middle. If I don't have something of value on them, they're a waste of my time. So I gotta have something valuable on it, so that means I just gotta open the packs. Look, it's a rational business decision. And certainly not me justifying an addiction. Very genuinely in the game, though, you actually make really good money from this. 187. Because you think about me buying those boxes for like 300 bucks each, and we're pulling like 4 or 5 high-value cards, 52, 4 or 5 high-value cards that more than make up the difference, and then all of the other stuff in there. It does almost always... Like, I've seen individual packages where we lose money on them, but it's usually like 1 out of 10. 65. So genuinely, we always get our money back from this stuff. It's just, you know, there's the meme in real life where you're trying to do this to make a money and you're just going to burn cash. Because here's a hint. If there was more money to be made by just selling the cards individually, the companies would sell the cards individually. And you wouldn't buy them in a pack. It's the loot box gamba that the money's at. It's 100% like walking up to the slot machine and pulling the lever. The casino's still winning in the end. You just might be that lucky person who happens to be the one who wins at the expense of everybody else. $303, there you go. That one card was basically the cost of the entire box. About $15 shy, but new card. Haven't seen one of those in a very long time. All right. I kind of wish I could also queue up cards to be put on the shelf. And that, like, as a lower priority, you could have your stock person help with that. I don't think it's a big deal, though. It would be a nice thing to have. Or even have, like, a different person you can hire who is just like, hey, what are the conditions? Hey, there you go. 1,100 bucks. That's what you wanted to see. So $1,100 in that one. So yeah, so that basically, that box bought me 4 boxes with just those 2 cards. That one and the $303 card or whatever. That'd be four boxes of this size for that money. The only other downside I'm seeing with doing it this way, where I open them all in one giant bulk, is I am watching my display case, like right here. I am watching it slowly deplete. And if there's nothing on it, that's just not being sold. 62 bucks. Yes, this has been a really good box for us. Between all the stuff we've gotten, this has probably bought us 6, 7, 8 of these boxes. Make that 9 of these boxes. Because that's a $280 card there. All right. Oh no! Don't do that. So let's go to our duplicates. Now the downside. Oh, there we go. Yeah, so downside is a lot of those a lot of those really valuable cards were not duplicates. So we're not selling them right away. That said, 348 bucks and a whole lot of 50s, 60s, and 70s. But that does mean now that I have those as duplicates, in the future, when I see those cards again, that's just quick cash. And even then, getting a card worth that kind of money all at once does help out. Plus, we're getting all these $17, $18 cards. Cool. And we can throw you away. Those are fine. I'll top this off. We'll take a quick peek at how our inventory is doing in the warehouse, and we should be getting to be pretty close to ready for getting our next plushie on the shelf. So we can expand the stuff we're offering there. The downside is I'm making those bulk boxes way, way fast, and we're getting rid of them.
Thank you, Flawed0NE, for subscribing for 12 months.
Thank you, Flawed One, for a tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate that. I do hope you've been having yourself a wonderful stream and all that good stuff, as well as I do hope you're enjoying your advertisement-free viewing, as well as access to the emotes. Been subbed to the channel for a full heckin' year. That is a lot, so thank you so much for that. It does mean a lot that you continue to support the channel for all this time. Sorry, I'm also like juggling in my head, being like, okay, which ones am I working on? But yes, thank you again so much for that. It means a whole heck of a lot, and I really do appreciate it. Okay, so we need the loose epic and blue cards. And a package of those. Cool, cool, cool. So we're mostly keeping our shelves topped off. I am noticing they're not the best at keeping these boxes topped off, which does kind of suck, but that's fun. Yeah, 348's over there in the corner. That one might take a little bit to sell, but that's fine. All right. Meanwhile, I'm gonna go and ignore my better judgment and say stock figurine, you. And I will probably need... So it's 8 figurines a box? Probably 3 boxes. Okay. Because then I suspect that'll be 1 box will actually fit on the shelf. And then the next box will probably go back here. We'll see. I might have to get another box in addition to that. But we can start with that. Okay. We can go here real fast and yep, so you're done for the day, that's fine. Get out. Get out. Get out. Hey, big spender. Actually, not as well, I mean $120. That's big spender. Cool. I am wondering at what point am I gonna get a second staff member just to manage like the stocking of shelves and all that. Cause even Angus, as fast as he is, he's really struggling to keep up with it. And we're just gonna keep going from here. Alright, so we got 370 for the next bill. Alright, so I need the yellow ones. So we'll help out with the stocking for a minute. Now it's a board game, so... restock our shelf. Ooh, rushing the cards, that's good. I don't think they've taken the really valuable card yet, though. That was him taking my $300-something card. Heck yeah, that'll do. Guess we're about to buy the really valuable $300 card. Let's see back here. And grab you and drop you off. Then grab another box. Okay. Yeah, it's doing relatively okay. It looks like we could use more of the bats. I think someone just bought a bunch at once. Because that's what I weirdly noticed with these bats for some reason, is it won't sell many, and then all of a sudden someone will buy like 4 of them. Which is a weird choice. Not unhappy about it. I also just don't understand. All right. So how much do I already have in my inventory? First pair, last bill. So 1,600. So once we get to the $1,600, I can restock all our inventory plus our new good. And that'll be good, because those plushies are a pretty high markup. I buy those bats for something like, what is it a box? If we look at the bats, they're 153 a box, and they sell for 70 each. And each box is, I believe, 6. So you get to do the math there. We make a killing on them is what happens. They don't sell very fast. But when they do sell, we get a pretty good chunk of change all at once. Alright, you're all doing fine. Ooh, are you getting low on the rare stuff? For the legendary? Okay. Let's add that into the cart. And did I already give myself an extra box in there of the legendary card packs? Yes, we have that in there. It's just a must. Let's see, so you asked you about the drones in Satisfactory the other day, and for what you experienced, they aren't very good compared to trains. For your use case, they are always stopped, and I can't rely on them that much. You'll be changing the drone station to the train station tomorrow, probably. Yeah, that was, I made the comment the other day that I haven't messed with the drones, but my understanding was their value was for goods that are low volume, high value kind of things. So stuff you're not going to use a lot of, but you do need to move around quite a bit. But almost every single time I ran into that situation, I'm like, but why would I just not use a train? Because I'm also understanding I'd have to set up the reaction to make batteries and all that. And so I guess the big advantage is that you don't have to run any kind of rail or anything like that. You just plunk down your 2 sides and say go. But at the same time, I'm like, all right, but there's still a lot of infrastructure and everything I need to support all of this. So it's just kind of one of those ones where it's scratching my head. Oh, you need a fuel source. So like fuel or batteries. I understand. So I can do either or. That I didn't catch. But yeah, no, it's definitely one of those things that like I was just looking at. And to reduce the amount of setup, they seem like there's an advantage there. But it felt like in practice, because the trains just use your electricity instead of a dedicated fuel source, it's really hard to do that, like get around that. It's the same thing I kind of felt with the trucks in Satisfactory. That they also had the problem of they're buggy and weird and all that, and sometimes not really reliable. You have to like really finagle them to get to play nice. That it was just kind of one of those ones I'm like, right. But otherwise I could just use a train. And you're like, but yeah, but you have to set up the rail. I'm like, right, but it's like, they cost steel, but really not that much. Like an entire run could be 200 steel, 300 steel for a pretty long run. versus like a conveyor belt for that same distance of steel if you're using like the tier 2 or tier 3 thing. You're probably talking 800-900 to 1,000 plus steel for the same distance. And so it's like, okay, don't get me wrong, I could scale up conveyor belts very easily. I just slap down another on top of the others. You intend to use the drones to move radioactive stuff? Yeah, I think assuming I have the time to do it this time, I think I would like to set up the factory to be able to process all the radioactive stuff back, you know, like to go through the whole procedure. Because last time I never did finish setting that up. Like, I had the steel stuff, or I had the nuclear power on, but it's taking all the nuclear waste and just boxing it and going, you don't exist anymore. What do you do with the waste? So in the game, the nuclear waste, you can recycle it, but there's a whole process to it. Like, and it's a complicated process that requires a lot of juggling and all that, which is good, but it does also mean, you know, something that, man, you need 3 boxes. Okay, so that's apparently board game day. So we got 3 boxes of that we need. I need a box of the yellow board game as well. Okay. I want to do those bulk boxes here in a moment. Okay, so I need... Oh! I just realized. I was doing inventory, we still had a giant heap of all this stuff out here still. Well, I'm glad... No, actually, I already did the other order, didn't I? It might be okay. We'll figure it out. I'm glad I caught that before I, you know, sent off the other order. Because there's a lot of junk we got sitting out here at the road. So that was another miniature we got added. Please tell me you have space. Yes, you do. Okay. Alright. But yeah, no, generally speaking in Satisfactory, the radioactive stuff, like I said, there's a process for effectively recycling it that's got several stages to it. So it is an involved process. Let me guess, you're an extra? Of course you are. That's fine. So set that down there. We can go here, make sure you have nothing left in the cart. Go here. Cool. So carts are cleared. Inventory looks full except for the purple. We are low on the purple again, so grab you. Grab you. Bills are paid. So we'll leave that alone for a minute. And top these off. And then I got packs to open. Alright. But yeah, that was one of the things I didn't set up last time, was converting the toxic waste into plutonium to reuse in the reaction and yada yada yada. To me, that's one of those things that's interesting because you typically would finish the game before you get to that point. At least I would think so. That's the way it worked out for me the first time. I didn't feel like I ever got to the point where that was an immediate pressure. But eventually it would become one. Part of me wanted to do the joking thing of just going underground into like one of the cave systems. $312, and I'm pretty sure that is not an original one. I have a duplicate, so that's $312 card I'm selling. But part of me wanted to jokingly go find like one of the caves and just fill it with storage tanks, gridded as tightly as I could, and then tether them all together. To just have the haha, we're sending all of the nuclear waste into the cave system down below us. 102. I didn't do it though. Like I just kept making conveyor belts to take it farther away so I just didn't have to deal with it. And I eventually brought it back and turned the nuclear waste into the non-feasible uranium, which is way less awful. But I never did finish that process. 54 bucks. So doing pretty good now. We've already got more than $450 worth of cards just in those high value ones, not counting any of the others. So that'll all be good news. But it's also good that we're starting to get some properly valuable cards that I can sell versus just keeping in the collection. Should probably check where we're at with the collection. I guess we're in the lower 800s. Like maybe like 805, 810. 102, I think that one's not new. Yep, that's another one we can sell. Because I imagine we'll also probably be able to get the next collection of cards soon. And then, you know, once we get the next collection of cards, there'll be all that. Hey, mister, how's it going? It's going pretty good here. He made a huge tower of industrial containers. Time to see how long it takes for the manifold to get filled for that. Might just save the game and leave my laptop open and back on my tower when you go to sleep. Yeah, and I've debated, like, if we had gotten set up tonight playing Satisfactory to be able to get the turbo motors and whatnot done, that doing one of those things about just like letting the game run while I'm working on other things, so that when we come, like, I feel like that wasn't a bad move, because we did that for the very last stream in the last run, where I had sat down, I was like, okay, I've got one last thing to like finish the game, but I did the math, I'm like, okay, but this is gonna take a couple of hours, so like I'll leave this running. So we got $52, but it was one of those things that like, then I actually did the math later, it's like, oh no, that's like 12 hours, hang on, which all that happened is off stream as I moved around some power slugs and all that, and it was enough to figure all that out, so it wasn't nearly as bad. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm still amused at the idea that like the individual cards and all that are beeping as if we're scanning them, even though there's clearly no scanner, nor would there be a barcode on them. Not unless you're ruining the cards in a big way. So we joked about the idea that what's actually happening is that our character's just standing there, like just moving the things across the desk and just saying beep again. This guy's a serious Pokemon collector. No, that's Tetramon. None of that mid Pokemon. Gross Pokemon. Ugh. I actually don't have a strong opinion about Pokemon. But now we're a Tetramon house here. Ooh, real good stuff. Day 100. Yep, that's what happens when you stream it. Just been playing. I put up the thing saying, hey, would you rather see more of this or a different game? And they said, more of this. It's like, okay. I'm happy to oblige. Okay, make sure I don't have any loose boxes here that my staff dropped. That's my own fault, but I'll blame the staff for it, because that's what we do here. Pay our bills. Okay. So, looking at our inventory, it looks like I will need 2 of these. And was it the purple? Yeah, so I need the purple box and the purple packs. We're good with all of this stuff. What did you grab to walk off with? It doesn't matter. You're not standing there. So I will need the white and the blue dice. And we will need the orange card sleeves. Okay, and how much is that in the order? Ah, just a casual $2,000. It's fine. Yeah, no, we're getting well along the way. So like, if we look at our prices, I have a card for $4,500, $4,000, $33,000, almost $20,000, $12,000 or $1,200, $1,200. You get the idea. We're getting a lot of good cards in here. But those are for our own personal collection. Oh yeah, our collection right now is worth $47,000 in that book. Don't worry about it, it's fine. Alright. Because we're only selling duplicates. What card is worth $20,000? I'm sorry, I didn't mean $20,000. My apologies. $2,000. We have a card worth $4,400 is our most valuable card. I do believe the cards do get into the tens of thousands of dollars. I just haven't gotten one yet. I mean, they definitely do because there's an achievement for selling one at that price. Sleep because you need to get up early tomorrow? You'll indeed just open your save in the tower PC and you can fill the manifold with power and hopefully it doesn't fill up your storage with waste. It will, but that's half the fun. You know, let's see. You're gonna get a heart attack from that amount? Have you been playing this as well? Or you just mean the fact the cards sell for that much? Because if it's just the idea of a card being worth that much, don't look up collectible card prices. You'll be upset. As in real life. In real life, there are cards that certainly get up to absolutely absurd, completely unreasonably high prices. That's true of anything that has, like, a perceived value and scarcity. Alright, Pillix, you have a good one. Alright. And people playing Supermarket Sim and being like, oh, $60. How does this keep happening? You know, high price item, $60. You're like, man, welcome to the thousands price range. You know what I'm doing with the rest of this? I'm gonna pop for the rest of these cards and just get them out of here. Because I accidentally bought more than I needed. But that's fine. Because we'll just empty the package real fast, throw out the box, and the problem goes away. Okay. So we got the purple box. Got the blue dice. And we got you. And you're mine. Ah, I know what happened. I understand. So what happened here was I had already added to my cart, checked the inventory, realizes I need some. And when I did, it resulted in me basically double buying what I needed to restock. It's fine. It's not that big a deal. That is going to happen a lot. And with that, we've got all that sorted out, and the inventory dealt with for today. So, time to open some cards, which is perfect, because what I'm going to do is while those cards are opening and we're in an ad break, I'm going to quickly use the restroom real fast while you're all watching this and grab myself a soda, and we'll get to see if anything good comes by. Alright, I'll be back in just a minute, so thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be back here soon. Alright, and I am back. Grab myself a new drink and all that. I see we apparently didn't hit any valuable cards by the fact that it's still going without stopping. Which is a bit disappointing. We've had some pretty good pulls here in the last couple, so you win some, you lose some. Would be really nice to have, like, a proper big pull, though. Yeah, so if I'm looking at the calendar right, so not today, but tomorrow is when Planet Crafter has their DLC come out, the Humble Planet one. So we'll definitely be checking that out when that happens. So we basically have, you know, this upcoming stream, not the one we're in, but the upcoming stream we'll probably do Satisfactory and see how far we can get with that. We probably won't be able to finish it because we're still entering, like, we're not even done with Phase 4 yet. And then it's a matter of I'll have to check exactly when it becomes available on when we'll be able to start messing with the Planet Crafter. Alright, so so no really good cards. We did get a bunch of, like, 30s and 40s, which isn't bad. We'll still get our money out of it, but not like when we pull, you know, a $400 or $500 card all at once, and we just get a huge payout. Those are all fine. Those are all fine. How's the warehouse looking? Just the blue stuff is low, and then those sleeves. Are you working on those sleeves now? No. Okay, so we need the green sleeves, and we've already got the blue stuff, I'm assuming is what's there. There's the green sleeves. We already got the blue stuff in the cart. You are bringing the legendary boxes. Is there anything left in there? Yeah, there's one more. So we're good there. Cool. Alright, so let's see here about what is the next order of business so far as getting stuff so we can get the next figurine for $2,500. I got shelf space right there for it. And then we'll have the last figurine up there. And then that will be all of those things. What are the fans? I haven't seen those yet. Do they unstink the stinkers? Yes. So these are like automatic sprayer sprayer things for the stinkers. The only catch is the small ones like I've got here. It takes 2 sprays, which is why I've got 2 of them at the door. So the only problem with this setup here is once in a while you'll have one person walks in who's a stinker, immediately followed by a second one. And the second one will sometimes manage to sneak past because they have like a little bit of a recharge before they spray again. You can put more fans to solve that problem, but I haven't worried about it because it's not that big. But then down the road, you will get bigger ones that only require 1 spray to work. Yeah, so the vintage card table, so that still only shows 12 cards. I guess maybe that's a more consolidated area, but that's if you're going for like a vintage aesthetic. I don't think that makes a difference. That's one thing I'd be curious about is what does and doesn't make a difference here. And so for like the card display versus the sale rack, like is a display just to display stuff? If so, does the display actually do anything? Like if I put cards on display, does it let me influence what people are buying and all that? You can't get Nexus mods to work and you've done everything right. I don't know what to tell you. But like if you have it right, you should have to push F1 and it should pop up. Obviously when you're doing all the file movement around, you have to have the game closed. It's mostly just dropping the files in the right place. It will mention prereqs. You do have to get those prereqs or they won't work. But if you did follow the instructions, it should just work. I don't know what to tell you past that, unfortunately, because I can't peek through the screen and see what happened or didn't happen or whatever. All right, and 1, 2, 3, 4. And I'll catch up with the question in just a minute. Let me quickly ring these up real fast. Get the hell out of my store. So saying, how are you able to not have to click after the packfish is open? Like just going from pack to pack? So that could be, I do have 3 mods loaded. Here, let me actually open my store real fast. I do have 3 mods loaded in the game at this point, because I played without them and I was like, okay, as you get to later game, they become annoying. So I've got 1 mod here. It just turns the light switch on at 4 PM by itself. Like, that's not a big thing. It's just one of those things I'm like, okay, but it's really making me turn on the lights every single day. Like, I'd leave them on at a certain point. So that's just 1 mod I have. I have the auto set prices, because with the auto set prices, if you don't run that, you're supposed to go here, go to there, compare all the price changes, but you can see how many happen in a time span. It's like almost every single item, which means in practice, every couple of days you go here and go, market price 10% done. Market price 10% done. And I'm selling over almost 30 different items now, which means every 2 days, repricing the whole store. And so I have a mod that just, I've told it 10% over, just do it. But then this is the one you're probably looking at, is the fast pack opening, which let me make the animation a little bit faster, and the speed I pick them up higher. I can carry more than the normal 8 if I wanted to, which we actually only just turned that on as an experiment, and it's been a whole thing. But you get all that kind of stuff. It stops on automatic, like whatever. But then right here you see the auto open toggle on off. Basically I can hit a button and it will just keep opening the packs until it hits with things where a card is like valuable enough or whatever. But it is a mod. Because like I do wish they would add some stuff around that. Like they have some basic stuff like to speed up the animation a little bit and stop on new and stop or whatever. I want them to do just a little bit more with that, because as you get to like mid to late game, you do go through a lot of packs of cards. Okay, so we have the tabletop for you. Pay your bills. Because normally I actually mod my games very, very lightly. But when I do mod my games, it's almost always quality of life kind of stuff like that. For the things that start to push from, is this fun or is this monotonous? And you get the idea. Okay, so you've got the basic card box, the basic card sleeves. What else do we have in here? We need to have the spray. Which one are you carrying, buddy? Okay, you're carrying one of the boxes of dice, which means my green sleeves are totally fine to grab a package of the green sleeves. And that should do for that. We already paid our bills, so we're doing good in that regard. So what I'm going to do is we're going to make the, not probably the better judgment call, we're going to wait till we hit our 2,500. We're going to buy the license, there it is. We're going to buy the license for the next merchandise. We got 2 boxes of that onto our inventory. And then when we hit about $800, we'll go and get all that. I think you're making really good progress. It does feel like in the game, the early progress is nice and quick. Like just after the early progress, things really, really slow down. But like it still feels good because you got a lot going on. You don't ever feel like, oh man, I just can't really get ahead. Like it always feels like you've got some stuff going on and whatnot. But then it seems like it starts to ramp back up again after a while. I'm almost feeling like I need to hire a second person for stocking shelves. What's going on? Where's the wind sleeves and why aren't you doing them? We're gonna add that onto the list as well. Alright, because once I get the next 2 figurines on there, that means all my existing shelf space will be occupied. So then it'll be a matter of buy the next shelf, buy the next goods. And that's a matter of what goods are available, what shelves I'll get. Because what I can probably do is if we go and we end up with like another card set as being our next goods, I'll probably knock down this section of wall first, put another flat shelf, and again keep the whole this wall is my card wall. I won't be able to do that forever because eventually we'll have too many different types of cards to fit on one wall. You know, barring maybe the entire length of the back wall, which I might do. It's also interesting that I can expand this space. Right now it's just warehouse, but I do suspect eventually we'll want to flip it over. Alright, so I've already got all that stuff. Let's not mess with any of that yet. Did you... Oh. Okay, so I guess I need 2 more boxes of Mafia. So you take that one to the floor and drop it off, and I'll put this one in the back. But yeah, that'll also be a thing, as if I expand this more, I'll be able to put like another spot here for people to play. Alright. It definitely also feels like, even as fast as I'm opening the boxes, I feel like we're gradually just getting more and more and more customers through the store. And as the number of customers I'm getting through the store continues to escalate more and more and more, even just my 2 display cases just get absolutely rocked. Now, it could be that if I added more display cases, say I had like 6 display cases between these, it would take them a lot longer to clean them out because there's more options there. But then it also feels like I'd end up selling just a lot more crappy cards because, you know, I gotta deal with that many more display cases. Unless I'm doing something to get myself that many more better cards. That's the way it's gonna be. You'd like to see a wall-mounted display? Yeah. I think the big one I'm curious about is the actual, not these, but like the actual quote-unquote display cases. If those are display cases in the sense that people can't buy the goods, you just show them off. At which point my question is then, okay, but game mechanics-wise, what does that do? Like that's the big curiosity, because I like the idea that if I put like a particular series of cards on display, that I could make people more prone to buy that series, including the ones on the floor, like the cards I've collected, or like maybe buy them at a higher price tag or whatever, because I could see kind of an interesting thing where you could influence the way your store works based on that. But if it's just a cosmetic thing, that would be fine, but a little less interesting, because then, you know, from like any type of strategy standpoint, you'd look at that and go, but this is literally dead space. So I do hope there is some benefit, whether there's like you get more customers or they're willing to spend more money or whatever it might be. All right, time for new merchandise. You know what? Change of plan. You go up top. Okay. Oh, I added twice. I also didn't give myself the bonus stuff. And I guess you just go down there. Alright, so let's go here to the figurines. I can apparently add another one onto those. We'll go to the booster packs. I will want an extra pack of the red for myself. We need a pack of the rares. Are you carrying the sleeves away right now? Is that what you're doing? Not the sleeves I was thinking. So we need the regular clear sleeves. And I think that'll be everything to get us all caught up. And I didn't mean to add another one of those basic boxes. There we go. Cool. This is mine. I'll be eating it here, thank you. Alright. And we can go ahead there. But that's also how I'm stacking up more than 8 of these, is that same mod. But you can turn on which you do and don't like. Originally I hadn't turned it on, but just being able to sit here and just talk while it just blasts through the cards. And it'll still stop if I hit something that's particularly valuable. We put the threshold at 50 bucks. But, it'll just churn through all that versus me sitting there like opening one little box and then going through, then opening another box and then going through. It spares your fingers. Because what are you gonna do as your alternative? Not click the thing? 121 bucks. Not bad. I want a big one though. Give me a big win here. I know I've already had like a $4,000, a $3,000 card today, but I want a big one. You like this auto draw mod? Yeah, no, it's a good one. I'm sure there's a whole bunch of them, but yeah, no, it's if you just go to it's like Nexus mods or whatever, there's some of those popular ones. They also got a whole lot of mods that will change the Tetramon to be Pokemon, which I get a lot of people and why they want that. I don't have a strong opinion on it one way or the other. 406, there's a good one. It is a new card though, so that stays in our collection. Yeah, so we're gaining levels pretty fast because I've found opening these packs is extremely fast XP because every pack you open, the earlier packs is like 13 XP, give or take. But as you go higher and higher value, you get more XP. So when you do grab those cards, they're like hundreds of dollars. You get this big spike in XP real quick. Not enough that you're gonna jump multiple levels or anything that ridiculous. But, you know, versus the individual transactions. And then on top of it, it seems like the amount that you do a sale for is also an XP multiplier kind of thing where you get a little extra XP out of it. Which means when you pull that $1,000 card, you get a whole bunch of XP for pulling it. And then when you sell that card, you get another big bonus of XP. So you get kind of a double whammy out of it. The good news is like every action pretty much gives you XP as well. So if you don't enjoy this mechanic, you're not forced to do this for XP either. You could take a more passive playstyle where you just set up your inventory, you go stand in the corner and let the place run for the day. So one of the things I'll probably do is once I gain enough levels that I can get the fastest person that's both of them, they're really expensive. But I could see getting a second person to help with stocking the shelves, and I imagine eventually you'd need a second cash register and all that. I'm curious on how that works though. All right, 62. Because if there is a hard limit on how many people can be on your, like how many customers you can have here at a time, once you start hitting that limit, unless just the people take more goods at a time, that would definitely bottleneck it. I was basically trying to think, it's like, when would you need the higher cashier if there's a hard cap on how many people you can have? The moment you can handle that hard cap, there'd be no more, but it's like, oh wait, no, if they grab like 10 times the number of items and then they show up on the register, that would still shut down the register. Same idea as going to the grocery store. If you have a bunch of people just buying like 10 items, going through the line real fast, it goes real quick. But then if you're people like me who try to avoid shopping at any real frequency because I don't want to be there and I go there mostly out of necessity to survive, so I end up buying like as close to a full month's of groceries in one go as I can, so the poor person running that register. Alright. So we spent $2,500 in quote-unquote upgrades, which is our license. Alright, so open. You need more deodorant in you. And you. Chuck the box. Yeah, we didn't get any big ticket cards to sell that time, but we did get a lot of good ones. So we do have a lot of cards we're going to sell for about 50 bucks. Nothing I'm able to just sit there and drop down and get a quick and easy, you know, $400 or $500 though. Alright, so you're all good there. The board game shelves look fine. We have nothing there, so we need the fire deck. We'll fire sleeves. I need the legendary ones and the legendary packs. How are we doing towards getting our next packs? Oh, okay. It's time for us to expand into our next stuff because we officially can start moving into the basic Destiny packs. So that's going to take a little work to make that happen. Oh, just one or two sales should do it. So for that, what we're gonna do is we're gonna knock down this corner here. That's gonna cost us a pretty penny. But once I knock down that corner, I'll put another shelf here to then put the basic Destiny cards on that shelf. And what'll more than likely happen in the long run is I might move the cards to this back wall here, and then move the play area off to this side. And so basically we'd have the register, the retail store, and then we'd have like all of the play area. So that, oh man, you decimated my card supply. Because slowly this is going to become more and more of a thing. Alright. I might also get rid of the metal cages here and start moving to more shelves, because I like the aesthetic of the cage, but they don't really carry that much. It's really not a high volume situation. I had surplus inventory laying on the floor. I don't like it. So we can go ahead and just rip through this real fast. Because that's where I accidentally bought too many boxes. It happens. Oh, you know what it also could be? I may not have too many boxes. It might be the guy was over here when the shift ended. Hey, one new card. And if that was the case, then there is a chance that he just dropped the box on the floor, and that's why that's here. Alright. Okay. Either way, junk out of here. Yes, that was an extra. Ooh. Okay, so do we already have... Yeah, so I already got the legendary card and boxes. But hear me out, I need a second one of the legendary boxes. We also need a box of the rares. The basic are all fine. Are you restocking the bats? No. So I also need a box of the bats. You're grabbing those, so I don't... Yeah, I think we're good on all the rest, because we already have those in the order. So it needs to be about 1,491. Once we have that, I'll be able to put in the next order. Okay. So, for the next card deck, we need 3,500. But I also need to get the floor space sorted out. Oh, that's not the ones we want. I want... These are mine. You can't have them. You got the fire covers. The epic ones. And the extra legendary. Did I not buy the legendary? Okay, he was running around with it. That's fine. Okay, so we're good there. Oh, and I still got space for another one of the figurines as well. I forgot about that. Yeah, so figurine for 2,500, I can get the next figurine down there. That's where I gotta decide, do we just buy the figurine, which is cheaper and I could just start it? Or do I do like the 1,400 to open up the extra shelf space, and the 300 for the shelf, and then the 3,500 for the basic cards, 60 bucks? I feel like we do the figurine first, because that'll be more just straightforward money. It'll max out the shelf, so literally all of my shelves are maxed out, other than like the one cage in the front where I'm just waiting for the next thing to unlock. And then we start expanding the store that way. And I understand I could chuck another shelf in here and just toss the cards on it super fast. But, like, come on, man, we can't mess with the feng shui. You know how it is. If we do that, the entire world will come apart. This whole thing's barely hanging in here as it is. Alright. Yeah, so I think we'll do at the end of this in-game day is I'm going to move the shelves to the back wall and see if I can't squeeze that extra wall in there, or the extra shelf space in there. And I'm going to rotate the play area into this gap between me and the workbench, probably getting the workbench and just moving it who knows where else. Probably put, you know, honestly put the workbench in the back room with the warehouse stuff. Ooh, there we go. $1,210 card. That is what we like to see. Sadly, new, which does mean I won't be able to sell it because I'm holding on to all of my non-duplicates. But that means if I happen to draw another one, then we get 1,200 bucks. Because at this point, honestly, the money's coming at a reasonable enough rate that I'm not super stressed about, like, how a lot of that kind of stuff. I'm just quickly checking one thing real fast, because we'll have had the last update for the storm thing, because I am right in the path. Just trying to keep an eye on it for my own stuff. Okay, so it still has it dropping down. Okay. And is it still arriving at the same time tomorrow? No, it's arriving later. I don't like that. $1,776. Yes, unfortunately, this hurricane is going to hit us with slowing down, which is bad. It is what it is. I'm well outside the danger area. It's just I'm worried about people more on the coast. All right. Yeah, so this has been a monstrously good box, because we've gotten over $3,000 just between those two cards, not counting all the other ones they've gotten. And there's another one for like 130 bucks. So this has been an amazingly good box for us. And there's another one. And that one's a duplicate, which means I am selling it. So we should make some pretty solid money out of this box. I do wonder, you know what, where I mentioned about like the tournaments and all that, it felt like it'd be one of those things where you'd save up like some good cards of that category, do the tournament to boost the price the next day. Honestly, those cards that are like the $10,000 card, okay, you're a weird card. That looks like not finished, but $400. Probably considered a ghost card, I'm guessing. And 308. What is this box? So let's check the ghost cards. Yeah, so it's a ghost card. Alright. And go back to our Tetramon deck. And we'll go here and say duplicates. So we get 300, 160, a bunch of cards around 50 bucks. Yeah, so $354 card on the shelf, $186 card on the shelf. Okay. Cool. We haven't sold any of our bulk boxes in a good while. So I see the yellow board game. Were you just stocking that? It is stocked. Okay. So he just got back from the trash, so... Yeah, so the yellow board game is safe to order. Oh, okay. I misread a message coming in because I normally I don't keep a very close eye on my phone or all that while it's going on. Just again, natural disaster rolling in, and I misread what I thought was my mother's name, but it was a word very similar in spelling, and I'm like, why is my mom doing at everyone? How does my mom know what at everyone is? Because honestly, those are the bigger questions I have than any possible contents to that message. It would ended up being something that was like one character difference from her name that was just like a Discord message or something. But it was just, for just a moment there being like, excuse me? What? Okay, so we've got the red dice. I need... Did we really go through a legendary box? Ooh, hang on. Purple box. What's going on here? Why is that shelf empty? Angus, buddy Palbrowski. These are high dollar items you're not stocking here. Alright, so we need to go here, and I need 2 of those. 1 of those. You're probably dealing with that right now? No, you're not. So that is something I need more of. I could honestly see having your warehouse, dedicating much more of your warehouse space to, like the really common goods, like the cards, where I have just like the 2 spots. I could very well see it making sense to have like 4 spots That's not what I meant to do, but I guess we're here now. That's fine. Who needs to min-max your money? I actually meant to get off the register and then pull up my stuff to start topping this off. Still has a whole thing there. Yeah, I guess a bunch of people. I'm willing to bet I just need to dedicate more things. You haven't even figured out how to open the warehouse portion? Oh, the warehouse portion, if you go to the Reno Big, there's this area, Shop Lot B. It's $5,000. It is a fairly late into the game thing. It's around the time that expanding your store over here cost you about $1,000 a tile. That's about the point you'd want to consider it. Because this thing is about 8 tiles, you get the idea. You thought that was a second store? No, it is just an expansion of this store. Okay. So, get our Greedy Habits box. Okay, so I think you're stocking up the blue stuff. Cool. That does mean I will need to get you. Otherwise, let's restock this real fast. And then go hard on the cards. And again, we are writing some light mods. The way I can pick up the extra packs and go through these faster, that is just a mod. It doesn't give me better odds or anything. But you can use the space for whatever, not just storage. Yeah. Oh yeah, it's gonna rotate everything. This game is great at having all sorts of stuff distract you from other things. 143 bucks. And completely forgetting what the heck you were working on 10 seconds after you're working on it. So what I'm gonna do is when we finish opening these, we're gonna grab the workbench and move it into the warehouse space. But yeah, I know that warehouse area, yeah, you can do whatever you want with it. I heard one person, what they did is they had like, this side was the store with the warehouse and all that kind of stuff, and then the other side was like the game shop with all the tables. And I was like, that's kind of cool, because then you don't have to worry about like any of the warehouse inventory stocking and all that stuff on the other side at all. Because it is a thing that the longer distances your warehouse people have to walk, they walk slowly, so it really cuts into their efficiency a lot. Working on what? Yeah, so my intention is to move the game tables to where I'm standing, so rotate them 90 degrees, move our card stuff to the back wall so that I have a little bit more length, so I think I have a whole extra set of cards and everything back there soon. Move the workshop, or the workbench, to the warehouse room, or what is my warehouse room right now, just to give me more room for the game tables here. We are currently looking at trying to get things set up and save up to get into our first Destiny packs, which is like a whole different card collection, whatever you want to say, from what we're doing now. So we kind of have the highest value of this set, but, you know, we are looking at an entirely different set. Which is interesting that we think about that, because what that would imply is that I literally have looked at all the Tetramons set here. Alright, so we have 171, I believe that's a new card, yep. So we have looked at the entire Tetramon set, we've been collecting the cards, and we can see what cards we have already gotten. So all these packs we've opened, we can actually see real quick like where we've gone. I am assuming that what I can do is change the organization of my binder to see where the gaps are, and that would help me identify, like, I need this one or that one. Alright, so we got 64 bucks. That one's a duplicate, so we'll sell that. Alright. It would be interesting to see someone using both halves as just store. I don't feel like there's enough individual items that would matter. 310, I'm pretty sure that is a duplicate. Yep, so we'll get to sell that, and that'll be a nice solid like 350 by the time we get our markup. So that one card paid for the entire box. All right. Yeah, so it looks like I'll have a 310 and a $140 card to sell. Yeah, so 357, 164. Those are the two big cards. Most of the rest of these will be like 50 bucks. Actually, we're getting down to like 20 bucks. Okay, so grab my table. Try to remember what the heck we were even doing. So for right now, you're just getting shoved over there. We'll go ahead and make some duplicate bundles because we can. You have auto pricing on? Yes. Because the pricing gets really, really, really tedious after a while. There's just too many individual items. Okay, you're all fine here. Versus with the auto pricing, you could say just mark up everything 10% and call it a day. Okay. So take the table that no one's playing at. Cool. Did we already pay our bills? We did. Because we are fast approaching where I will be able to buy the Destiny cards. Just kind of waiting for some of this stuff to get out of the way. So what we'll have to do is this table will need to go over here from a... Give me that table. That's as afraid of. For just a moment, this will be cursed. because we are rearranging while the store is... There we go. Grab you, smash you over here. Grab you. And then you. And then you. Yeah, we'll have plenty of space back here. And then you. So I'll have to do a little bit juggling with all that because we got customers actively using the table. But what I want to do is put the line over there. Basically trying to get them out of the way so that I can expand the tables back here. Or back, you know, shelves back here. So that way I'll have like one series and the next series, because just shimmying those over a little bit shouldn't be a problem. Yeah, this is the big one that's got to move. But at 3,500, that's when I've got enough to buy the next series. Is that the purple cards? Purple loose cards? No. Okay, so I do need you, purple loose cards. I need the pig, the white dice, and yeah, the pig, the white dice, and the this. Let's see if we already have the pig there. I already have the pig in there. And the yellow boxes. All right. I got faked again. That's fine. We can just delete this box real quick. Hey, we got a new card out of it too. Every little bit gets us just a step closer to having everything collected. Alright. And then this should be the last box in there. But what should happen after this is when we close up shop for today in the store, I want to get the rest of these, you know, tables all rotated around. I'm going to take all the cards, I'm going to shuffle them as close to the door as I can. So that way it goes, you know, basic, basic, rare, epic, legendary, and then we'd have like the next one for like the Destiny or whatever. I don't know how far the store goes that way when you fully upgrade it. I'm hoping there'll be enough room for the whole series. If not, I'll just rearrange what I'm doing. We can figure it out. Alright, and everything seems to be stocked up there. We definitely need another box of you. Okay. That's perfect. Give me that table. Give me this one. Give me this one. And that's the only one left. It just so happened we had the right people get up at the right time that I didn't have to wait till close. Yeah, and then once they're gone, like I said, I'll just shift all of that over as close to the door as it'll let me. There is like a gap around the door. It won't let you put anything that close. Okay, we have you. The area has to be slightly larger. So I have the one odd out table. The area has to be slightly larger, that when I put that there, all the people are like, I can't get out. Where's the door? I don't know a way to get the door. Is your 100 packs that you make only below $1? Or did I read that wrong? Yeah, so these here are only cards worth $1 or less. That's what all of those are. So all our cards that are worth, or all our cards are worth a little bit more than that, won't go into that. And it's only if I already have more than one of the card, and I don't care what the rarity is. Hey man, I'm trying to restock those. Buying up 2 in one go. We're closed. Get the out of my store. Like, didn't waltz in at the last minute, was like straight up waited till like we've been closed for 10-20 minutes and then rolled in the door stinking a BO like nothing going on. And are you gonna try and sit down and play a game? Out of my store. Sir, I'll take your 9 cents of time. Get out. I've known people like that. They're like, no, we can catch it before they close. Like, no, we can't. Not even close. Alright, so now I can go here to do yourself. Get ourselves a shelf. So now I got a shelf for our brand new cards that we're about to unlock. Is it time to for full double shelf of repacks only? I mean, honestly, maybe. Right now, I'm just continuing to expand what we've got here. The next thing is this corner needs to go down so I can put this table here. Because the problem is when I put it here, all the characters this side's like, I can't reach the door. Which, I appreciate them adding that versus the character just like glitching out. Because there are certain people who will immediately try to make a horrible maze to trap these people in. Sir, how many of these things do I need? Why will you come in here stinky? All right. So, ooh. Okay, I was gonna say in just a couple $100 it'd be time to unlock the next one, but I gotta unlock and buy them, and I don't know what they run, and I still have bills to pay. So we gotta pay our bills, then we can get our brand new cards. They put those down because the individual packs are fine. It's these boxes that sometimes you have people roll in and they'll buy like 6 boxes all at once. And that very genuinely, I do think I need to increase the number of boxes that I keep on the shelves. So that's the interesting thing about these double-sided racks. The double-sided racks seem like they're going to have a lot more, carrying capacity. I could see it being a thing that what we ultimately do is as we expand, I move the cards onto racks like this, where I have like 2 racks, like 2 whole sections of the boxes, 2 whole sections of the loose individual packages, and then this would ultimately become like all my stuff like this, like the sleeves, the deck boxes, that kind of stuff. I definitely see things going that way. Yeah, okay. I believed people when they said it was 3, but you always gotta test anyways. So that $200 card there. Cool. We're getting there. What box do you have? It's not the pig, that's what matters. Okay. So we have the figurine, the pig. And it was definitely... No, actually, was it the yellow? Sorry. Yeah, no, it wasn't the yellow cards. Alright, so you don't have the rare pack of those cards. Okay, it's just one, so I don't need to restock that. And then, of course, also, very clearly, despite the fact that the shelf is full, I definitely need more of those. Just every time. Oh, nope, that's not the one I want. You can have that back. That one's mine. I saw you going right for it. Oh yeah, and I can open these in the back where you don't have to look the customers in the eye. Alright. How do you open the back room? On your phone, there'll be the same place you go to expand your store. There'll be a second section that says Open Shop B. It is Shop B, so it's $5,000. For figuring out when it's worth doing, Shop B is the equivalent of 8 tiles. So once you start looking at your main shop floor and that 8 combined tiles is the same price as that 5,000 or whatever, you might as well open Shop B. Because every individual slot gets more expensive, and then Shop B, it has cheaper to start with tiles. So I'll be able to expand Shop B's area at a cheaper price than Shop A. Which is gonna get weird. Like right now, honestly, we're not remotely utilizing the space we have as efficiently as possible. I got enough room I could easily add probably 4, maybe even 6 or 8 more shelves, and then have to come up with goods to put on them. So that's just gonna take time. I'm still getting rid of that one tile in the corner for the game tables, but then I'll probably expand Shop B, and then I'll likely finagle things around to figure out how I want to handle it so that I have my warehouse shelves somewhere, and then like maybe dedicate this side of the room to being a game section, because that makes a lot of sense, because making that side the game section and this side where we sell stuff means my stocking person never needs to go to that side. And very genuinely, I have no need to do anything on that side other than like put the things to spray people to keep them clean and check on those from time to time. Versus if I split the actual storefront between 2 locations, then that gets more complicated. But that said, I could also see argument on that side too, is to have a cash register on either side, and one type of merchandise on this side, and one type on the other side, and whatnot. I don't know. I'm sure people will come up with some pretty wild ways to organize it. That's one of the things I hope they add to this game that's pretty much missing right now, is I'd like to be able to change the way my floor looks, the way my walls look, add some kind of like decoration, like posters or whatever on the walls, or light fixtures or something. Just something to make it not just rectangle with like windows on this side, rectangle this way, customize your sign, all this stuff to like make it kind of your own creation versus having pretty generic floor. Hey, $120 card. This box has been a little bit of a bust, but that's okay. Our last box was absurd in what we pulled out of it. Yeah, the game needs some customization props really badly. Yeah, and to be fair, this is early access at $170 basically. This is early and to 454. All right, never mind. It's starting to come back, but this game is very early in early access. They do have a roadmap with a lot of stuff they want to add, which will all be good stuff. But as a result, like, they definitely got the basic working and wanted to make sure they got it out before someone else beat them to the punch. Because it would not surprise me at all if at the same time they were working on this, there were 2 or 3 other teams working on similar. Not like same game mechanics and yada yada similar, but just the whole running a card shop and all that. Because, like, sometimes you run into those ones where it's like, there's an idea that in hindsight feels fairly obvious. It can sometimes benefit you a lot to be the one to race to the finish line first. A lot of times it can also be a bad thing. There's also definitely an argument for you can be the first to release a product, but then the person who ultimately is also doing it can watch where your product does well and does poorly and use that learning to do better with their product. Would you? We're getting so many stinky people in here now. They are just completely getting past my things in the front. They're just outnumbering it. Okay, so with that though, we can go here. Booster packs. And it is time for Destiny. And I'll plan to get 4 of those. Did I pay my bills yet? Okay, thankfully. We'll get 4 of those right away. And then we will start switching over to opening those cards. I'm actually curious when we compare all those stuff. That goes. You think they get passed because of you moving the tables? Oh no, I don't think it's that. They were getting past it before too, even before I moved the tables. It's what happens is if you have 2 people who are stinky come in like just a little bit between them, the first one gets sprayed, but there is a cooldown between sprays, so the second one manages to just walk right past, like while they're on cooldown. Which I think the solution to that is they did make it so that the better sprayers only need one spray to clean someone. So that would be the workaround, is you'd have 2 of those, so that way they could kind of go back and forth. So that while one's on cooldown, the other one's already primed and ready. And what are you stocking right now? You're stocking the purple individual cards. So that would imply I need that pig. We're ready for more of the stars. I need the water sleeves. What do you have in your hands? So you're putting the yellow ones down. So that means I need the blue and the orange sleeves. I think we're basically stocked up. All right. Okay. What box is that on the floor? Well, that is what it is, I guess. I accidentally ordered too many pigs. It's fine. Hey, Harry, how's it going? You had a set of 3 sprayers, and the third one doesn't work often, but does when it's required. You don't think we've had to refill the cleaner on the third one yet? Yeah, not the other way I could see working around it. Basically, the idea is you add some redundancy to it, whether your redundancy is having more of the small sprayers or like moving up to big ones. They did buff the big ones, to my understanding, this version. That now the big ones will spray someone just one time and get it done. Which means, in theory, you should be able to just run 2 of them and never have to worry. In practice, I guess, technically, maybe you could get people perfectly timed in between, but it'd be probably so rare it'd be worth just ignoring. Hi.
My pizza was nummy.
My pizza was also nummy.
Thank you for buying nummy pizza.
I bought what they had. Well, actually, no, I bought that one because I'm like, everything was like buy one, get one half off because they're like, we're gonna lose power. It's all gonna go in the trash. Please buy it.
Well, it was a good choice because it was nummy.
Mm-hmm.
So thank you.
I'm assuming you're going to bed?
Yeah, don't judge me, don't look.
That wasn't that. I'm assuming you have not heard anything work related.
Correct.
Okay.
Stay handsome.
Alright. I'll do my best.
Nummy.
Love. Chat, it's beyond my capabilities. She's asked me to be what I am not. I am doomed. Alright. For the record, I actually am not self-conscious about appearance or anything else like that. I'm way too old to worry about that kind of crap. I have dealt with far worse. Okay. That box has been sitting here for like ever because it seems like there's a wave where a bunch of people buy these green packages all at once and then no one buys them again for like weeks at a time. And it'd be nice if they were worth something, but they're really not. They're one of the cheapest things I've got on my shelf. But saying one thing you'd like to see more is just bland brown boxes in the stockroom. To look better to show what the product is. Yeah, no, I could go with that because like all of these boxes are identical, and I realize the idea is that way you can put anything in them. Like they put a sticker on the top when you pick it up. But yeah, no, it'd be nice. Like, so some things you order in real life, and they do come in boxes like this. Some things you order and you like take the cardboard box out, and then there's like a shipping box in it with all the other stuff on it that looks nice. And then some stuff, it will be very obvious that you get the box and it'll have like the big Dell logo on it or whatever. You know, you could have it where it said like Tetramon Epic or something like that and like stenciled on the box. I would agree. It would be nice to be able to walk up the shelf and not have to look at the little stickers here, but actually have that. I don't know. I think what I'd rather have is instead of all that, I would rather have it where, as an upgrade, we can get ourselves like a proper point-to-sale system that I can go at it and it says, hey, you have 18 of these in stock. It doesn't tell you where, it doesn't tell you, like, is it on your shelf or your warehouse, but it's like, you got 18. And you go, ah, okay, well, those are a high turnaround, low margin item. I need more than 18, so you can buy it there. Versus like where he's walking around with the box, I got some on the shelf and I've got some for sale. Most modern point-to-sale systems, not counting what was stolen, can tell you this is how much you should have in stock. Or I shouldn't say just stolen. Stolen or things don't read right or whatever. But they can give you a pretty good idea of what you got going on there. I need the black dice added to the inventory. There's our bills paid. Those are all doing fine. Oh, wait. I thought from what we actually sold some of those. Okay, and do we have legendary boxes already in here? We don't. So that's where we're at in this phase, is we're running into that situation where as I'm I'm like on that rollover merchandise wise, where I'm needing to increase my inventory. Like you're hitting that point where boxes are starting to run out. Okay, so we already have the basic card pack, so we're good there. Oh, that'd be... Are you restock? Okay, you are actively restocking it. False alarm. We're not actually out of those other dice. All right. I need to stop at what can I axe from this? So we're getting the basic packs. I mean that just is what it is. The basic packs are literally half of the money, the Destiny ones, which I'm assuming that's just what it is. It's the more expensive variety of Tetramon. Okay. Oh, good. That means we finally sold some of those, so we don't have to have that box sitting in that corner anymore. Alright. So I can help out with this. We can grab the stuff here. The price of my restock is just getting higher and higher, chat. You'd like to be able to order stock just by clicking on the logo on the shelf rather than have to go to the app? Yeah, no, that'd be nice. Like, even if it was a thing that it had to happen at, like, the end of the day or something, like, whatever. But that you could just kind of go over and be like, this item, like, you know, beep, go get that item for me. Like, you could walk around and then just be like, beep, 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 bye. Okay, go here. No. Alright. Do I have red and black dice already on the list of things here? Let's see. There's the black dice, but not the red dice. Accessories. Red dice. The cost of restocking continues to grow. Now, it's one of those things that all those things, like one plus of the game is every item you sell is always at a profit margin. The only thing is, does your margin exceed your operating expenses, i.e. your staff and rent? But at least anything you sell, you don't have to worry about like, oh, the price changed and now suddenly you're selling at a loss. Do we have the clear cases? Nope. Accessories, clear cases. Keep creeping that price up there. I'm pretty sure we already have the star plushies on there. Yeah, Min Star. We got all the rest of those I know already on there. We're getting there. We're close. To be fair, dropping $3,500 for a new license and then another $1,000 to actually put that license on your shelf is taking $4,500 that wasn't represented anywhere in your inventory or anything, and suddenly having to go on that. That's kind of like having to do an store expansion for $4,500 before anything happens. So it takes a little bit to make that happen. I may have goofed. I really don't want that to be down there, but that's what's going to happen. I thought we had more space, and I was like, wait a second. I don't know if we do have more space down there. Fire sleeves? Are you restocking those now? I'm not actually sure. What did you have? Okay. We're almost out of the fire sleeves. We're almost there, chat. So we need 2670. And then we get our new ones. And the store's still open for a number of hours. Oh, did you really just sell that right now? Thank you. No, I don't want to change the price. I would like... There. There. Okay. 2670. Come on, man. We're almost there. Now we can start opening a new deck. And unfortunately, the reality is, I believe this is the Tetramon deck. And that the Destiny deck is a whole separate deck that I gotta collect 1,320 cards on. So these new ones we're getting doesn't even count here. So I am a bit over halfway in that I have 840 something cards out of 1,320. But the catch is 1,320 and I've been opening those packs aggressively means there's a whole lot of really, like, a whole lot of cards that are hard to get a hold of that are just going to be a thing. Did we ever sell? Okay, so we did sell our high value cards that were over there. Alright. Is it time? Yes. And now 1 billion boxes show up. So these shelves are all dedicated to this. Tetramon Destiny. Alright. And then this is like a major restock, so... The good news for all of that is now I'm, you know, settled on the restock for a good while. Alright. So Tetramon Destiny, I just realized I don't have a warehouse shelf for you. Where are you gonna take that box? Was that box empty? That's fine. We'll deal with this in a minute, because I am opening one of those boxes and plowing through it. Cool. Alright, so... Apparently bought too many of those. So let's evaluate what we've got here. So from the looks of it, I need... in order of you, in order of deodorant, and then we'll also need the warehouse shelf. You have the spot on the bottom right? Yeah, I don't want to use that for this one, because that'll mean I'll have, like, cards and a bunch of the other stuff over here. And what I'm thinking I want to do is I'm going to just shimmy everything over, make a little bit more room for cards. That way I can have the... That's not what I want to do. Now we can have the Tetramon Destiny cards on a shelf right next to the regular ones. Just basically have the warehouse organized so it's easy to find my way around. But honestly, we have like one... Oh, there we go. So let's say if we had one good sale, that's all it would take for us to just get another warehouse shelf. And my man here just took care of that problem. Boom. So he's gonna do his last shopping, and that's the last customer for the day. And we're closed. Get the heck out. Since when is anything easy? Life's always been easy. Okay. So, I want to put that over here. So that's board game and plushes. Let's just shift that over here for just a moment. And then we're going to go here, do it yourself, warehouse shelving. That's the basic warehouse shelving. Yeah, we can just have the plushes go straight across the bottom there for right now. And then these are all the board games here, and then the spray was always kind of its own thing. Alright, so we've got that. That's honestly not bad. So what I am going to want to do is get another pack of these for me to just open up to see what we've got. We've already got that lined up. It looks like we need more of the Noctil, whatever the craps those are. It looks like we need more of... We already have... Let's double check. We've got the clear sleeves, I've got the cleanser, I've got the cards, and I've got the Noctils. Wait, clear sleeves? No, clear sleeves Tetra. So that's those. Or Tetramon. Okay, and you're currently working on the dice? Yep. Alright, so we're going to try and quickly get ourselves where I could break open one of those. Oh, I didn't realize you could like left click on it and just work that way. Alright. Yeah, so interestingly enough, looking at the price of these, so the basic Destiny falls between the Legendary and the Epic in price. Get out to bed? Be safe with the storm? Will do. You stay safe as well. I think the spray machine needs a refill. Yeah, no, I just did that. Oh, no, we just got another one. Thank you, thank you. Right, Hard? Absolutely. We're gonna wait on paying the bills. Buying my cards is first. There we go. It's time to get a whole lot of new card. Hey, new card, new card, new card. I think we got a new card, chat. At least one. The good news is as we go along, you'll notice they'll start dropping off a lot. But when you first start opening a brand new series, understandably, if you've never had one before, they're all pretty new. All right. $2,051. Nice. Needless to say, new card. So we won't be selling that. 73 bucks? Not too shabby. So I am noticing with this box, because considering these are $8 a package, we are getting a lot of these that are falling well below that 8 mark. We're also getting a bunch that are over it too. But it's kind of the same as that beginning package you start at the beginning, but like, the margin for you made and lost money is larger. I still think ultimately you're going to be way more profitable in the long run, but it does mean just having a one-off package you open, you have a higher rate of losing money per package, even if ultimately you can get the more valuable cards to have an over a long period of time better profit. If that makes sense. So like opening an entire box, you're likely to make more money than the equivalent basic box, but in an individual package, there's enough risk of not making your money. Because we have a lot of these that are coming in under. Like, I would say a good 3 out of 4 is coming in under value. Whereas I want to say with the basic blue ones before is maybe 1 out of 10 only 1 out of 10 was below value. Granted, we have too small of a sample size so far. We've only opened, by the time we're done with this, 64 packages. But yeah, they definitely feel like they're feast or famine. Plus, when they come under, like, we had one pack there that was a $1.97 for an $8 pack. Which is rough. That means you straight up deleted $6 and some change, and that's assuming you could sell the $1.67 worth of cards. I wonder if the bulk packs would be cheaper too, because if you have a higher rate of getting crappy cards, one would assume in real life that the bulk packs would be worth even less because it'd be easier to get those bulk cards. Alright. So we can check real fast if we check our Destiny packet. So that's worth 2,000 bucks, of which almost all of it is like these first 2 cards. Okay, trying to think of the best way to handle this. So Tetramon, duplicates. I'm gonna need to open a lot more packs to make this work out well. I kind of also wish, when it came to these displays, if I had multiple of the same duplicate, I could kind of be like, hey, I got like 10 of these, can we just stack them or something? Alright. So it's gonna take a little bit doing to get these off the ground floor. So you're not carrying a box right now. So in our normal stuff, I need to get the purple box. Purple loose cards. We've got the Destiny cards. I need the clear plastic sleeves. Everything else is looking okay. So in the meantime, it would definitely be the right decision to say, give me a box of the legendary, give me a box of those. And you know, while we're at it, give me a box of the epic, give me a box of the rare, and give me a box of the basic one. Just give me a box. Mine. 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 I think we already actually have these. Those can go on the shelf. Those can go on the shelf. And those can go on the shelf. That's... Oh, well, you know what, that's... Could have sworn I checked to make sure you weren't over there with those. That's fine, you'll sort it out. Alright. Because let's go and make all sorts of errors. Alright, so this is another round of those new cards we got. Like I said, these ones seem to be a lot more when you win, you win, when you lose kind of cards. 70 bucks. 131 bucks. It's gonna take me a little bit before we start getting enough duplicates out of this that I can reasonably put some good cards on sale. But that'll be a thing. The other thing to be checking out is... I'm imagining these ones will be a different box. Which is an interesting consideration. I'll also need to check what money it cost me to get the boxes of this as well. For selling on the floor. But yes, this is gonna be a go hard on the cards day. Alright, $52 card. Love to see it. I'm gonna plan to go a little over time because we're gonna open these up. So I'm gonna snooze a little bit longer. But we're gonna just open a bunch of cards and see if we get any goodies with all of this real quick and go with that. Alright. Oh, you know what I bet? So yesterday we had people like, oh man, I was getting pre-rolls. I thought you had to turn off, and I do. I'm willing to bet when I do these streams where I end up snoozing at a bunch of different times, I'm betting it does create times that we have the pre-rolls. Because it is a thing that if I don't run the 3 minutes of ads per hour, any additional time after that, so like if I kick the ads down the road 15 minutes, that 15 minutes should have pre-rolls. I don't think that timing worked on the last one, but yeah, that's just something I gotta be careful of, that snoozing those ads doesn't come without a cost. Because pre-rolls suck. But yeah, no, that makes sense now, because that's literally how it works behind the scenes, is Twitch just checks to see, have you run ads within a certain time frame? Like, X number of minutes ads. So if I like run 1 minute of ads, I get like 20 minutes after I run those that pre-rolls are disabled and then they turn back on. Which is the whole 3 minutes per hour. Which I'm glad they made it so we could do it by the hour, because it used to be you could only do it in increments of half hour. So you'd have to run the minute and a half of ads every 30 minutes. And it was really hard to juggle that where it wasn't disruptive, because it's not like you're gonna take a break every single 30 minutes. Like, it ends up being way too disruptive. Yeah, so we're getting a whole bunch of new cards from this series. So that's good news. Not seeing a whole lot of the rares yet, but that's not a surprise. We're only opening our second box now. And what we'll do is we'll start with the really cheap ones and work our way up with the series we have been opening. And see where we get landed. Alright, so... Wait, did I not grab a basic box? There. We're gonna call this a basic box. It's half of a basic box. Well, it's a little over half a basic box. Okay. So this is the least expensive of the original ones there. We already landed a $65 card. And these are the ones I mentioned were only worth only cost like $3. So I generally found that like 9 out of 10 times you at least made your money on an individual pack. And in a box, I don't think I've ever seen a box come anywhere remotely under. Considering half of these we're seeing $20 and $30 we're getting on something that costs $3. So these ones you generally get yourself pretty consistent money from it. It's just not big money. We're gonna go through this real quick and see if we get any major wins. And then we'll go after the rare, then the epic, then the legendary, and we'll see what we get with all this. So we're going hard on the opening of packs right now, kind of as a way of like showing the stream out for the day and whatnot. Maybe I got too many packs. We'll see if we get anything really good out of it. Because it's been fun so far. These are just the kind of the games I worry that, like, there's a point where certain games you kind of get tired of the mechanic and going all that. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. That you get kind of like worried, so far as like, again, not playing but streaming, that, you know, I feel like eventually this game not devolves, but this ends up becoming the main thing you do in the game is you do like your stocking stuff in the morning and then just slamming through packs. And I can imagine it being something that maybe for a stream or two it might be fun to just watch this happening constantly. But after a while, you'd probably get tired of seeing that particular animation playing again and again. So I throw this box in the trash. So we had one or two pretty decent cards in that one. Nothing amazing. We definitely made our money back. But that's the whole thing. And then this is the rare pack. So this is the next tier higher. These card packs are about $4. And just like those blue ones, very consistently we tend to get over. Maybe 1 out of 10 we fall below that $4 mark. And these aren't like, you shouldn't like go as like, but Rual said this is the rate. It's not an exact quoted rate, but most of the times you get well above that mark. And then you do get some more valuable rares from what I've seen. Yeah, so there was one worth about $30-40. But yeah, so it does seem like as you go for the higher and higher packs, it ends up being a lot more of sink or swim, where if you get a dud pack, it's even more of a dud. But if you get a pack that's got good money, you have like a higher ceiling. Which still just generally means the more rare the pack, like more risk, more reward in this game. That's not necessarily how it works in real life, by the way. In real life, a lot of times you buy those $15 packs and it comes up with a dud. And you're not just going to make up for it by buying 100 of them. You're going to go through the 100 and you'll probably end up with a lot of dud packs that ultimately you didn't win out. Even if the cards at the end value is arguably higher than what you spent, we talked about it being a thing earlier today, that it doesn't matter if you, by the way, the day has ended. Yeah, no, we're just going through the packs. This is going to be my last in-game day because we are over my normal stream time. But I figure we kind of like end the day out by just opening one of every of the pack type. Hey, $93. So that's like been the first good card we've gotten out of here. But yeah, no, I figured we'd go ahead and we'd just close out the stream by just doing one big grand open the packs working from like the crappiest stuff. Yeah, no, you lost track of time. Oh yeah, no, this and Satisfactory are dangerous games for that. I feel like Satisfactory is worse, because this one you do have like a natural cutoff where you did the day, it's done, now you have to hit the button to start the next day. That does give you a chance to be like, hey, how am I doing on time? Whereas Satisfactory, you'll have something you're working on, which will get interrupted by, oh, hey, wait, I don't actually, like, I'm trying to get this built, wait a second, my plastic isn't up. Oh, my plastic isn't up because I'm not getting enough oil. Well, here, let me go fix my oil. Oh, wait, but now I have a power problem, so let me go. Like, you can have that thing where you just keep not finishing what you're working on, but finishing all these separate processes to then, you know, who are all in support of the main process. And you can just delete half a day of your life and not even realize any of it's gone by because you just keep moving from one task to the other. Versus this, like, during the day, you can bounce between tasks and not get your stuff done. But there's that hard, like, the day ended at the end. So it gives you a place where you can double check. It's the same thing that happens with the Coral Island and Stardew Valley. You can be like, I just want to get this one thing done and, you know, go way too late. But if you are, like, checking your clock kind of thing at the end of the day, it gives you a good break thing. Now, granted, all of these games be like, oh, I just want to finish romancing this character. Oh, I just want to finish setting my aluminum production line. Oh, I just want to finish the one thing. And they just keep going longer and longer. Okay, so that was our rare pack. That one we only got one good card, and then like 2 others that were relatively good. We still definitely would have made our money on that one, but that one was a bit underwhelming. We've now moved up to the epic level cards, which are the second highest tier for the initial set. And we're gonna run through that and see where that goes. I definitely kind of wish maybe that I got the smaller boxes, because we're honestly, we're about halfway, well, we're more than halfway through. Yeah, we're about 3/5 the way through already, of all the cards, but that has been a lot. There we go, there's a proper one, $174. But yeah, so as you can see, the rares we're getting are getting a bit more valuable with each tier. And don't get me wrong, I imagine there's going to be the standout, like you've got like the ghost foil card that even the basic version is worth $10,000 or some nonsense. But in just the generalization, the higher tier you go. Part of the reason I'm also doing that is because I'm sure I missed new cards in all of the tiers. And so if I just run through all the tiers, I'll hopefully scoop up some of the ones we missed. But this is one of those things I imagine for doing achievement hunting completionist kind of stuff. You would wait till you have a bunch of money and drop like 10 of the basic boxes on the floor, open them all up, do the mod where you just can like stack them all in your hand, all like 1,000 of them, hit go, and then just let it ride. But yeah, like this one we've gotten 3 or 4 new cards, so that's pretty good. That's telling me the epic tier is one I'm missing a bunch of stuff, which wouldn't surprise me at all, because we didn't start going really hard on the cards until we hit legendary, and then also when we had basic, because it was the first one, I ended up doing a lot of those. But the rare and epic, I feel like I didn't do nearly as much messing around with the cards as I was dealing more with the retail side of things, and not like opening packs and putting stuff on. It wasn't until Legendary that it really felt like whenever I went on a binge of opening a bunch of packs, that like suddenly I was bringing in really good money from the cards. This will also be good because now this gives me a pretty good pile of cards to sell on the counter, because we were getting down to $5 and $6 cards again. I do wonder what we can do about getting rid of the $5 cards in a meaningful capacity, because I'm getting literally hundreds of them. They're too expensive to put in the bulk packs, but they're so cheap you really don't want to put them on display either. I mean, maybe the answer is you literally just go until you get 999 or whatever the cap is of that particular card. Alright, so we're almost done with the epics. This one is pretty good. We got ourselves about 3 or 4 pretty decent value cards. We actually got a bunch of new cards, which is nice. We didn't get anything amazing out of this one either. Just a couple that were like 100 something and 100, you know, change. We also got tons and tons and tons of $20, $30 cards. And we could drop you in here. Let's see, they really auto-increase the price range of bulk boxes? Yeah, I could see having, like, where you have, like, your bulk box, but it's all uncommon. Well, not uncommons, but all, like, legendaries, and then you have your bulk box that is, like, like, have a legendary bulk box, a rare bulk box, an epic bulk box, and a basic bulk box. And then your generic everything bulk box. And maybe they do, and I just haven't said it correctly, because I've just been doing everything that way. Maybe what I'll do is, as we sell these bulk boxes, There we go. So we have 181. So we actually got a good comparison. I want to say in all the tiers, we did get one high value rare, and you did see with each and every tier, the baseline really good card all went up about 10-15 bucks from the previous tier. Yeah, here's a over $5 box, here's an over 10. And there's a card worth $1,300, and I believe that, oh, it is new. I thought that was a duplicate, and there's one for 55. So can you see as we go on with the legendary that, you know, while it is still very sink or swim, because of like any success is a much higher amount, we get a lot more that are flagging the high value card. Which is the reason why I felt like once I unlock Legendary, why would I open another pack? It does feel like the game very much does favor always open the most valuable pack if you're trying to run your store profitably, whereas if you're trying to complete stuff, you're just going to open whatever packs you are missing the most cards from, which is usually going to be the highest value one because it'll be the newest one. But I do feel like at some point I'm going to have to backtrack very heavily for the epic and rare packs that I didn't do as much with. I do wonder, I'm not going to do it on the stream, like right now I think, I do wonder how long it would take if I maxed out my cards, right? So $52 card. If I maxed out the speed on this and grabbed as many cards as left. Let's see, you have 4 tables selling cards. That's what you spend your day doing while the stacker and till guy do their things. Yeah, $50. Let's see, that card pretty much paid for all of these boxes you were selling. Yeah, no, that one $1,100 card. Yep, literally all of the boxes we bought. Well, that it almost covers like 2 rounds of doing them all over. We're not gonna do that right now because one, I haven't sold it, but that's kind of what it is. You get like that one win, and it pays for a whole bunch of boxes. But like I said, that's video game with much better odds. So 55 bucks versus real life. You can buy the big box, get nothing that's worth paying for the whole box, and do that for 10 boxes, and then get the one card that'll buy you 3 boxes, which means you're down 7 boxes. And you might get lucky and get that one card that carries over the whole set. When I went to collect the games for selling them, like, the way I made it work is I would buy a bunch of packs till I had, like, 80-ish percentage or 90% of the thing, because then I'd have, like, all of the commons, maybe missing one. I'd usually have most, if not all, of the uncommons. And then with the rare, you get almost all of the easier-to-come-by rares, and you get a couple of harder ones. And then usually what you do is you buy like the 2 or 3 rare cards you're missing to complete out the set, and then sell the whole set at a premium because it's all done. But that wasn't going for, again, like the foil version or this. That was just having one of each type of card. So you have 132. So like it was Star Wars trading card game. So like having, hey, 1800, that's a good one. Yeah, so needless to say, this box has paid for everything like 5 times over. 155. But yeah, so I get like the very basic Darth Vader card, and that was like 55 bucks at the time, versus like getting the foil version of the whatever. The foil version of the Darth Vader was like 400 or 500 bucks, and that's not what I was after. I would take the foil version, I'd go to the store, and I would just sell it if I got a hold of it, which I never did. Alright, so all in all, Have you been waiting long? I'm sorry. I was in the back for the last, what would be in this game, probably 8 hours. Don't mind me. It's not a big deal. Do I have Stranded Alien Dawn? Yeah, I have Stranded Alien Dawn. If someone else, like, if you want to give, like, by all means, whoever you want to do that with. But yeah, no, I have it. No, don't even think about it. Get the hell out of my store. Like, in reality, we're like 4 in the morning the next day, and you're not sitting down and starting a game. That is not what is occurring right now. Yeah, no, Stranded Alien Dawn's a lot good. I've played it on the channel a couple of times. For those who don't know what that game is, Stranded Alien Dawn is kind of a similar game to RimWorld in that you're building a colony and stuff happens. Nowhere near like the depth of shenanigans. Just one more game? Yeah, but the problem is they're saying just one game on my time, not on their own. I'm allowed to say just one game on my time. What is even happening? Did I buy an extra? Well, I'm not opening that right now, but I will set that aside. That's fine. Deal with all that later. Okay, so with that said, we are going to enter to end the day. Which, surprisingly, even blowing all that extra money on cards for no reason, we still got, well, not for no reason, we got a bulk. We still made $320 profit, and that is not counting the value of those cards. That's only counting what I actually sold. What's in my inventory is not counted towards that. But with that said, I am going to hit the save game button and save that over here, because that way I have 2 instances of the save just in case I do something wrong. But with all that said, I actually didn't mean to close that right then and there, but that's fine. We'll deal with that later. If you have been watching this and you have enjoyed tonight's content, you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop your follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. For those watching over on YouTube, the stream will be ending abruptly because there's no such thing as rating over there, so deal with it, I guess. And for those over here on Twitch, hang out for just a minute because we're going to go ahead and I'm going to go to my ending stream screen and see who I can find for us to drop a raid on